Hi everyone, I'm Lara Land and this is Hannah and we are streaming in from the Great Western Catskills in upstate New York. I'm the owner of Land Yoga and the co-producer of SOULFest NYC. I am so excited to have you this weekend for a wonderful, wonderful program of wellness and yoga. See you online.
Hi, I'm Christina Graff. I'm from the Yoga Alliance Foundation, and we are so excited to be presenting sponsor of SOULFest 2021.
My name is Yana. Welcome to SOULFest NYC. I'm the publisher and editor-in-chief of New York Yoga Life magazine and co-producer of SOULFest. We are so excited this year. SOULFest is supporting local yoga studios and teachers. Enjoy.
What do you think of when you think of yoga? Poses on a mat? Perfect alignment?
Take a big breath in.
Reaching far beyond your toes? The beauty of yoga is that it's much more than a sequence.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yoga is asana and also activism.
Las manos que ayudan, that is hands that help.
Yoga is about a quiet, internal journey and a growing, powerful outward voice. Yoga is action, curiosity, empathy. Join us as we celebrate yoga, the diversity of the millions who practice it, and the power it gives us all. Because we are all for yoga, and yoga is all for us.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello, everyone. Welcome to SOULFest. My name is Bre Scullark, and this morning I am going to be introducing you to my mini workshop, Ashes. It's a trauma-informed workshop, and I'm so excited to share it with you. So what is Ashes? What does Ashes stand for? Ashes stands for Awareness, Solution, Healing, Empathy, and Service. It's a trauma-informed workshop, which means we are sensitive and conscious of the trauma that people have gone through in their lives. I created the workshop after several years of working in the correctional facility and also in underserved communities. I wanted to bridge the gap for populations who are overexploited and underserved that may not have access to yoga. So before we begin, I really wanted to ground us with a few questions, a few lingering questions that many of us have. We hear the word trauma over and over again, especially in the last few years. But what is it to be trauma informed? What is it? Very simply, especially as yoga instructors and yoga class takers, to be trauma-informed just basically means we do not re-traumatize people. We do not re-traumatize people. We try our best. I guess I'll say that. We try our best. So what does that look like? It looks like recognition. We recognize that there are many things that people have gone through in their childhood that may be unresolved, right? The second thing we recognize is that people's behaviors, many of their behaviors, are a direct result of this unresolved trauma, specifically childhood trauma, societal trauma, racial, gender, religious. There's several different traumas. And so we try to be as considerate as possible to those things. Lastly, and I feel like this is such a universal method, be kind. Being kind matters. And I know we hear it, we throw those words around, but kindness and respect is how we support people in their recovery journey. Also, giving people options, giving them choices, empowering people with their own choices is very, very powerful work when we talk about trauma and being trauma informed. In terms of on the mat, what does it look like to apply these steps on the mat? Well, first and foremost, there are absolutely no commands in trauma-informed yoga. Everything is suggestive only. It just feels different to invite people to their mat, invite them to explore and discover their body versus saying downward facing dog and repeat, stand, arms over our head. Those are commands. The language in trauma-informed yoga is very different. So we may start a class by saying, I invite you to this posture. I myself am going to go into this next posture. If it feels comfortable to you, I invite you to join me. It's warm, it's welcoming, and it's empowering. The next thing is, and I think it's one of the most important things, is that every posture won't make it. This is not a traditional yoga class. And so there actually is no downward facing dog in trauma-informed yoga. And here's why. Let's think about people who have been sexually exploited. Do you really want to be in downward facing dog? Especially when you're just discovering your body for yourself. For yourself. Some postures can be really difficult for students to get into. And so we omit a lot of them. There's also a posture, our child's pose, which we love. I know I love child's pose. It's a great rest pose. We may not necessarily call it child's pose, right? And why? We may not call it child's pose because it's a small fetal position and a lot of people are not comfortable. They're not. It reminds them of the smallness, of that inferiority, of that powerlessness. Although we still do the posture, we may use different terminology for it. So you may hear people say reclining warrior, or they may just instruct you on how to get into the posture without naming it, right? So sitting back on the heels, head to the mat. Let's see. Lastly, and this is really important, because so much of yoga is our Sanskrit, which is embedded in our practice, but we actually don't use a lot of Sanskrit in trauma-informed yoga. And here's why. One, it could be a religious trigger. There is no chanting, there is no om. I love om, there is no om. We don't want to bring up these religious triggers. There's many things that transpire in different religions, and really, yoga is about meeting the best parts of ourselves. And so even when we talk about the class, we talk about meeting the best parts of ourselves, our highest self. For some, it's a higher power. For some, it's soul, whatever it is for you. So we use language and we use postures and practices that are universal to everyone. I know that there will be more questions afterwards. I just wanted to kind of get certain things out, because as we go through the practice, I would ask that you keep an open mind. This is not a traditional yoga class. I am going to walk us through several different postures, specifically how I teach trauma-informed yoga in correctional facilities. And so I'll start with some seated postures, some really great trauma-informed breath work, and then we'll go into a few standing postures, some balance, and then I'll close us out with a mindfulness. And then I'll explain that mindfulness when we end. So with that, let's get started. So that is like the core of it, right? That's ashes, that's trauma informed, love and kindness. If you can remember anything for today, it's love and kindness. We'll work on our tone. We'll work on the things that we offer people. Really, it's about compassion and consideration. So I wanted to get those things out. Let's go into our opening class. Now, I am going to sit with my feet planted. I'm sitting back into my chair. Both of my palms are facing downward on my lap. And this is comfortable for me. This is a really comfortable position for me. If you find something else very similar that you feel relaxed in, I invite you to sit into that posture or lay or stand, whatever makes you feel best. Now, I'm going to go ahead and close my eyes for us. If you feel more comfortable keeping your eyes open, that's okay. What I would ask, though, is to soften your gaze, right? And so your gaze can be close to the floor, something that is not moving, something that is not human, something very stable, something very concrete, something very reliable. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's your hands. Maybe it's a candlelight flickering. Maybe it's eye level, right below a light. But wherever you are and you feel comfortable with being, go ahead and breathe. And so what I'm doing right now is I am finding the natural rhythm of my breath. There is no need to manipulate the breath. There is no need to exaggerate the breath. I'm just looking for that natural flow, that natural rhythm of my own breathing. Inhaling and exhaling. Inhaling and exhaling. And as I inhale and exhale, I am looking to see where my breath goes to first, right? For me, that means, where does my body need my attention the most? Is my breath being pulled into my lower abdomen? Is it being pulled into my chest, my diaphragm? Maybe it's the back of my heart. Maybe it's my throat. Where do I need myself the most? And I do this with observation. I do this without judgment, without criticism, without critique, without fixing. Knowing that I am whole and I am complete. I'm observing myself, reintroducing myself to me, becoming aware of the things that I need, becoming aware of where I am, truly, not where I want to be, not where I have been, but presently, where am I? As we inhale and exhale, inhale and exhale. Feeling the shoulders lift, right? The shoulders gently lifting and dropping. And I notice the more relaxed I become with each inhale and exhale, the breath work, that natural rhythm of my breath, starts to exude all over me as my shoulders lift, meeting my breath. As my shoulders drop, as I exhale, I even sit deeper into my seat. I like that. I like that the breath is allowing my body to feel safe. I like that the breath and the rhythm of my breathing is allowing me to feel grounded, stable. This is my introduction to my own peace. And don't worry if your mind has begun to drift. Go ahead and gently nudge it, bringing it back to center. Reminding yourself that no past, no future, no experiences, no criticism, no other voice needs you more in this moment than you. Inhaling. And exhaling. Taking another deep inhale in. And letting out a full exhale. I'm going to begin to drop my chin into my chest. My shoulders stay centered. There's a natural curve in my spine. No need to exaggerate it at all. Just slowly letting the head become heavy. And as my chin reaches my chest, so as close as my body will allow in this moment, I'm going to softly open my eyes, bringing myself back to the room, back to the center. Blinking, maybe slowly, maybe rapidly. And then I'll begin to lift my head. Hi. So how was that for you? How do you feel? That's good. So the reason that I talk through the beginning of the breath work instead of giving silence is because when we work with trauma, right, we don't want to leave them alone. So much of trauma-informed work is saying, without saying, right, I am here with you. I am here with you. Notice I didn't say I'm here for you. There's no superiority. There's no hierarchy, right? Like I'm not in a better space than my student. My student is teaching me and I am teaching my student. We are both students. So I am here with you. So I talk through the mindfulness so that I remind them that they're not alone. They're not alone. Scary and dark things have happened to people in trauma when they've been alone. Giving them a few minutes in class to let them know that they are safe and they're not alone is paramount. So that's how I introduce the breath work, right? And I love that outside, there's so much going on. I'm in New York City. There's a hustle and bustle. In a perfect yoga class, we have that silence and we're like, oh, a minute of silence. But really, for me, right, working in underserved communities, I don't always have the luxury. And so it's talking through it. It's walking people through it. There's many distractions outside. And the only thing that matters is being present, is being still and working on feeling safe, despite the outside noise. All right, well, I hope that that was okay. I hope that you can do just a body scan, right? Just a check-in, like how does everything feel? Hi, I'm back. Sorry, my phone was ringing. Do you feel more relaxed? Do you feel calm? How are you feeling in this moment? Very important. And so we'll move on, right? And so I like to start with some seated postures before we just kind of throw ourselves onto the mat. We are in some seated postures. And so I like to just start with just moving my shoulders around, right? And so this is a rotation of my shoulders, something very simple, something very, very, it feels amazing to me. It's very relaxing. And so my shoulder rotation is going to start with me going backwards, right? So I'm rotating my shoulders backwards, rotating them backwards. Maybe some lifts a little higher than others. If I can get my shoulders to my ears, to the back of my chair, and then drop. Pulling my shoulders all the way forward, lifting up, pushing my shoulders all the way back so that maybe my shoulder blades are reaching, and then dropping. And then yoga is about so much balance, right? So we go in the opposite direction now, maybe bringing those shoulders forward. So the first thing I'll do is squeeze my shoulder blades together, lifting up to my ears, and then motioning forward. And this feels good for me. This feels good for me. But if you at any time feel uncomfortable, or maybe you feel a little too stiff in this moment, that's okay. That's okay. Be where you are. You don't have to force, you don't have to push yourself through anything that doesn't feel good. Rotating those shoulders backwards, rotating them forward, and then I'm just going to drop. I'm going to drop my shoulders by my side. I might even just pull my spine forward, pull my chest forward, wiggle it out, shake it out a bit, and just relax. And just relax. Feeling what that felt like. Feeling that release and tension. How did I feel before I started the rotation? Do I feel a difference now? So I'm going to sit upright, creating a natural curve in my spine. Aligning my abdomen with my chest, with my shoulders, in a position that feels comfortable for me. Finding yours is important. And then I'm going to take some seated cat-cows, right? So I'm placing my palms close to my knees just for support as I'm just gradually growing into the posture. Nothing that we haven't done different, nothing that we've done different so far. So I'm going to reach my chest. I'm going to lift my chest up, reach my shoulders up, pull them back, and hold. And maybe inhaling here. And then exhaling, letting it go. Dropping the chin to my chest. Inhaling again, lifting my heart forward, pulling my shoulders behind me, and then exhaling, letting it go. The inhale and exhale is so important. We bring into our body all that our body needs, that attention, that space, that time. And on the exhale is when we trust that when we let go, we'll be all right. Coming back into a neutral position. Letting go does not mean losing. Sometimes releasing is just about balance. It's just about balance. So don't be afraid to let go. We hold so much in. On that inhale, right? In each posture, on that inhale, bringing the attention that we need to all parts of our body. It's equally important to let it go. Share. Give what you've learned back. It's the only way we get to keep our peace. So I am still in my seated position. This time I'm going to take a couple seated twists. So now that I've really worked on my back, I've really worked on my heart and opening my heart and lifting my chest. I've created some space, some distance between my ears and my shoulders and just some relaxation. And I feel a little better. Not fully, but I feel a lot more relaxed than when I started the workshop, or the class, I should say. So now I'm going to go ahead and do some twist. And so I'm in a chair. And so I'm going to bring my left hand to the back of the chair. I'm going to bring my right hand to my left leg. The first thing I'm going to do is breathe. So I'm going to take a deep inhale in, and then I'm going to begin to twist my torso. Now my gaze is going to go with my torso. I'm going to take a deep inhale in and twist. And then exhaling, coming back to center. There's a lot of different moving parts there. So we'll do that again, okay? So the first time is always just trying to figure out what we're doing. And then the second time you get to experience what you're doing. So let's try that again. So I am going to take my left hand, put it behind me. And then I'm going to take my right hand and I'm going to put it somewhere on my left leg, right? And this is not about forcing. This is just a movement. We don't want to hurt ourselves. Remember, the priority of trauma-informed yoga is not to re-traumatize. Now, I am going to take a deep inhale in, and that inhale, if I pay attention, it lifts my chest, right? It lifts my chest. I feel uplifted. And then as I turn my torso, as I twist my torso, my gaze is going to go with my torso. The more I gaze back, the more I can actually twist my torso and do the same. So I'm going to take a deep inhale in. I'm going to twist. And then I'm going to come back to center. Remembering my balance, right? All parts of me deserve me. So I'm going to do the same on the opposite side. This time taking my right hand. Did I take my right hand? I took my left. Okay, so I'm going to take my right hand, put it behind my chair, put my left hand on my right leg, lifting that chest again, right? I'm lifting my chest again. My gaze goes with my torso as I twist. I inhale and twist. And then exhale, coming back to center. Going for one more round, I'm going to inhale. And twist. And then exhaling, coming back to center. Perfect. Just a quick check-in before we get into some standing postures. How are you feeling? Where are you in your practice? I hope that you're doing well. I hope that you're feeling well. And if anytime you need a break, know that you can always come back to your seated position. You can always come back. You're not missing a thing. Okay, so I'm going to transition from my chair onto my mat. And I'm going to show you a few of the standing postures that I teach when I teach my trauma-informed yoga class. Now, again, I ask that you have an open mind. This may feel and look a little bit different than your traditional yoga class, but remember, just because it looks different doesn't mean that it's not good. Yoga is about meeting our best selves, no matter how we get there. Okay, so remembering that so much of trauma-informed yoga is about language, right? And so I love teaching standing postures because there's so much strength in standing postures, right? So when I am on my mat and I am teaching a trauma-informed class, I like to lead with, what does it mean to be a warrior? When you think of a warrior, what do you think of? Can you envision yourself as a warrior? Do you believe that you're a warrior? When we go into our warrior postures, it's about the visualization that this is you. This is how you're showing up in society. This is how you're showing up in life. You are a warrior. You're necessary and you're needed. As I go into my standing postures, when I go into my warrior one, I go to the top of my mat. My feet are about 6 inches apart. I like to make sure that both of my feet are planted down evenly by lifting my toes. I lift my toes, I look down, making sure that my heels and the balls of my feet are 6 inches apart. That's the size of my pelvis, my hips. I know. Which will look different for everybody, right? And it's right underneath my shoulders. I drop my shoulders, I drop my arms to my side. I breathe into whatever is going to come. I know that I am safe. I am safe. So for me, I like to place my hands on my hips. And now this is my steering wheel, right? So I use my hips as my steering wheel. And so the first thing I'm going to do is step back. I'm going to lift my heel of my right leg, and I'm going to step back with my right foot. Stepping back with my right foot. My mat is a little crooked. You can't see, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so I place my right foot down. My heel is at a 45-degree angle. So that's just like a slant, right? And so that's going to protect my knee. So you'll adjust for however long or short your legs are, whatever you need, you're going to adjust that stance, right? Bringing that front foot forward. And then I'm going to go ahead and bend that front knee. Now, the catch is, remember, we don't re-traumatize ourselves. How do we do that? We take care of ourselves. That 45-degree angle in the back is for that back knee. Now, what are we going to do for the front knee? What's going to happen is I'm going to bend my knee at a 90-degree angle in the front. And I need to make sure that I see my toes. If I see my toes, I know I'm in the right direction. If I don't see my toes, what that means is that I have bent my knee too far and I could put myself in danger. You get to be safe. You get to be safe. Bring yourself to a 90-degree angle, what that looks like for you. Make sure that you can see your toes, specifically that pinky toe. And remember, our hands are on our hips. Here's why. So right now, my torso is at a tilt, right? But if I turn that steering wheel, there it is. I can bring my torso forward. I can bring my hips forward. And so now I can position myself for warrior one. Reaching my arms over my head, right? And so what naturally happens is our shoulders want to go close to our ears. We want to be safe. We want to be warm. Again, reminding ourselves that we are safe. So I get to relax those shoulders, drop my shoulders down, take a deep inhale in, and maybe I gaze up. What am I gazing at? What am I looking at? Some people say the ceiling. The ceiling is great, right? If you need a visualization, I like to say to myself, I am looking at my highest self. Here is how I am honoring my highest self. Continuing to breathe. Now, what the breath does is it gives us that safety. It gives us that strength, that comfort. Taking a deep inhale in and exhale. Relaxing those shoulders. See how that naturally happened? The breath gives us so much peace. Inhale, reaching up to my highest self, and then exhaling. One more time. Inhale. And then exhaling. Great job. I'm going to extend my arms. So the first thing I'm going to do is, remember, I have that left leg forward. So I'm going to bring my left arm forward. My right arm goes behind me. I'm getting ready for warrior two. So warrior two is where we take up space in the world, right? And we're unapologetic about it. So I'm going to take up some space in the world. I'm going to widen my stance. I'm widening my stance here. And so I just wanted to show you what it looked like for warrior one in this position. I know that my space isn't very huge, but just work with me here. So now I'm widening my stance. I'm taking up the space that I need, the space that satisfies me in the world, in society. I am opening up, right? I'm opening up and I'm safe. I'm safe to open up. So I have that front knee, and your knee may be getting a little tired. That's okay. You're just teaching your body something new. So I have my front knee at a 90-degree angle again, tilting over to make sure that I can see my toes. That's the safety there. Now, the difference is that back knee, remember out here was at a 45-degree angle. We're actually going to turn it to a 90-degree angle. So whichever direction that you're standing in this moment, the front leg, the front foot looks forward. That back leg, the back leg is at a 90-degree. That means it's shooting straight out. There's no more slant, but it's actually out now. So we're in our warrior two. So I'll bend in our knee. And again, we're widening our stance. So it may not be as short as it was before. Reaching our arms out wide, dropping our shoulders. Notice that my hips still want to do the same thing, right? Like they still kind of want to tilt. This is my body being a little lazy, and it just kind of wants to slouch. But I'm encouraging myself to stand strong, to find integrity in each posture. Where is my integrity? So I'm taking my hips from here, pushing them here. My torso is in front of me. I'm reaching my arms out. my gaze is to the left where my front arm is, right? And I'm looking right at that middle finger, maybe sitting down a little lower in my posture. Taking a deep inhale in. And then exhaling. Now, I notice that when I'm in my warrior postures, my breath is different. There's a little more fire behind it, right? I'm bringing heat to the body from this posture. And so I may or may not have that soft breath anymore. Notice where you are, right? Without judgment, without criticism. So as I say, inhale, inhale, I need that fire. I need that fire. I exhale, I let it go. This is my warrior. This is what it feels like to be a warrior to me. I bring the heat, right? What does being a warrior look like for you? So here we are. We're in our warrior 2. Now let's just add to this posture, right? What I'm going to do here is I'm going to start to tilt that front arm back, bringing that bringing that right arm behind me, sliding down that back leg. And then I'm going to reach that left arm over my head. I'm still gazing at my fingers. I'm still gazing at the ceiling on my higher self. Taking a deep inhale in. Here's how I'm honoring me. Exhale. Inhale. And exhale, coming back to center. Maybe stretching that leg out. Putting myself back into my 90-degree angle. Stepping forward. Yeah, I'm struggling. That's okay. Bringing both arms forward as I started is how I'm going to conclude. Coming back into that first warrior 1. Can you see me? Are you guys comfortable? And then stepping forward. So that was a lot of different direction. That was a lot of different instructions, right? And so remember, so the first time that we do a posture, or the first time that we sit into something different, we're just learning it. And so I invite you to try it again, right? So that we can experience it. And I'm here with you. And so we'll do this together. This time, maybe the opposite side, so I don't have to do both on one side. Here's the thing. So I had a baby about 24 months ago. My body isn't what it used to be. It's in a new space. And so I'm still learning a new me as well. So let's balance it out. So this time I'm going to go back with, I'm going to start how I started the first time around. I'm going to make sure that my feet are at 6 inches apart, lifting my toes just to make sure that there's balance. My hands are on my hips because my hips are my steering wheel. This is how I'm moving my body around, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and lift my left foot and step it back. Remembering that I get to take care of myself. And so how do I do that in my posture? Making sure that my heel is at a 45-degree angle behind me. And then bending my front knee, which would be my right knee. Making sure that I can see my toes. My front knee is at a 90-degree angle. That's how I'm taking care of my front knee. I see my toes, which means that I haven't gone too far ahead of me, which means that I'm good. I'm safe. My hands are still on my hips. This is my steering wheel. I notice that my torso is a little slanted, but I want to bring it forward, right? Everything is aligned. Everything is moving forward. I am moving in a forward direction. Perfect. Reaching my arms over my head, right? I notice that my shoulders are starting to lift towards my ears, which is totally okay. As I inhale, I allow them to. I welcome them to. Exhale and letting them know that they're safe, giving them space, giving space between my ears and my shoulders, my ears and my neck. I take a deep inhale in again. Maybe this time looking up, gazing at my highest self, honoring my highest self. And then exhale, dropping my shoulders. And then I'm going to go ahead and drop that heel back, my back heel down to a 90-degree angle. And then I'm going to try to do this so that I'm in the opposite direction. I'm going to show you what it looks like, but I can't do it in the opposite direction without turning my back towards the camera, and I don't want to do that. So I'm going to widen my stance into a warrior two, right? So this would be my left knee, not my right, but my left knee is. Are we back? Oh, there we are. Perfect. My left knee is bending, bringing my left knee ahead of me so that I'm at a 90-degree angle here. My back heel is down. I'm at a 90-degree angle. My foot is facing forward. And then I'm reaching my arms out, right? Now this is going to be your opposite side. Reaching my arms out, taking a deep inhale in, maybe sitting a little lower. I know I need to sit lower. I'm cringing at doing it. Inhaling and exhaling. Inhaling and exhaling. My front gaze is at that front middle finger. And then I'm going to start to pull forward and then reach back, right? Bringing that arm over my ear, back arm slides down that back leg. Here I am again, another offering to my highest self. Maybe visualizing what it is for me to be a warrior. What do I look like? What do I have on? What am I doing? Am I of service? How am I showing up in the world? Notice we're in peaceful warrior, right? There are peaceful warriors. And I heard a saying that said, I'd rather be a warrior in the garden than in a war and be a gardener. And I love that. Now I'm reaching back forward. Okay, so I'll come this way. So I'm reaching back forward. I'm back into my warrior one where my arms were reaching over my head. And then stepping forward and then stop. And let's shake it out. So in my classes, usually the standing series, it's about 20-25 minutes. We may go into some extensions of those postures. But again, the most important thing is to empower our students, right? So in a trauma-informed yoga class, you are going to have some students that are beginners. You are going to have some students that are more advanced, but all students are healing wounds. And so we want to talk to those wounds. We want to make sure that we are helping them discover where it hurts, discover where it feels tight, where it feels scary, and then talking into that. A lot of it is just visualization in the beginning, and then we gradually get into more advanced postures or just building on the foundation that we started. So another thing that I really love in trauma-informed workshops and classes is balancing positions. And so what I love about balancing positions is what I love regardless, whatever yoga class you take, wherever your mind is, it has to focus or you're going to fall. And that's okay. When we notice that we're falling, we can do something about it, right? Tree pose is always fun, especially in correctional facilities. It's something fun. It's something they've probably seen on Instagram, and they're just kind of like, why? I don't get it. But tree pose is one of my favorite postures as well. And so how do I start with my tree pose? The first thing that I like to instruct students is to envision themselves as the tree, right? And what is the most important part of the tree? It's the roots. The root is the best part of the tree. It is what makes everything else what it is. And so let's envision ourselves as that root. And what is a root? And visualizing what it is to be a root. Strength, consistency, reliability, responsibility, right? These are not scary words. These are actually words of empowerment, and they can be, right? So here we are. We're back in our standing posture. My arms are by my side. My shoulders are dropped. My gaze is forward. I invite you to try this. If it doesn't work for you, totally okay. You can just sit and watch and let me know what you think about it, okay? And so my feet are about 6 inches apart. I lift my toes again just to make sure that I am grounded. I'm where I need to be. My shoulders are down. And then I am going to, and this is not a posture of prayer. This is a posture of balance. And I'm also acknowledging my heart, right? So explaining to students that this is not a prayer. They're not doing anything religious here. This is just how we, it's an offering to our heart, right? And then I'm going to start to rock the weight onto the right side, which is where I'm going to start today. And then I'm going to slowly lift my left foot into my left thigh. That's great. And I probably should have done this first. Forgive me. I am still a little bit rusty in my class right now, but totally fine. We'll get there together. So I am going to find something to look at in the room. And I think we did this earlier when we did our mindfulness, right? Something that is consistent, something that is reliable. We want to get something that doesn't move, right? So it could be a spot on the wall or on the floor. Whatever it is, we want to focus. And breathing as we focus, right? Breathing as we focus. Breathing as we focus. Breathing as we focus. Breathing as we focus. Pushing that foot into the thigh, right? Standing tall on that standing leg. Maybe lifting the kneecap. There you are. And when I say there you are, there goes my stability. I see it. Maybe lifting our arms to our chest. Remember that this isn't religious, right? It doesn't have to be. This could be you honoring you. This could be an offering to your heart, to your highest self. Or it could just be balance. This is how I'm helping stay balanced. And if you feel comfortable, maybe lifting the arms over your head, right? And still, we're just gradually building on things that we've done all class today. Taking a deep inhale in, and then exhaling. Wonderful. Coming back down the way that we started, bringing my hands maybe here as that offering to myself. Maybe a quick thank you to myself for even trying, or not. Slowly bringing the foot down so that it meets the other foot on the mat. Dropping the arms on my side and shaking it out, right? So whatever that looked like for you, that's totally okay, right? The point is you tried, or not. The point is you had a boundary and said, this is not something I'm willing to do. And you stuck by it. Either way, I'm proud of you. Great job. And so that was just the instruction on how to accomplish the posture if you wanted to. But now I want you to experience it. So let's try on the other side. And so as I started before, I'm going to get my posture together, make sure that I am that root. Right? And so that root is about the consistency, the dependability, the reliability, responsibility, right? The responsibility. I welcome responsibility today. I don't run from it and I'm not afraid. Slowly lifting that opposite foot up, bringing it to the inner thigh. Now, make sure that you're not bringing your foot to your knee because you're pushing kneecap out of place, right? So you get to be safe in your practice. You don't want to re-traumatize your body. Making sure that it's on the inner thigh. Pushing that foot into the inner thigh. Maybe lifting the kneecap, right? Strengthening that standing leg. And then so your hips just kind of want to do that. I know mine do. But lifting the hip, right? That's going to give you some balance also. And then slowly bringing my hands together on my chest. This isn't religious. It doesn't have to be religious. This is not what we're doing. Yoga is not a religious practice. we are meeting our best selves. And maybe here is when we offer it. This is an offering to my highest self. Finding that consistent thing to gaze at in the room. And why is that important? Yes, so that you don't fall, of course, but also, right? Like what we do on the mat is how we show up in life. And I find when I focus on a stable goal, right? Like I've got my risky goals, I've got like my dream and my bucket list. But when I focus on a stable, solid goal, I move with ease. I move with ease, not perfectly, but with ease. If you feel comfortable, maybe reaching the arms over your head, right? Taking a deep inhale in and exhaling. Maybe looking up, that offering again to our higher selves. And then exhaling. And then bringing that foot down. We should bring it down slowly, but I was losing my little bit of time there. And so slowly bringing it down. Great. So those are my standing postures. Those are my balancing postures. I do a few back bends on the mat. Very few in the beginning. But what I did want to close out my class with today is how I close. We don't have a traditional Savasana all the time. Sometimes it can be really triggering for students to lay on their back. For students to lay on their back can be really triggering sometimes. And so I give them the option, right? If they choose to lay on their back in Savasana, maybe they'll bring their foot inward, right? So they'll maybe cross their leg over to the other side, or maybe they'll fold their knees up towards their chest and hug for a moment, maybe move it to the side. It really just, it's about safety, right? It's about finding safety within our body. So here's how I close my class. I usually use a visualization, right? So think of a beach, or think of a place that brings you the most peace. You could have been there before, or maybe you just imagine what it's like to be there. And I'll start with the visualization and we'll walk through it. We'll walk through what it sounds like, what it smells like, who's there with me, what do I have on? What does the sun feel like? Is there sun? Am I in the snow? What does it feel like to be in this moment? We'll go through that visualization together, and then we'll come back. We'll come back centered. There's also another way that I like to end class, and this is actually how I'm going to end it with you today, and it is a mantra, right? If trauma-informed yoga is about love and respect, if trauma-informed yoga is about consideration and compassion and awareness and healing, right? What is a takeaway? What is something that you can take away with you? Say to yourself until we meet again on the mat. I found a really, really nice mantra that I loved, and I just wanted to share it with you guys because it just makes me so happy. And so in the mantra, it says, taking a deep inhale in and exhaling, I am light, I am love, I am knowledge, and I am peace. My inner voice is my true voice. And as I speak with my inner voice, all of nature responds. I am the power and I am the strength that I have been looking for. I am light, I am love, I am knowledge. My inner voice is the only true voice. As I speak with my true voice, all of nature responds. I am the power that I have been looking for. As we take a deep inhale in and exhale, I like to place one hand on my heart, another on my abdomen. Two of the most important things to me is my heart for the world, and my inhale and my exhale, my breath, my life. Meeting myself exactly where I am today. Acknowledging that this place is sacred. I am sacred. And as I believe in my strength, my sacredness, I know the only way to continue to have who I am and to reside in it, I must offer it and give it away. May my sacred space, my heart, my compassion, my healing, my life, my love be of service to someone else in need. Taking a deep inhale in and exhaling. I'm taking another deep inhale in and exhaling. One more time. I'll take another deep inhale in and exhale. The light in me bows to the light in you. Namaste. Thank you so much for being here. I hope this was informative. I hope to see you at my Ashes workshop in the near future. There'll be so much more that I can show and offer you. Thank you so much, SOULFest. I love you guys. Happy Saturday. Go out into the world, be of service, be of love, be of kindness, be of respect. And remember, the main purpose of service is we do not traumatize or re-traumatize people. We try our best. We try our best. You are now trauma informed. I love you guys. My name is Bre Scullark. Follow me on Urban Peace Squad. It's so nice to be here. Thank you, everyone. Let's see if you guys have any questions for me. Whoa, this is a lot. You can say, okay. I love you guys. I don't know how to end my show. I'm going to try my best, but it was really nice being here with you guys in the morning. And thank goodness my baby gave us a minute. It's going to be a good day. Love you guys.
Hello, my name is Lara Land. I founded 3.5 Acres Yoga in early 2015 as a response to the social injustices I saw around me, and because of my many experiences since 1998, witnessing how yoga, meditation, and mindfulness techniques can transform lives. We are a Harlem-based nonprofit that partners with other nonprofits to bring them yoga and meditation to more successfully support their clients. Each year, we hold multiple trauma and diversity trainings for yoga teachers so that they too know how to teach in these settings. This training impacts their studio classes as well, and we believe it is one that is crucial for all yoga teachers to have. Studies show the meditative aspect of trauma-informed yoga changes the way we react to triggers and gives us the skills to manage physical or emotional symptoms that occur due to long-lasting trauma. Yoga changes our psychology so that the physical symptoms of stress and trauma are lessened.
The flexibility, that relaxation, I feel the strength that I now have makes my job significantly easier.
I think a lot of people might choose not to come to a yoga class because they feel that their body isn't right for yoga.
I would have never thought that I could do the things I can do now. It's made a profound difference for me.
What do you think of when you think of yoga? Poses on a mat? Perfect alignment?
Take a big breath in.
Reaching far beyond your toes? The beauty of yoga is that it's much more than a sequence.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yoga is asana and also activism.
Las manos que ayudan, that is hands that help.
Yoga is about a quiet, internal journey and a growing, powerful outward voice. Yoga is action, curiosity, empathy. Join us as we celebrate yoga, the diversity of the millions who practice it, and the power it gives us all. Because we are all for yoga, and yoga is all for us.
Oh, hello. Welcome, everyone. So excited to be here. Hope you all can hear me fine. Good. My name is Pilin Anice, and I'm so thrilled to be with you all here at SOULFest for, I believe, might be the 4th year in a row. And it's always such a privilege and a pleasure to move with this community. And as we come to practice today, I invite you to have a yoga mat. You can have yoga blocks, anything that you need to support you. And also listen to your body, always knowing that anything that I offer is just that. It's an offering, it's an invitation. And you are your own teacher first. So please adjust, modify in any way that you need to. This practice will be one where we connect into our bodies and find some freedom within rhythm. So there was a playlist that was in, I believe that's in the chat right now. So I encourage you to go ahead into Spotify and activate the playlist once I cue you to, because it is really going to be guiding the movement that we get into. And if you don't have it, you can have your own soundtrack in your head. That's fine too. So let's get started, my friends. In a cross-legged position, you can take your time to shift your weight side to side, just finding sits bones on the earth. And then as you arrive here, maybe roll the head, circle the shoulders around and back a few times. Just starting to allow yourself to drop into this experience of being in your body. Perhaps the eye gaze closes as you settle into stillness, or just allowing the gaze to drop down towards the earth. Wherever you are in this moment, just simply witnessing. There's nothing to change, nothing to fix, nothing to do right or wrong. It's just you with your body and your breath. And see if you can sit up just a bit taller, reaching through the crown, and we'll start to turn our attention a little more intentionally toward our breath. So your next inhalation, I invite you to allow your breath to travel deep into the lowest parts of the belly. And then as you exhale, squeezing empty. Again, inhale breath, allow the breath to go into low belly, to expand up to the rib cage. And then letting go once again. And on this next breath, see if you can let the breath go into low belly, into the rib cage, and then upwards into the chest. So filling up completely, and then exhale again, squeezing empty and letting go. This is known as Dirga Pranayama, or 3-part breath, and we'll continue to breathe this way throughout our practice. So as you inhale, like you're filling up a glass of water, you allow the breath to enter the lowest parts of the belly, expanding into the rib cage, and then upwards to the chest. Starting to notice the width, the fullness of the breath as it enters the front, back, sides of the body. So start to feel that for a few more breaths. See if you can deepen and allowing this breath to be an anchor that keeps your attention right here, deeply connecting to your body, to this moment. Being present with any sensations, any emotions, any thoughts. I'll stay here for one more deep breath in and letting go. And then allowing your hands to come to the heart space in prayer. We'll set an intention for this practice. Today, this is a flow of gratitude. So one where we connect into this vibration of appreciation for all that we have in this human experience. And that can be that which we welcome, that which we maybe don't want to receive, but all of it is a gift, the dark and the light. So we'll let this movement, this dance, this practice be one where we welcome and move with it. Let's take a deep breath. Inhale. Exhale, letting go. And you can go ahead from here, my friends. Allow your eyes to open if they were closed. Go ahead and activate your playlist now. So press play on that first track, and we're going to start moving. We're going to begin in an all fours position, so I invite you to find me there. I'm going to head back to my mat now. So as we find our all fours position, spread your fingers nice and wide, wrists in line with shoulders, knees in line with hips, and just start to bring movement into your body in any way that feels good. There is, again, no right, no wrong, just feeling, just space, just you with your breath. And there are many ways that this can look. This can be a circular motion. This could be a rocking forward and back, kind of through a child's pose and up towards a cobra or an upward dog. But let this be a check-in. Perhaps this is your first time moving today, or maybe you were with us for Bre's beautiful class, beautiful practice earlier. So maybe things are already warm. But see if you can tune in to the inner currents, the inner flow of your body, starting to guide it with intention, to create space and openness, receptive to that vibration of gratitude. Go ahead and reverse, my friends. Go the opposite direction. You can let this be a circle of the head, a cat-cow. Again, no right or wrong, just feeling, being in your body. So nice, everyone. And then the next time that you arrive with your hips reaching back, we're going to find a child's pose. So big toes touch. You can separate your knees to allow your chest to nestle in between that space of the thighs and let your arms reach forward as much as feels comfortable. Your forehead comes to the earth and we'll take a deep breath in here. So 3-part breath, feeling low belly, rib cage, chest, expand. Feel the breath enter the back body and exhale. See if you can melt, surrender down to the earth. Again, inhale, breath, feel up. And letting go. And just knowing, my friends, that at any time you need to have a moment to yourself to rest or just be still, this is always available to you. Let's take it back into that hands and knees position from here. And we'll gently line up those knees again with the hips. Just make sure things are nice and in alignment. And we'll shift our hips forward. Begin to bend your elbows, lowering down to your belly. So pubic bone comes to the earth. Fingertips line up with shoulder blades. Elbows hug in towards side body. We'll inhale, pull your heart through. And then as you exhale, press into the palms. Let your hips sink back. Child's pose. We're going to find this little ripple, this wave of energy. Again, inhale, begin to slide the heart through. Elbows in towards side body, lift through heart. Exhale, hips reach back. Again, my friends, we'll do that a few more times. So we slide through the heart, And the heart releases down. So there's like this ripple of energy, this current that you connect to. Beautiful. See if you can start to feel the awakening of the spinal column, releasing any compression, finding a tempo or a speed that works as we take it 2 more times. One more. Beautiful, friends. The next time you slide through that cobra, we're going to hold here this time. So let your legs come together, tops of the feet flat. Gently pull back on the hands and see if you can shine your heart forward just a bit more. Think of lengthening out of low back and finding a space of movement here. Mobility through that mid spine. Just stay. Notice the sensations. Notice your breath. One more. And then as you exhale, we'll gently press into palms. Find your way back to hands and knees. Set up nice and stable through those palms. Spreading fingers wide, we'll extend the right leg back behind you. Inhale, breath. Exhale, square hips. Pull your knee in towards your nose. Rounding spine. Press the earth away from you as the shoulder blades protract. Take that twice more. Your pace, my friends. Inhale. Breathe in. Exhale. One more time. Inhale, extend, reach long. This time as we exhale, knee to nose, we'll step the foot in between the hands. You can give a little help if you need to, bringing the hand behind that right foot. Wiggling the toes towards the front of the mat. We want ideally to find that knee over the ankle. Perhaps hands come to blocks here. Take an inhale, lift through your heart. And then exhale, gently sink your hips back, finding that Ardha Hanumanasana or half split pose. And we're going to find a little pulse here, my friends. So the inhale will rock forward, and the exhale, we reach back. And if you find that you want to linger forward or back as we start to awaken those hamstrings, the backs of the legs, that's it. Beautiful. Deep breath in and out. Perfect. And the next time that you shift forward, my friends, we'll hold, plant your right foot, arms on the inside of right leg. We're going to sweep our right leg back behind. Keep it lifted, fold it in half this time, and take some circles here. Knees circling in space. And then reverse, go the opposite direction. Taking your attention right to where you feel energy moving, heat building. Just being with this experience of connecting to the body, of breathing with the body. We'll inhale here, my friends, and extend the leg long. Take a breath. Press the palms into the earth. Feel strong, powerful through the trunk. And then exhale, slowly lower, right leg down. Take a moment to find that child's pose, hips towards heels. Inhale, sneak through. Let your heart slide across the earth as you lift, flooding yourself with gratitude with each breath. Again, inhale, slide it through, lift heart. Exhale. One more time, one breath, one movement. We lift. And we reach it back, hips to heels. And then begin to lift once again to that all-fours position. We'll extend our left leg back behind us. Square hips, square shoulders, bellies nice and lifted. Inhale. Exhale, draw the knee to the nose. Scoop out through your belly. Inhale, extend. Exhale, knee to nose. One more like that. Breathe and extend nice and long. This time, exhale, we'll bring the knee to the nose and then lift a little more to step that foot forward. Again, place the hand behind the foot if you need a little help. Make space for your body in any way that you need to. Inhale, breath here. Loop your shoulders back. Shine your heart forward. Think. And then exhale, so your hips back towards your right heel as you work to lengthen your left leg. And coming to a straight leg, my friends, is not the goal. We are simply massaging the hamstring, opening through hip flexor, and we're just breathing with this motion. Just watching The trajectory of the sensation, noticing how it shifts and changes, how it transforms with each breath. Beautiful. One more time. Again, you can linger, stay in any place in between there. Pull those bellies in, my friends, as you come back forward. Bring the arms on the inside of your left leg. Plant your palms, feel stable and strong as you sweep left leg back behind you. Keep it folded in half. Adjust the hands if you need to. Wrist in line with shoulders. Start to circle that knee. Big sweeping circular motion. And then reverse, go the opposite direction. So we find gratitude for the still moments. We find gratitude for the moments where we build heat that connect us into this body, that remind us this experience of being human. Go ahead, extend that leg out. Breathe long. Inhale. And then exhale, release. Take it down. From here, my friends, again, find that child's pose. We'll slink through. Oh, 2 more times. So we'll live through heart. Nice. This next time that you press up and back, I invite you to curl your toes under and make your way into a bent knee downward dog. So keeping a nice generous bend in the knees as you feel your belly scoop up, feel your tailbone, sits bones reach towards the earth. Bend those knees deep. Gently adjust your palms. Make sure you feel stable and firm here as you hollow out the armpit. Maybe shake the head out, yes or no. Take a breath in here. Exhale, see if you can tip your tailbone towards the sky more, creating more length through low back. One more deep breath in, deep breath out. And then work to straighten those legs, my friends, and take your gaze towards top of the mat. We're going to walk our feet forward, right and left. And we're going to find the top of our mat in a forward fold. Go ahead and go out and hold opposite elbows here. Take a little sway. And you can ask yourself, what feels good in this position? How can I nourish myself in this position? Maybe it's, again, a shake of the head. Maybe it's bringing arms behind the back. Maybe it's just letting the arms dangle, feeling the body, the torso, the upper body kind of draped in space. Take a breath in and out. One more breath in. As we exhale, release, arms come down, soften knees. We're going to roll it all the way up through your spine. Take your time, no rush. Perfect. Let those feet go nice and wide here. Take a breath in, sweep arms up. Big exhale, we're going to bend the knees. Take your chest forward. Inhale again, sweep up, lift through heart. Big exhale, take it forward. That's it. One more inhale, reach up. Exhale, bend the knees, think your hips back. This time, my friends, we're going to inhale, let the arms sweep up. Exhale, let your right arm come down to the earth, leaning over to the right. So reaching left arm up and overhead, breathe in, and then exhale, lifting up. Take it to the other side. Left arm down. Breathe in, breathing out. Inhale, lift both arms. Again, find that side body stretch. Lifting up on inhale. Exhale, lean. Beautiful. This time, my friends, we're going to inhale, lift. Exhale, let that right arm come down towards the earth. We're going to gently begin to spiral our chest down towards our right leg. Let yourself sweep around through center. And almost as if that right arm, that right elbow, we're lifting you back up, we find space. Gorgeous. Left arm reaches up. Take that lean. Take it over. Sweep. Again, right arm lifts. And we're just going to take a little circular motion here. Now, if your hamstrings are tight, please soften the knees. Let this feel good. An opportunity, my friends, in this practice will be always to find freedom in your body, your unique expression of movement, connecting to feeling, gratitude for all the ways that your body are able to move in this moment. One more. And this time as we lift, we'll hold. And we're just going to switch sides. Left arm reaches down. Take it up and over. Turn your chest down, sweep your chest. Left shoulder, left elbow, left fingertips carry the torso up, only to flow back down. The swooping motion of your chest, of your torso, of the arms, staying stable in your foundation. Nice. Just a few more. How can you let your breath propel you here? Can you feel where the beginning, the middle, the end of this movement, it rested your body? One more. We'll lift, left arm, right arm reaches, take a moment to hold. Spread the arms nice and wide, finding that star pose. Spread fingers, soften your shoulders, maybe close your eyes, just feel. Notice the energy moving the torso. Deep breath in. Exhale, start to let the hands come into the heart space. Reconnect to gratitude for all that is, all that's moving through, my friends. Go ahead, take your gaze down to the earth. Heel-toe feet together. Big breath in. Big breath out. Tap your seat back. A little Utkatasana pose. Exhale, press to the feet. Stand all the way up. Inhale, tap your seat. Exhale, press down, lift up. Tap. Nice. Now you can stay at this pace, my friends, or you can go a little faster. We're going to generate some heat, allowing that heat to be an element that transforms our bodies, that transforms our minds and our spirit. Letting that heat keep you here, keep your attention in this moment. 2 more. Weight to the heels. Shins draw back. Nice. This next time we're going to come down and we're going to hold. Maybe close your eyes. Just feel. Weight into those heels. Beautiful. Deep breath in. Exhale. Can you find that 3-part breath here intentionally? Low belly, rib cage, chest. How does it feel to breathe here? How does it feel to sustain? What surfaces? As you stay present. 1 more. You got it. Breathe in. Big exhale. Press through those feet. Stand all the way up, my friends. So nice. Exhale. Let hands come down through the heart. We're going to bend the knees. Expand through your chest. Bring it back. Inhale. Open. Expand. Exhale. That's it. Expand. Pull it back. And open. Now again, when we come to these movement intervals, you always have the option to stay at this pace. You can also take it slow, kind of milk it, say, ooh, what's there? Or you can really get into it. So you tap into, again, where you are in this moment, where you are on this fine morning. Beautiful. Hopefully you have that rhythm. If not, find your own. That's it. Keep it going. Start to feel energy stirring across your heart center. Gratitude is the language of the heart. So when we connect into our heart, we tap into gratitude. So I want you to think about any arm or anything that is kind of muddled here in the heart center. We are transforming it. We are creating freedom across our chest with each breath. Nice. Hold it here. Open out. Inhale. Exhale. See if you can sit those hips back a little bit more. Maybe reach your arms. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. So we're in that chair pose and we stay. Soft shoulders. Focus your gaze. 2 more breaths wherever you are. Do what you can, my friends. Maybe you're nice and low. Maybe you come up more if you need to. But wherever you are, you feel, you breathe, you receive whatever is here for you. Take 1 more. Inhale. This time, my friends, as we exhale, we release our chest. Let the arms sweep up behind you. Inhale, sweep the fingertips, lift. Big exhale, let it go. Breathe in, lift. Exhale, let it go. 2 more like that. Inhale, lift. Exhale, let it go. 1 more. Inhale, reach. Big exhale, let it go. We fold, stretch the legs, plant those palms. We're going to find the plank. Breathe in, press the shoulders away from the ears, chin off your chest, wrap in towards center, tap your knees down to the earth if you need to, my friends. Adjust, modify, feel, and breathe. We inhale. And then as we exhale, bend those elbows. We're going to slide it through, find that cobra or that upward dog. You see what feels good. Exhale, hips high, lift up, downward facing dog. We'll let our right leg sweep up behind. And then step your right foot forward in between your hands. Again, give a little help if you need to. Lower down through your left leg, root down through left palm. Take your right arm to sky. Finding a little twist here. Inhale. Big exhale, stay. Gently drawing right outer hip back, belly button hugging in towards the center line of the body. Your thigh bone hugging towards your heart. Breathe in here. Exhale, send your right fingertips towards your left toes. Inhale, sweep the arm up. Exhale, sweep it back. Again, inhale, reach. That's it. Allowing these moments of movement to invite a sense of curiosity of the way that the body experiences breath, experience flow in these positions that sometimes we remain stagnant in. But here we try to find space. We take up more. We discover more. As you breathe in here, nice. Exhale, release hand to the earth. Plant the palms. We're going to curl the back toes under. Lift that back leg. Left foot steps next to your right. You fold. Inhale, sweep the arms, lift. Come to stand. Exhale, let it go. Ha. Inhale, reach up. Exhale, let it go. Again, inhale, lift. Now you can take these release swings a little bit faster if you like. You can also slow them down. Making space. Right? We're clearing away anything that's getting in the way of that gratitude. We take it all the way forward, my friends. Plant those palms again. We find that plank. Nice and strong. Breathe in into your foundation. Big breath out. Go ahead, tap those knees down if you need to. Pull your belly in. Take one more breath. Exhale, elbows bend. We slide our heart through. Cobra or up dog. You feet. What feels right in this moment? Let your hips lift to the sky. We're going to let our left leg come forward this time. Step the foot. Help if you need to. Make space for your body as you lower right leg down. Right foot on the inside of that left foot. Hug your belly in towards the left thigh as you rotate through thoracic spine. So mid-spine, belly button, rotating. Can you find that 3-part breath here? Low belly, rib cage and chest. Expand and reach. Settle in here. Adjust in any way that you need to. Nice. Next inhale, my friends, we sweep the fingertips back and then sweep it up. Maybe your gaze follows, keeping your attention here in your body, in this experience. Nice. And then lift up. One more. We sweep it back here. We hold. Inhale. Nice. Let that go. Left hand frames with the back leg. Breathe in. Push off. Step it forward. Root down, rise up. Inhale. Let the arms reach. Big exhale, hands down through the heart. We expand again. Bring it in. Expand and bring it in. Nice. Open out. Breathe in. Big breath out. Almost there. You can go a little bit faster if you like. See where your energy is. You always have the knob. You turn it up. You turn it down. We're going to hold here in 3. Breathe in for 2. Nice. Now on 1, hold it. Maybe set the feet together. Feel nice and comfortable here. Draw your hips back. I want you to spread your fingers wide. Send your heart forward just a bit more. Feel the stretch across your heart center. Expanding in all directions, my friends. North, south, east, and west. Begin to take the arms up. Breathe in. Big breath out. Sink it back. One more. Inhale, breath. Exhale, sink it back. Last one. We'll breathe it in. Exhale, press into those feet. Stand all the way out. Take your feet wider. Turn your toes out, heels in. Bring the hands down through the heart. Take a moment to settle into this goddess pose. We are goddesses of gratitude here in this moment. Just settle. Reconnect. Low belly, rib cage, chest expand. Exhale, contract. Now we got a new rhythm, my friends. Hopefully you're following along with this playlist. We're going to take our arms out to the side. You're going to give me circles here around to the right. Nice and easy does it. Now it's okay. I want to tell you to find a little joy as you move your hips. That's it. Take them all the way around. Now, once again, my friends, where are you in this moment? You want to dial it up? You want to dial it down? Right? You can take it a little bit tighter, a little smaller. Breathe in, breathing out. And then if it feels good to move a shoulder, woo, as you move the hips, If it feels good to circle the head, right? Find a little stanky leg. You can do that too. You just feel, you just breathe. You receive the beauty of this moment, the joy of being in this body. That's it. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Root down, rise up, stretch the arms, stretch the legs. Big exhale, the way we start, my friends. We bend, we sweep. Inhale, press down, lift. Exhale, take up space. What is it that you are grateful for in this moment? Connect to it, fill yourself with it. When we connect to that vibration of gratitude, we open ourselves to receiving beauty, abundance, peace, joy, all those good things we sprinkle around. Go ahead, bend those knees, take the arms out. We're gonna go around to the left this time. Nice and easy does it. New side. It's one of my favorite things to do, my friends. It's like taking out the oil can, right? And we're just getting it all in those places. This is especially great this time of year, at least here in the East Coast where we have shifted seasons, right? Things can get dry and creaky, but no. We're going to keep things oiled, lubricated, and smooth so that we can ready to walk into this season ready to be in full action. That's it. Take it a little bit faster. Again, move a shoulder. You can let the arms go. You can do whatever feels good. Breathe in, breathing out. Let it go, my friends. Maybe drop a little deeper into those legs. Hello. Nice. Inhale here again. Pause. Sweep the arms. Exhale. Bring it down. Inhale. Reach. Exhale. One more. Inhale. Lift. Let it go. Breathe in. Reach. Nice, my friends. This time we're going to inhale. Hold it up. Nice. We're going to take it over to the left. Sweep it around. Lift it up. So that same little sweeping motion, but see if this time you can find and make this more fluid. Yes, so it's smooth, no beginning, no middle, no end, just one big sweeping motion that flows right into the next. You can reverse, go the opposite direction. Release through the crown of the head. Soften the knees. Keep your belly engaged. Nice. This clearing motion for me represents the element of the wind. Right? It's clearing away what's not serving, clearing away what we don't need. It also stirs us up. One more. As we lift here, we're going to hold and then start to just take the feet right and left. So finding a little step. That's it. Arms are open, wide, heart is lifted. Start to add a little bit of a shoulder. Yes. You got it. Maybe take the gaze up. Let the stream of gratitude pour into your heart. Taking it side to side. We're going to start to allow the arms to find more of a swing. And this movement, my friends, does not need to look like what I'm doing. It's going to look any way that your body expresses movement in this moment. That's it. Breathing in. Again, clearing away obstacles. Breathe. We're going to hold it here through center once again. Then the knees drop deeper. Take the arms down. We're going to go with the shoulders. That's it. Shoulders. Now, if you want to let go with a nice audible exhale, sometimes that's a wonderful thing to do. Sometimes it's needed. Do not resist the urge that comes up. Let your body breathe. Let your body move. Let your body vocalize and express in any way that feels good. You can stay right here or a little faster. Yes. Let the head go. Think about releasing, again, anything that's not serving. We just had a new moon in Scorpio this week, right? It's a transformative energy right now. So let it go. I invite you to start to move in any way that feels good. Let that little shoulder movement start to connect down to your feet. And as you move your feet, start to let them just walk underneath you. Bringing it in, we're going to take the arms wide. And you're going to give me a nice little shimmy. Yes. So anything that you're not wanting, anything that's not serving, you are shaking it out. Woo! That's it, my friends. Just shake. You can shake it down to the earth. You can shake it up to the sky. You can shake a leg. You can shake those hips. You can shake an arm, an elbow, a wrist, a finger. You shake it all out. And just imagine energetically you are sending away anything that's not serving. Keep shaking. You're almost there. We have just a few more seconds to shake. Do not stop. You keep going. It doesn't matter if it's just one shoulder, if it's both shoulders. You are shaking. You are feeling. You are enlivening your body with your breath, with movement. That's it. Freeing yourself. Anything not serving. Nice. Shake it down to the earth. Shake it up to the sky. Stay here. Shake. That's it. A little bit more. Keep that shimmy going. Keep those hips moving. Root through your feet. Inhale. Press down. Lift up. Amazing. Big exhale. Let that go. Again, inhale. Press through the feet. Rise up. Big exhale. Like a snow globe, my friends, those pieces, those particles that we've just shaken, we start to allow them to settle, arranging themselves in a new position, a new way of being, transformed by the movement, transformed by your breath, will sweep up. Exhale here, my friends. We're going to fold over your legs. You can widen out if you need to, heel toe those feet a little bit wider. Take an inhale here. Maybe find a little more length through your spine as you pull your belly in. Maybe you find a soft bend in the knees. Check in with your hamstrings and give your body space here to just melt. Elbows bend. Gather blocks if you need, but see if you can release through the crown. Nothing to hold on to here. Maybe just close your eyes and feel the sensation. Watch. Each breath allowing. Each exhale releasing. Let your hands come over to the right. Grabbing a hold of that right ankle if that's available. Again, you can widen your stance if you need to. Bend the knees as much as you need to. Try to keep your hips nice and level. Option to stay right here. Gently bowing your heart forward towards the right leg. Maybe you keep your left hand on your right foot and allow your right arm to sweep to the sky, finding a little twist. Deep breath in. Deep breath out. And then take your time to let that go. Hands and arms, legs, crown comes back through center, and we pass it over to the other side. The whole body fully immersed in your attention to this experience. Feel that stretch through the leg. You either hold here or sustain. Maybe you engage a twist if that feels good. Let your body be what guides you. The beautiful thing about this practice is it really invites and cultivates a deep connection with our body's unique wisdom. It gives us an opportunity to truly listen and to respond to what our bodies need moment to moment, to what our spirits need moment to moment. The practice of healing, of breathing, of connecting. One more inhale. Exhale wherever you are. Release your heart. Release it back to center. We'll let hands come underneath you, and we're going to heel toe our feet together. We're going to find a malasana squat pose. So the feet will come about hip distance. You're going to keep your heels toed in, your toes out. This is a great space for blocks if your hips are a little tighter. You can always have a block underneath you to sit. We'll bring our arms on the insides of the legs. Press the palms together. And just find your malasana, your squat pose. Invite you here to close the eyes, go inward. Can you find that 3-part breath? That breath that's generous. That breath that moves beyond the lungs, expanding through the torso, through the limbs, through every fiber of your being. Can you feel up? And can you let go? We have one more here, my friends. Stay present, stay connected. And then we'll exhale, let hands come down to the earth. We'll make our way here into a forward fold. So our legs are going to extend long. Find your sits bones, take any fleshy part from underneath, adjust. We'll breathe in here to sweep the arms up. As your heart expands, we'll begin to lead like a string, gently pulling your heart towards your flexed toes. Hands can come to rest at knees, shins, ankles, maybe connecting to the feet is available to you today. Not forcing, not straining, but simply, again, being with your body and what's present for you in this moment. Take your time, my friends, to inhale, to reach up, arms alongside ears. Exhale, let hands come down through prayer. Anjali Mudra, right at your heart center. Reach long through your spine. Maybe close your eyes. Continuing to energize through your legs and reach up long through your crown. Can you feel the space, the earth beneath you, the sky above, and in the center, your heart beating, pulsing. Sending vibration of love and gratitude throughout your body. Let's take one more breath in here. As we exhale, we're going to extend those fingertips forward towards your toes. Let your palms separate and then take your time to slowly lower yourself down to your mat. Finding just a moment of connecting to that core, that center, that place where we activate our power. And you're going to lower yourself all the way down to your back. Once you arrive on your back, take a moment to check in with your body. Where do you feel sensation? Where do you feel energy flowing? And if there a pose or a stretch, something that your body needs in this moment, it might be a twist, it might be a happy baby, it might be a bridge, it might just be laying in stillness. Wherever you're choosing to be, my friend, stay connected to that breath, that flow, that rhythm. That breath, a thread, continues to weave this kind of cloth of gratitude that we've created in this practice, this cloth of connection to self. And when you feel ready to allow yourself to come to rest wherever you are, you can come into stillness. Maybe allow the eyes to close. And I invite you here to take the hands, if you're able, and place them at your heart center. The left hand on your heart, the right hand on top. So even as you rest on your back, and if you're choosing to also maybe come to a seated position, you can. Again, do what feels right in this moment. With the hands resting at the heart center, just tune in to that beat. That supreme pulse. This continuous breath, continuous beat with life flowing through you. And as you rest here in stillness, absorbing the fullness of your breath, the fullness of this moment, just be still. letting anything that's not serving dissolve with each breath. Feeling the entire weight of the body surrender to the earth. We'll stay here for just a few more moments and rest. Allowing the energy and vibration of gratitude to flow through your body. Allow it to stream through you as you completely surrender and allow yourself to become one with the beat of the heart. And I invite you to stay in this position of rest as long as you like. If you'd like to end our practice and our brief meditation that we'll find in an upright position, you can take your time here to start to bring movement back to your body. Softly moving, gently moving. But as you make your way quietly to this seated position, I invite you to continue to maybe keep the eyes closed or that downward gaze so that your inner realms are still activated, that you're still present. Cherishing each moment that you have with yourself in this intimate way. And then as you find whatever position you're choosing, whether you're sitting upright or on your back, perhaps you keep hands at heart, perhaps you rest them on your belly or on your thighs. But wherever you are, finding this position of alertness, of presence, of softness at the same time. Comfortable and easy, we'll start to come back to that Dirga Pranayama, that deep, full, expansive breath. This breath that takes up space, that expands to every fiber of your being. And let your intention just rest on the breath, feeling it as movement that enters and exits your body. Allowing yourself to relax with each exhale, to soften with each exhale. Then turn your attention to your heart. This pulsing heart. This heart that connects us to the infinite. That pulses harmoniously with the vibration of the universe. So as you settle your attention here at your heart center, just feeling and notice what's there without pushing anything away. How does your heart feel in this moment? Allowing your energy and your focus to be on, of course, gratitude, love, and compassion for whatever it is that's present. And then I invite you to call something to mind that you are grateful for in this moment. Your attention steady on your heart. Listen into your heart for that answer of what it is that you're grateful for, that you appreciate in this moment. It could be something that you've received, something you've given, something that you're moving through. But as you find whatever this is, knowing that everything that we experience is a gift. So allow that gratitude to begin to fill the area around your heart. Imagining that with each breath, each pulse from the heart center, that gratitude pours outwards, expands and radiates into the chest, into the arms, the hands, the legs, the feet, your toes. Visualize and seeing that gratitude fill you up from top to bottom, side to side. And just stay with that feeling. Perhaps feelings of warmth, of lightness. And then taking a deep breath in. As you exhale, just reveling in this feeling, this vibration, resting here for a few more moments. And we'll take another deep breath in and deep breath out. Letting this song of gratitude stay with you. And wherever you are in this moment, you can begin to maybe, if you're still on your back, maybe make your way into a seated position slowly, bringing movement back into the body. If you're sitting in a traditional seat of meditation, sitting upright, taking your time to perhaps begin to bring gentle movement into your body, wiggling fingers, toes. And then when you're ready, you can float the eyes open, letting hands come to the heart center. And just notice what's present. Notice what's available. What you were able to open through in this practice, what you were able to receive, what you were able to let go of. What still may be lingering. but perhaps maybe a little more tender. Whatever's present, just find gratitude for it. We'll take a deep breath in together and a collective exhale. Let's do that twice more. Deep, full breath in, and then exhale, let it go. One more time, collectively. Deepest breath you've taken all day, right here, and then let it go. As we bring the hands into prayer, we say Ashe, which means so it is. Thank each of you so much for joining, for moving with me. I hope you feel good in your bodies, that you feel more connected, more present, more alive. And I want to thank the SOULFest community so much for having me. It's always such a gift to be with you. Again, my name is Pilin Anice, and I hope to stay connected with you all via social media. And you can also move with me several other places. So check out my website if you're interested in moving again. Thank you all so much. Peace, love, and joy to everyone. Bye.
My name is Yana, and I'm the publisher and editor-in-chief of New York Yoga Life magazine. I'm so excited about our body issue. We've been working on it now for 2 years. It's coming out at the end of this year, and we're going to have tons of new content for everyone.
Excited to bring the body issue with Diane Bondi and Angelica Wilson. Hope you enjoy.
I'm really excited because I've interviewed Mel Russo, and she's created a really beautiful playlist. She is known for her playlist and her vinyasa classes.
I'm really excited for all of you to read our upcoming body issue coming out this fall 2021.
I cannot wait for you guys to read all about all the places we visited in Hoboken for our city spotlight in our next issue coming out later this year.
We're super excited to actually launch a couple of cool stories, including roller skating. We're gonna get down and groovy out in Queens and Manhattan and Brooklyn, just rolling around with some really cool people. So we hope you like the article and the stories to come.
I can't wait for you guys to read our body issue coming out this fall.
I'll start right now. Oh, good morning, everyone. Hello. My name is Kyle Dupree, and I am representing Sacred Space Astoria here for SOULFest. Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of your Saturday. I truly appreciate it. Happy Saturday to you all. I know you see me in this grand space here. I'm currently performing in Alabama. So yoga is brought to you anywhere, yeah? It's universal. It can be done at any time to calm the soul and calm your mind. So I offer that to you today. Awesome. For today's class, we will be doing Simply Flow. I'm sure you see some of my cast members back there about to take class with me. We're about to do Simply Flow, which basically means really focusing on the meditative aspects of yoga as opposed to looking at yoga in a physical format, a workout, or anything of that nature. You know what I mean? Not that that's bad, but really tapping into the dharma of or theme that yoga is truly a moving meditation. Yeah. So maybe when you're flowing throughout class today, you'll notice some postures that are familiar to you, Warrior Two, triangle pose, things of that nature. Really allow yourself to fall into them in a soft place, yeah? Not necessarily working to your extreme physical postures, but really allowing yourself to tap into that mental space, yeah? So maybe some of the postures are a little bit softened. Maybe your stances aren't as wide as they normally are. Still feeling grounded in who you are and yourself, but really tapping into that mental space, yeah? So we'll tap into that now. We're gonna start today's flow on your mat in a comfortable seated posture. We're really just going to allow ourselves to come into the space, come into our mat. So we'll take a few minutes with the eyes closed and just focusing on our natural breath. Yeah, I'll meet you guys there in just a second. All right, everyone. I'm going to start in Hero's Pose, but you're more than welcome to sit in Easy Pose, half lotus, whatever you need to feel grounded in this moment. Nice long spine here, really feeling energy going out through the crown of the head. Beautiful. Allow the eyes to close here and again. Just let your natural breath take over. Nice. While you're here, try to tap into a feeling of joy for yourself, something that brings you light. It could be something as simple as, oh, I drank as much water as I wanted to yesterday. I'm feeling hydrated and healthy. Or something as simple as, I arrived on my mat today, and that's enough. Feeling the rise and fall of the chest. Nice. Find that happy feeling and then really try to tap into that throughout your flow today. If there's any time when you feel like the body is starting to take over the mind, remind yourself that the mind is so strong. Tap into that happy feeling and relax yourself. Good. Taking one more inhale and exhale here. From here, on your next inhale, start to take a deep inhale through the nostrils, filling up in the belly, the rib cage, the chest. Nice. And as you exhale, release through the mouth, let it go. Nice. Again, taking a deep inhale through the nostrils, this time focusing on the back body. Notice how the lungs start to expand and the back of the heart opens up. And as you exhale, begin to release through the mouth, let it go. Really warming up the back of the throat here. Nice, good. Taking another deep inhale when you're ready. Maybe the deepest inhale you've taken so far today. And when you get to the top, seal the lips. See if you can suck in a bit more air. Nice, and as you exhale, keep the lips sealed. Exhale through the nostrils, release the breath. Nice, good. Let's take that again. Deep inhale through the nostrils. Feel the clavicle expand. Good. Keep the lips sealed and exhale through the nostrils. Release, building up a really nice oceanic breath in the back of the throat. Nice. Continue this breath on your own. Maybe you inhale for 3 counts, hold at the top, and then exhale for 3 counts. Awesome. This breath is known as your Ujjayi pranayama or your Ujjayi breath. Yes, it's your victorious breath. So really allow it to guide you throughout your flow today, taking deep inhales when needed and deep exhales when needed. Nice. Tapping into that mental space. Allowing the breath to truly be the music that guides you throughout your flow today. Nice, good. Taking another breath here all together. Deep inhale when you're ready. Feeling yourself growing through the crown of the head. And as you exhale, release. Keep that energy going up through the crown of the head. Beautiful, nice, good. From here, let's take a few cat-cows in our seated position. Good, allow the hands to just rest lightly on the thighs. Good, on your next inhale, start to open up through the front of the chest. Maybe you start to lift the gaze as well, opening up the front of the throat. Good, as you exhale, really start to curve the spine here, tucking the chin in towards the chest. Good, really tapping into the core as well. And on your next inhale, bringing that chest forward, shining the front of the heart. Nice. Exhale, chin in towards the chest, really rounding the spine here. Good. Begin to take a few of these cat-cow movements on your own, matching your breath with the movement. And remember, it's not about how fast or how slow you're going. It's more about tapping into that breath. Release the tension in the jaw. Good. From here, finding a nice long spine once more. Good. From here, let's start to work on the neck a little bit. On your next inhale, find length through the crown of the head. And as you exhale, start to take that right ear down towards the right shoulder, stretching out the left side of the neck. Nice. Inhale, coming back to center. Exhale, dipping that left ear down towards the left shoulder. Good. Inhale to center. Exhale over towards the other side. Nice. Continue this movement on your own, finding that fluidity in the neck. Nice. One more inhale and exhale here. Good. Next inhale, bringing the head back to the center. Nice. Let's start to find some more movement in the back and side body here. Good. From here, start to place the right fingertips down on the mat beside you. Awesome. On your next inhale, start to take that left arm up towards the side. Then begin reaching up and over towards the right side, finding a nice side body stretch in your left side body. Maybe you keep the gaze up towards the sky, or you bring the gaze down towards the mat. It's your choice. Take another inhale here. Good. As you exhale, start to bring that left arm around towards the front. Walk the hands through the center, finding a nice deep stretch in the back body. Nice. Allow that left hand to plant on the left side of the body as you start to reach the right fingertips up towards the left side, finding a stretch in the right side body. Good. Take an inhale here. Find breath. Nice. As you exhale, walking the hands around towards the other side through the center. Good. Really releasing the back of the neck. On your inhale, left fingertips come up. Nice. Exhale, walking the hands around. Good. Next inhale, right fingertips come up. Nice. Last time here. Exhale, walk the hands around the front. Coming up into your side stretch on the left side. Good. From here, bringing the body back to neutral. Awesome. From here, in your seated position, start to make your way into tabletop, however you need to get there. Good. So in tabletop, making sure that the hands are directly underneath the shoulders. Really spread the fingertips out wide here so you have a nice base to work off of. Awesome. Let's go ahead and tuck the toes so that we're really focusing on stretching up the bottoms of the feet. It's early in the morning. Good. Take an inhale here. Really think about pushing the mat away. As you exhale, start to sink those hips back towards the ankles. Yeah, stretching out the bottoms of the feet. Nice. On your next inhale, start to float those shoulders about an inch in front of the wrist, stretching up the wrist. Nice. Exhale, setting the hips back down towards the ankles. Good. Inhale, coming forward. Finding this movement on your own time, on your own breath. Maybe when you get comfortable enough, you start flowing through the spine as well, finding some undulation here, some more of those cat-cows as you're flowing forward and back. Good. Maybe you wag the tail from side to side if you need, or find circles. It's your flow, so whatever you need to feel in your body, some waking up of the spine. Nice. Taking a few more breaths here. From here, finding a moment of stillness in tabletop. Nice. Start to take the knees just as wide as the mat here. Allow the big toes to touch behind you. And then let's go ahead and sink the hips back in space. Nice. Coming into child's pose. Really finding a nice deep opening in the back body and in the hips here. Good. Let's go ahead and activate this child's pose. So maybe you reach the fingertips towards the top of the mat, or maybe you come up onto fingertips, finding a deeper stretch in the front of the body. Let's take an inhale here. Feel grounded through the third eye, space in between the eyebrows. Good. From here, we're going to start to thread the needle. Start to take your right hand, bringing it underneath the chest and reaching it out towards the left side, underneath that left arm. Nice. Relaxing the right side face down, really allowing gravity to take over here. Just finding a nice opening in the back of the right arm and the back of the right shoulder. Nice. Next inhale, start to reach that right hand back towards the top of the mat in child's pose. Good. As you exhale, start to thread the needle with the left arm, bringing it underneath the chest, underneath the right arm, relaxing the left side face down. Just breathe here. Again, remembering that meditation. Finding what feels good to you. Nice inhale. Left fingertips reach towards the top of the mat in child's pose. Yes. Good. From here, floating the body forward back into tabletop. Once you're in tabletop, tuck the toes once more. Good. We're going to start to activate this tabletop. On your next inhale, start to float the knees about an inch above the mat. Really tapping into the core here, thinking about bringing the belly button to the spine. Nice. Take a deep inhale here. Good. And as you exhale through bent knees, start to take the hips up and back, coming into your downward facing dog. Good. Pedaling out through the feet here, right and left. Opening up the backs of the legs. Good. Maybe you shake the head yes here. Shake it no. Releasing the back of the neck. Nice. Let's find a moment of stillness here in downward facing dog. Let's all take a bend in the knees here so that the tailbone is up really high. Exactly. Good. Really pressing into the palms and keeping the energy going through the heels even though the knees are bent. Nice. Take an inhale through the nostrils here. Stay for your exhale. Nice. On your next inhale, let's start to warm up the body, find some blood flow. Start to take a deeper bend in the knees here, almost bringing them down to the mat, allowing them to connect with the chest. Good. And on your exhale, start to lengthen out the legs, coming back into downward facing dog, hips up nice and high. Good. Inhale, bending into the knees when you're ready. Exhale, coming back into downward facing dog. Nice. Some easy downward facing dog bends here. Inhale, bend into the knees. Exhale, downward facing dog. Good. This time on your inhale, bend into the knees and begin to look up in between the hands. Nice. Once you're comfortable and grounded, start to step the feet forward, coming into a forward fold at the top of the mat. Good. Let's take both fists, place them in between the feet so that we're working at hips width distance here. Good. On your next exhale, forward fold, release the back of the neck. Good. Next inhale, start to bring the fingertips to the shins, coming up into your halfway lift. Nice flat back here. Good. Exhale, fold. Nice. On your next inhale, keep this bend in the knees. Start to bring the arms up alongside the ears, coming into chair pose, Utkatasana. Good. Really tuck that tailbone under here to focus on the core. Really lifting through the front of the chest here. Take another inhale. As you exhale, folding forward over the legs. Good. Planting the palms underneath the shoulders. On your next inhale, start to step the feet back to plank pose, our first one of the practice. Good. In plank pose, energy is going out through the heels, really keeping that core engaged. Hips are in line with the shoulders. Nice. Take an inhale. Really think about opening up the back of the heart here. As you exhale, let's lower down into knees, chest, chin. Lowering down the knees gently. Chest comes in between both palms as the chin meets the mat. Nice. Really warming up that lower lumbar spine. From here, on your next exhale, flattening the body all the way out down towards the mat. Really lengthen out through the tops of the feet. Nice. Press into them as much as possible so that the kneecaps become activated. Good. On your next inhale, start to lift the chest about 5 inches above the mat, coming into cobra pose. Good. Keep your gaze towards the top of the mat so we're finding a nice long line in the back of the neck. Good. From here, start to take the fingertips and tempt them up on the outsides of the mat, just opening up the stance a little bit more. Take an inhale, find breath in the back body. As you exhale, start to lower your right shoulder down towards the mat, the right side face, just finding a deeper stretch in that chest area. Good. Inhale, coming back to center. As you exhale, start lowering that left shoulder down towards the mat. Nice. Really finding a deep open again. Inhale, back to center. And as you exhale, begin to fold the body back down towards the mat. Bring the hands underneath the shoulders once more. Let's find a moment of strength here. Begin to tuck the toes. Activate the legs. On your next inhale, pushing away the mat, coming up into plank pose. Nice. Take a gentle bend in the knees here so that they hover above the mat. And then on your next exhale, hips go up and back, downward facing dog. Nice. Let's find that flow again. Yeah, some down dog bends. Here we go. Inhale, bending into the knees. Exhale, downward facing dog. Inhale, bend. Exhale, lengthen through the legs, tailbone up nice and high. Good. On this inhale, bend into the knees. Begin to look forward in between the hands. Step forward, forward fold at the top of the mat. Nice. Inhale, halfway lift. Fingertips come to the shins. Exhale, fold once more. Find that bend in the knees here. On your next inhale, coming into chair pose, Utkatasana. Keep the hips low. Nice, good. Really building up some nice strength here in the legs. On your next exhale, forward fold. Nice, plant the palms underneath the shoulders. On your next inhale, stepping back to plank. Nice, finding that breath. On your exhale, stay with me this time. We're gonna go through a bit of a different flow. Start to lower down the body halfway this time, elbows in towards the rib cage, finding this halfway push-up position, coming into chaturanga. Nice. On your next inhale, pressing into the palms, coming to the tops of the feet and hovering the pelvis here. More dramatic back bend, upward facing dog. Good. As you exhale, start to tuck the toes and use the core to take the hips up and back, downward facing dog. Nice, good. Find your breath again here in downward facing dog. And notice there are 2 flows you can go through in class today. Either lowering down into niche, chest, chin and inhaling into cobra, or lowering down through chaturanga and inhaling into your upward facing dog. It's your choice, it's your flow. Nice, let's find that flow one more time, adding in your choice. On the next inhale, let's find these down dog bends. Inhale, bend in the knees. Exhale, lengthen. Nice, inhale, bend. Exhale, lengthen. Really press through the heels here. Inhale, bend. Begin to look up in between the hands. Good. Step forward, forward fold. Nice. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, fold. Once more. Beautiful. Next, inhale, chair pose. Arms up alongside the ears. Good. On your next exhale, forward fold. Release the back of the neck. Inhale, plant the palms, stepping back to plank pose. Good. From here, it's your choice, it's your flow. On your exhale, lowering down to your degree. Inhaling into your back bend of choice. And as you exhale, coming up into downward facing dog. Beautiful, everyone. Good. Take a deep inhale here. And exhale through the mouth. Release some of the heat. Beautiful warm up. On your next inhale, start to take the right leg up and back, 3-legged dog. Remember, not moving to your extremes today. Just finding what feels comfortable, what feels good. As you exhale, start to bend the knee and open up the hip. Good. Maybe you find some hip circles here. Maybe you just circle through the ankle. Whatever you need. Try to keep the shoulders square here. Good. Take another inhale. Lengthen out through the right leg. Three-legged dog. Good. Square off the hips. And as you exhale, start to bring the knee to nose and gently step the right foot up in between both hands. From there, begin to lower down the back knee. Nice. Untuck the back toes. Make sure that the right knee is directly over the right ankle. And then on your next inhale, arms come up alongside the ears or in low lunge, Anjaneyasana. Nice. Really keep the core and rib cage in control here. Try to keep it in line with the hips. Awesome. Take another inhale here. Relax the shoulders, but reach up through the fingertips. Nice. As you exhale, hands come down to frame the front foot. Good. Keep the back knee grounded on your next inhale. Start to lengthen out through the front leg, flexing that front foot, coming into your half split here. Good. You're more than welcome to keep a slight bend in that front knee. It's more about finding nice length in the back body as you release the back of the neck over the front leg. Beautiful. If you're seeking a deeper stretch here, maybe you sit all the way back into the left ankle, really finding energy going out through the right heel as you lengthen out through the back of the leg. It's your choice. Continue to breathe here. Inhale and exhale. Good. On your next inhale, coming forward back into that low lunge position, taking that bend in the front knee. Beautiful. From here, start to tuck the back toes, activate the back leg. We're in our low runner's lunge. Nice. Maybe you rock forward and back to find an opening in that left hip, just a deeper one. Beautiful. Start to find a moment of stillness here. Good. Take an inhale, feel length in the body. As you exhale, take a gentle bend into that back knee, really pressing into the left toes. And then bring your gaze towards the top of the mat. On your next inhale, reach the fingertips forward, press off the back toes, and you're in your supported warrior three. Nice. Try to flex through the back foot here, feeling energy going out through the heel. Keep the toes facing down to keep the hips square. Nice. And you're more than welcome to keep a bend in the supporting knee to feel more grounded here. Take an inhale. As you exhale, taking a deeper bend into the front knee, reaching the left toes towards the back of the mat. We're back in our low runner's lunge. Beautiful. On your next inhale, stepping the right foot back to meet the left, coming into plank pose. And as you exhale, begin to go through your own flow, lowering down. Inhale into your back bend of choice, cobra or upward facing. Exhale, hips go up and back, downward facing dog. Nice, other side. Inhale, left leg goes up. As you exhale, bend the knee, open up the hip. Nice, finding whatever movements you need here. Good, on the next inhale, lengthen out through the left leg. Good. From there, turning down the hip, start to bring the knee towards the nose. Good. Step it through. Nice. Begin to lower down the back knee. Untuck the back toes, and on your next inhale, arms come up alongside the ears, low lunge. Good. You're more than welcome to smile here. Yeah, I find that it makes the flow easier and just lighter in general. Yeah. It's all about the breath. Inhale. Nice. As you exhale, hands come down to frame the front foot. Stay grounded through the back knee on your next inhale. We're in our half split. Nice. Remember, the breath is the music of the flow, so allow it to give you some energy. Find that steady rhythm. Yeah, nice. On your next inhale, bending into that front knee. Good. Tucking the back toes, activate the back leg. We're in our low runner's lunge. Good. Maybe you stay here with the hands framing the front foot and rocking back and forth. Or if you're looking to find a moment of balance here, take an inhale. As you exhale, take that gentle bend into the back knee. Take your gaze towards the top of the mat. On your next inhale, press off with the back toes as you make your way into your supported warrior 3. Nice. Find that energy coming through the crown of the head as well as through the ankle. Take an inhale. As you exhale, take that deep bend into the front knee, reaching the right toes towards the back of the mat, low runner's lunge. Inhale, stepping back to plank. Good, you got it. As you exhale, go through your flow. Lowering down. Inhale, back bend of choice. Exhale, hips up and back, downward facing dog. Nice, beautiful. Pedal out through the feet here. Bring some blood flow back into the legs. Good, let's get into another flow here. Find a moment of stillness. Inhale, right leg goes up and back, three-legged dog. Good, keep the hips square. As you exhale, start to bring the knee to nose and gently step the right foot up in between both hands. Nice, beautiful, good. From here, going into our next posture, it's gonna be a moment of balance, yeah? So you're more than welcome to heel toe that right foot underneath your right shoulder, just to give yourself more of a base, more open hips to work with. Nice. On your next inhale, arms come up alongside the ears. We're in our high lunge here. Good. If you're having trouble stacking the shoulders over the hips, just take a gentle bend into the back knee. It's all good. Modifications are beautiful, yeah? Remember, it's about you and your flow and your body. Tapping into that breath. Take another inhale here. Good. From here, we're going to move into warrior 2. As you exhale, turn down the back foot. Open up the arms towards the sides. Good. Gaze is over the front fingertips here. And really pressing down through the palms, finding energy there. Activating the arms. Beautiful. Nice. Pressing down through that pinky toe edge side of the left foot. Take another inhale here. Smile on the exhale. Good. On the next inhale, start to lengthen out through the front leg. Nice. Staying grounded in both feet. They haven't changed, really. From here, on your next inhale, start to reach the right fingertips forward, taking the left hips back in space. Nice. It's as if somebody's pulling your right fingertips forward. Then as you exhale, tilt the body down, coming into Trikonasana, triangle pose. Options here, you can keep that left hand floating to really build some strength in the right side body. You can also tent up onto fingertips on the inside or outside of the right foot. Or that right hand can come to the shin. Good, just try not to sink down into that shoulder. Yeah, really reaching up through the left fingertips. Take another inhale. Good, big movement here with the upper body, taking a bend into that front knee, flipping the front palm as you reach up and back, coming into your reverse warrior. Nice, left hand can either come to the left calf, the left thigh, or if you're seeking more of a heart opener, taking that left hand and finding a half bind behind the lower back. Good, take an inhale here. As you exhale, start to bring that right forearm forward and rest it on top of the right thigh. Good, you can keep the half bind here, finding that heart opener, or take that left arm, bring it alongside the left ear, an extended side angle. Nice, continue to breathe here. Again, really sending energy into that right forearm. Try and get the shoulder away from the ear. Beautiful. If you're looking to continue that moment of strength, maybe you lengthen up through the right arm as well. Yes, y'all. Nice. Take an inhale. As you exhale, burst the arms open. Start to bring the gaze down towards the top of the mat. Maybe reach the fingertips there as well. Good. From here, start to heel toe the left foot forward, allowing your hips to come over the front foot. Nice. Once you feel grounded here, on your next inhale, flex the left toes, reach back through the left leg, coming into half moon. Notice how you were able to really get those hips over the front foot first and then float the leg into half moon, finding your balance. Really flexing through the left foot. Nice. Energy reaching up through the left fingertips. Take another inhale here. As you exhale, gentle bend into the front knee, bringing the left foot towards the back of the mat. We're back in warrior two. Nice, good. Next, inhale, lengthen up through the front leg. Allow the hands to meet at the top, coming into your flying warrior. Maybe you flex the front foot to find a moment of balance. Nice. From here, as you exhale, start to plant the front foot down, opening the arms back into warrior two. Good. Cartwheel the hands down to frame the front foot, rotating in that left leg. On your next inhale, you can either step the right foot back or float the right toes, coming into your three-legged plank. And as you exhale, go through your flow or meet us in downward facing dog. It's your choice. Continue to breathe. Yes. Nice. Last side. Inhale, left leg goes up. As you exhale, bring that knee to nose. Gently step it through. Good. Remember, you can open up your stance if you need. On your next inhale, arms come up alongside the ears. We're in our high lunge. Nice. Really make sure that both hips are square here, right? Your high lunge is just a more dramatic version of your low lunge. Beautiful. Take another inhale here. You got it. Tap into that happy place. As you exhale, turn down the back foot, open up the arms into warrior two. Excuse my back. Nice. Really think about pulling the mat apart with both feet here so that you're really activating those inner thighs. Awesome. Finding another place to send breath. Take an inhale. Smile on the exhale. Good. Next inhale, lengthen out through the front leg. And then as you exhale, reach those fingertips forward, tilting the body down. You're in triangle pose. Good. You can either keep the gaze up towards the fingertips or bring it down towards the mat. It's your choice. Really thinking about keeping the body in one straight line here. I normally like to say keeping the body in a toaster. Yeah. Warming up both sides of the body evenly here. Take another inhale. Big movement here as you exhale, taking that deep bend into the front knee, reaching the left fingertips up and back, coming into your reverse warrior. Nice. Think of this more as a side stretch in the left side body than a back bend in the right side body. Take another inhale. Exhale, coming into our extended side angle. Left forearm to the top of the left thigh. Good. Maybe reach that right fingertips alongside the right ear. Good. If you're looking to build that moment of strength here, inhale, take the left arm alongside the left ear. Yes, nice. Breathe here. Inhale. Exhale, burst the arms open. Left fingertips reach towards the top of the mat. Good. Once you feel grounded, start to heel toe the right foot forward. Once the hips are stacked on top of that left foot, on your next inhale, kick the right leg out and up, coming into your half moon. Really stacking the rib cage here, stacking the hips. Flexing through the right foot. Take another inhale. As you exhale, bend into the front knee, coming back into warrior two. Take your time. That's good. Next inhale, flying warrior. Arms meet at the top. Maybe flex the front foot. Good. Exhale, warrior two. Opening back up, taking space. Good. From here, cartwheel the hands down to frame the front foot, rotating in that right hip. Beautiful. Inhale, step back to plank. You got it. As you exhale, begin to go through your flow, lowering down. Inhale, back bend of choice. As you exhale, hips go up and back, downward facing dog. Beautiful. Pedal out through the feet here. Shake the head, yeah, shake the head now. Nice, good. Finding a moment of stillness. Good. Next inhale, start to come to the tops of the toes. As you exhale, bend the knees, look up in between the hands. This time, step or jump forward. It's your choice. Forward fold to the top of the mat. Inhale, halfway lift. Nice. Exhale, fold. On the next inhale, this time, rolling up through the back body. Take your time here. Working through each bone. Let the crown of the head be the last thing to arrive. When you arrive in mountain, inhale the shoulders up by the ears. As you exhale, let them drip down the back body. Nice, good. Let's continue to focus on our mental capacity, by developing a moment of balance before we truly start to cool down. Beautiful. I'm going to do it facing you, but you're more than welcome to face the top of the mat. It's your flow. Allow both hands to come to the hips. Good. Really feel a lot of energy going into that left foot. Awesome. And activating that kneecap so that the whole leg is activated. Beautiful. On your next inhale, lifting the right leg up, coming into your one-legged standing Tadasana at the top of the mat. Good. We won't be here long. Keep the left hand connected to the left hip. When you're ready, you're more than welcome to take a bend in the supporting knee as you grab for the right ankle, bringing that right foot to the inside of the left leg, either at the left inner thigh, the left calf, or you're more than welcome to kickstand the toes outside of the left ankle or in tree pose. Nice. Maybe you bring the hands towards the center of the chest in prayer. Finding a spot in your space that's not moving so you're able to really tap into that meditative space. Nice. And just like a tree, really rooting down through that leg. And on your inhales, finding length through the crown of the head as if it was the top of the tree, the leaves reaching for the sun. Nice. Maybe if you're feeling balanced, you take the fingertips up towards the ceiling. Good. Take a deep inhale here. And exhale. Good. You're more than welcome to stay here in tree. Or maybe if you'd like to move on, bring that left hand towards the left hip. Good. Start grabbing for either the inside of the right ankle or finding a yogi toe lock around that right big toe with the two peace fingers. Exactly. On your next inhale, try to lengthen out through that right heel, coming into your extended hand to toe pose. You can keep a bend in the supporting knee or find length there. Send energy through the heel. It's been a big theme in class today, right? Take an inhale. As you exhale, see if you can let the leg go. Bring the arms up alongside the ears as you bring the leg down. Good. Finding the length in the body as we descend. Beautiful. Let's do the other side. Bringing the hands towards the hips. Good. Feel grounded here for a second. Send energy into that right leg on your next inhale. One-legged standing Tadasana on the left side. Beautiful. Good. Start to bring that left hand towards the left ankle, coming into your version of tree pose. Beautiful. Finding that serenity here. And remember, smiling always makes it easier for some reason, right? I don't know. I love it. Good. Really relax the shoulders down. The more you press into the palms, the more the back body will activate. Exactly. Take another inhale here. Find your peace. And exhale. Now you start to bring that right hand to the right hip. Good. Grabbing for the inside of the left ankle or finding that peace wrap around the big toe. Inhale, lengthen out through the left leg, extended hand to toe pose. Beautiful, everyone. Really keeping the hips in line here. Relax that left hip down. Take an inhale. Good, and exhale. Good, gently release the leg. Bring that left arm and right arm up to meet as you bring the leg down. Find length through the fingertips. Beautiful. As you exhale, dive forward over the legs, forward fold. Once you get there, shake the legs out. Release everything. Shake the crown of the head. Good. Let's get into our last flow. When you're ready, plant the palms underneath the shoulders. Inhale, step back to plank. Here we go. As you exhale, last time this morning, going through your flow, lowering down. Inhale into your back bend of choice. Exhale, hips go up and back, downward facing dog, beautiful. On the next inhale, start to take the right leg up and back, three-legged dog. This time as you exhale, bring that right knee to the right elbow, yes. Gently lowering down that right knee to the inside of the right wrist, good. Once you make contact, taking the right toes out towards the left side of the mat, crossing the right shin underneath the body. Start to sink that left hip down towards the mat, making a connection with the left leg. Good, take an inhale here. As you exhale, begin walking the hands forward, coming into pigeon pose. Good, if you have a block and you want to sit it underneath that right hip, just to find some more groundedness, you're more than welcome to. You can stay up on the forearms. You can also lower down through the forehead if you're feeling more stretch. Either way, we're focusing on opening up the outside of the right hip here, releasing that emotional stress in the body. Yeah, nice. Relax down here. Tap back into that happy place. Nice. From here, start to walk the hands back underneath the shoulders. Good. Once you feel grounded through the palms, start to activate the back leg. Tuck the back toes. Nice. From here, on your next inhale, take that right leg, step it back to meet the left, coming into your downward facing dog. Beautiful, everyone. Next inhale, left leg goes up, three-legged dog. Setting up for pigeon on this side. As you exhale, left knee comes to the left elbow. Good. Begin to gently lower down the left knee to the inside of the left wrist. Taking those left toes out towards the right side underneath the body. When you're ready, lowering down that right hip towards the ground. Nice. Good. Take an inhale here. And as you exhale, making your way into your pigeon pose. Next inhale, walk the hands underneath the shoulders. Good. Tucking the back toes, igniting that back leg. And then on your next inhale, left leg goes back to meet the right, downward facing dog. Good. Take one more inhale here. Start to come to the tops of the toes. And as you exhale with control, lowering those knees back down towards the mat, coming back into our tabletop. Nice. Ending how we started, exactly. Good. Take an inhale here in your tabletop. Open up the back of the heart. As you exhale, begin to sit down on either hip and allow the legs to come out in front of you. Good. Sitting up nice and tall here. Maybe you remove some flesh out from the bottom to really allow the sit bones to relax down. Good. On your next inhale, take the arms up alongside the ears. As you exhale, fold at the hip crease as you reach forward for either the shins or the feet. Yes, good. Take another inhale here. Find kind of a halfway lift in the chest. And as you exhale, then relax the head down. Release the back of the neck. Nice. Let the crown of the head be heavy. Let gravity do the work for you. And remember to breathe. Good. Next inhale, slowly with control, rolling up through the back body. Take your time. Good. From here, start to bend the knees. Allow the bottoms of the feet to come down towards the mat. You may need to scoot the tailbone forward a little bit. Good. From here, allow the fingertips to face the front of the mat underneath the shoulders. Good. Beautiful. We've been doing tabletop a lot, right? So we're just going to reverse it to stretch the front of the body. On your next inhale, start to lift the hips up in space, coming into this nice flat line with the front of the body here in a reverse tabletop. If you're feeling comfortable in the neck, maybe you start to open up the throat, releasing that throat chakra. Take an inhale, really lift the hips. As you exhale with control, slowly lowering the hips back down. Nice, maybe you gently work the neck here. We'll take it one more time. Nice, finding a moment of stillness. And on your next inhale, really press into the fingertips as you lift the hips up. Press into the bottoms of the feet. Good. Take another inhale. Lift the hips from the back body. And as you exhale with control, lower the hips down. Nice. Good. From here, on your next inhale, allow the fingertips to come forward in space. Good. Really reaching so that you're finding a nice long line in the back body and from the top of the abdomen through the core. Take an inhale. As you exhale with control, belly button to spine, slowly lowering the body down, like a reverse roll up, right? Oh, I used to love fruit roll-ups when I was looking that way. Nice. Once the back body is all the way down on the mat, start to hug the knees in towards the chest, finding small circles here, massaging the lower lumbar spine. Good. And maybe you take the circles in the other direction. Nice. Next inhale, really hug the knees in towards the chest. As you exhale, start to take the knees up and over towards the right side, grounding down through the left shoulder. Maybe you cactus the left arm or lengthen out. We are in a spinal twist. On every inhale, finding length through the crown of the head. As you exhale, let the core massage the inner organ sphere. Next inhale, knees come towards the center. As you exhale, taking the knees up and over towards the left side, grounding down through the right shoulder. Maybe you take the gaze over towards the right side as well. Twisting is so great after class. It really allows you to start detoxifying the body. Take another inhale, bring the knees back towards the center. Nice. From here, coming into happy baby, grabbing for the outsides of the feet or grabbing for the shins as well. When you get here, maybe you rock from side to side. Maybe you lengthen out through one leg versus the other or both legs. It's your choice. Just finding that emotional release from the hips. Letting it all go, leaving it on the mat. Nice. From here on your next inhale, hug the knees back in towards the chest. This time, bring the forehead up towards the knees, showing your body and your mind gratitude for showing up for you today. And then as you exhale, let the legs go along and fall off towards the sides. Good. Let the palms face up towards the ceiling. Maybe you bring the left hand towards the chest, right hand towards the belly as we rest here in Savasana. Allow the eyes to close. Release the tension in the jaw. Let the tongue fall away from the roof of the mouth and just be. You're more than welcome to stay here in your restorative posture. If you're looking to move on with your Saturday, maybe you start to wiggle the fingers and wiggle the toes, bring some awareness into the body, deepen the breath. Maybe start to bring one ear down towards the mat, followed by the other, massaging the cervical spine, back of the neck. Good. From here, bring the bottoms of the feet down towards the mat so that the knees are facing up towards the ceiling. And then begin to gently windshield wiper the knees from side to side. Once you've done that about 2 or 3 times, start to take the knees over towards the right side, coming into a comfortable fetal position. Your right side harnesses your sun energy. When you're ready, start to press into a palm and make your way into a comfortable seated posture of your choice. Good, nice. Allow the eyes to close here. We'll take one collective breath all together to close out our flow. Nice. On your next inhale, listen to the sound of my voice. Start to take the hands down, out, and up to meet at high prayer, collecting all the energy that you've created for yourself today on your mat. And as you exhale, bring the hands to prayer at the center of the chest, allowing that energy to resonate within your heart space. Good. On your next inhale, bringing the thumbs up to the space in between the eyebrows, allowing your energy to resonate within your universe. I hope that this after yoga feeling continues with you throughout your day. As always, the yogi in me respects and honors the light and yogi inside each and every one of you. Bowing the head, namaste. Thank you all so much for allowing me to be a part of your Saturday and allowing me to be a part of SOULFest. I am so appreciative. Again, my name is Kyle Dupree. You can follow me on Instagram at Kyle_smile. I would love to see you there. Other than that, and keep enjoying SOULFest. Have a beautiful one.
Welcome to SOULFest NYC. I love New York City for its vibrantly colorful and diverse cultural landscape. I love yoga because it changed my life. And as a yoga teacher, I help others improve theirs.
I love New York for its diversity, its resilience, and just all the amazing people. And this city really never sleeps. I love teaching yoga to children. It makes my heart sing. But I get just as excited as they do when they finally get that pose they've been working on.
I love New York, and I love sharing my passion for yoga with my community. You can find me teaching at Pattern Yoga Studio located in Mayoback, New York. I'm super grateful to be part of the SOULFest event 2021. I hope to see you all this November.
Hi, I'm Lara Land, a yoga instructor and spiritual coach with over 20 years experience helping people become the best they can be. I believe first and foremost in authenticity, and am here to guide you to awaken, enjoy, and serve. Using my methods, you will have the opportunity to transform yourself, your circle, and your world. Does that get you excited? It does me. Today's healers are concentrated on personal happiness, which is great, but without adding consciousness and community, happiness can be empty and impermanent. My journey is to help you become boundlessly happy, also kind and free. I'm so excited to share with you my Bliss book, a daily planner and life coach based on years of working with people like you to achieve goals. Every time I give talks or lead a course, people ask me for daily practices and reminders to keep them accountable and on track. Well, now it's here. Blissbook is a gorgeous gold planner which uses creative visualization and backward planning to help you reach your goals. Here's how it works. You purchase the planner and you automatically get a link to join my special Blissbook email list, where you will receive a guided meditation recorded by me to help you see and feel and embody your true bliss. I will prompt you to write down all the great things you discover about yourself in the journal section of your planner, and you will draw yourself as you see yourself at the end of a year's time in the back of the book, making similar drawings at months 11, 10, 9, and so on, until you are back in front of the planner with a clear plan of everything you need to do starting today to reach your personal big bliss picture. Every day you will be reminded of this picture and encouraged to stay on track. Plus, every other week for an entire year, you will receive a dedicated email from me with a special tip guaranteed to help you manifest faster and bigger than ever before. That's a full year of online coaching with a physical planner to help you do it. You will be invited to my Blissbook Facebook group, where you'll be able to share your successes and motivate others to grow and improve, and I will pop on personally with even more great advice and support. The best part of this is you can start anytime. No more waiting for a new year to get back on track. Your new year starts today. Blissbook is evergreen, so you fill in the date, because I believe the best time to start working on your goals is always now. Who is Blissbook for? Blissbook is for anyone looking to get more organized, less stressed, clearer on goals, and big picture. If you love being scattered and stressed and jumping from project to project, never getting any of them complete, no, this is not for you. But if you yearn for support, inspiration, growth in any area of your life, and especially if you are going through or trying to make a big change, you've come to the right place. I've helped new graduates get a clearer vision, busy freelancers and entrepreneurs find focus, corporate 9-to-5ers realize their secret soul dream, moms and dads find meaning, and corporations improve self-care, purpose, and team morale. I've worked in cities all over the world and with people of all ages, and that's why I know I can help you. All you have to do is take that first big step. Purchase my Blissbook planner today and start changing your life.
Good morning. First and foremost, I am so honored and thankful to be part of SOULFest. And I am humbled by the invitation and just being part of this tremendous and incredible weekend of healing, sharing, community, and uplifting of humanity. My name is Edward Duncan, and I am with Mindful Harlem. I'm an executive director there as well as an instructor. Mindful Harlem is a nonprofit wellness center that serves the Harlem community. It originated and was created by Adrian Bueno back in 2014. And one of his goals was to create a healing center of sorts to serve the Harlem community. No religious or spiritual affiliation is needed to be part of this community. And we truly believe that through meditation, yoga, and some of the other wellness arts, create the landscape to connect with yourself, to connect with our authenticity in order to serve ourselves as well as the greater community. I truly believe that the greatest gift that we can give ourselves and give humanity is self-care. And through Mindful Harlem, that self-care, we focus on meditation, yoga, some of the various breathing techniques, and the list goes on and on and on. And through community, we're able to connect with that authentic part of ourselves. And that authenticity allows us to express ourselves, express the universe. So that's a little bit about Mindful Harlem. At this point, I want to talk a little bit about meditation and what meditation entails. And then after the brief discussion, I'll take you through a guided meditation. The paradigm in which we live in has us programmed and conditioned to believe that we are something and that we need to become something, and that everything we need to do in order to be made whole or to feel whole is outside of us. So from the time that we're born, we spend all our energies trying to acquire different things in order to become whole, in order to satisfy this feeling of longing, of peace and happiness. So we're consumed with activities, relationships, substances, various endeavors such as jobs, titles, etc., in order to be made whole. And those activities, those relationships, those substances gives us temporary glimpses of that peace and happiness in which we long and we yearn for. But the temporary moments of happiness, of peace, are just temporary. They're never long lasting. And I think that it's safe to say that all 7.5 billion of us in this world, what we really want is peace and happiness. And again, the paradigm in which we live in is always telling us that it's outside of us. We have to become something in order to realize that peace and happiness. But if we have to become something in order to obtain that peace and happiness, then why is that peace and happiness so fleeting? Why do we just have temporary glimpses and moments of that feeling of being at ease? And even when we acquire something, after a short period of time, the euphoria of it dissipates before we're back on that track trying to acquire the next thing in order to keep our mind at ease, in order to feel relieved, in order to feel whole, and in order to feel complete. And we spend all our lives looking outside of ourselves because that's what the paradigm indicates. So much is invested in self-improvement books, in different things, different endeavors in order to be made whole. And we still continue to have this sense of not feeling whole, these feelings of loneliness, of uncertainty, of not being enough, of lacking. And the more we acquire, the more we obtain, the more we have these feelings of not being enough. And we question ourselves continuously as to why are we having these feelings. I've acquired a house. I've acquired a level of success in the job that I do. I have the man or woman of my dreams in my life. but I cannot shake these moments, these feelings of being not enough, of being lonely. So as a result of these periodic and intermittent feelings of uncertainty, of not being enough, some way, shape, or form, somehow, whether through a friend, through a book, through a video that we watch, we stumble onto this spiritual journey called mindfulness or meditation. And we stumble onto this journey thinking that this practice will allow me to become complete. If I sit for X amount of hours and just quiet my mind, this level of peace and happiness that I'm yearning for will come. And it's an extension of the paradigm that we live in, that there is something to do, there is something to acquire in order to be made whole, in order to create this ease, this level of relaxation. So we go into this practice of meditation thinking that it is a practice. There is something to do. There is something to become. In order to be enlightened or awakened, I have to employ some type of method, some technique in order to arrive. But no amount of sitting or focusing on the breath or chanting a mantra will allow you to arrive. And I don't say it to say that focusing on the breath or a mantra, that there's anything wrong with that, because there isn't. But it insinuates that arriving or becoming whole, it involves acquiring it through an objective experience, through something tangible. If I can sit for 10 hours a week or every day sit for 30 minutes, it will bring the peace that I yearn for. If I focus on the breath for periods of 45 minutes, 3 times a week, it will bring that wholeness, that love, that happiness that I so long for. And it will bring at times temporary glimpses of that feeling of ease, of that feeling of being complete. But again, just like the paradigm in which we live in, it will just be temporary glimpses of that peace, of that love, of that happiness. But when we really examine and explore the practice of meditation, we begin to realize that it is not a practice. It is a process, actually. It's a process of sinking the mind into the heart of awareness. Not the physical heart, but that infinite and eternal presence, which we are. It's referred to as awareness, consciousness, God's infinite being. But it is not something that can be acquired or that we can get to or that we can arrive at. It involves a relaxation of our attention. We're so accustomed to extending our attention towards a specific object, whether it's the sound of my voice, our perceptions, our thoughts, whatever we're imagining. But the process of meditation is actually taking us in the opposite direction. It's creating the landscape to look inwards, not outwards, not beyond ourselves, but to look inwards. And to fall back into the source as opposed to going somewhere outside of the source. So when we begin to sit, we just naturally allow for the falling back into the source, into who we are, and to also expose our beliefs and our assumptions that have been conditioned in us from from the time that we were born. This belief, this assumption, that these beliefs and assumptions that we never question. Assumptions such as, I am something. I need to be made whole. So during the process of meditation, we are exposing these beliefs and these assumptions. We are observing our thoughts, our feelings, the sensations that are arising within us, not in order to fix it or to change it or to manipulate it, but to notice and observe the things, those objective experiences that are arising within us. And from where do they arise? If my assumption is that I'm a collection of thoughts, feelings, and sensations, why is it that when these thoughts, these feelings, and sensations, when they dissipate, I don't dissipate? What is that thing? What is that presence that knows of these thoughts that arise out of nowhere for no rhyme or reason? Is there a central locator? Is there a central operator responsible for the thoughts and the sensations and the feelings that arise within me? And again, we're not trying to figure out where these thoughts, feelings, and sensations arise, why they arise, but we're just watching and noticing and falling back into ourselves, into the space in which these thoughts, feelings, and sensations arise from. The space from which these thoughts, feelings, sensations are known. And the space from which these thoughts, feelings, and sensations are made of. And no amount of practicing or technique or methods will allow us to be ourselves, because what we are is a mystery that is infinite, that is eternal, that is boundless, And through our direct experience of the process of meditation, we realize that what we are cannot be discerned. What we are is not an objective experience, such as a thought, feeling, or sensation. Even the thought of what I am is just a thought and an idea, a concept that's appearing within me. So the process of meditation, again, involves exposing and shining the light on our beliefs and our assumptions about ourselves. Not to arrive at anywhere or any place, not to become something, but to just fall back into what we are. And no amount of practicing or trying will allow us to be what we essentially are. Because what we essentially are can't be discerned. So when we sit, we just allow the mind to just do what the mind does. Allow the thoughts to arise for no rhyme or reason, without trying to figure it out, and just being courageous and just having a level of sincerity and intentionality in just being with our direct experience. And through just being with our direct experience, naturally, this self-surrendering takes place, this self-abiding, this coming back home to what we are, which is not a collection of thoughts, feelings, and sensations. Those thoughts, feelings, and sensations appear within us, are known by us, and like the cloud in the skies, they just appear and dissipate for no reason at all. If we were responsible for our thoughts, especially the negative ones, we would be able to control them and prevent them. But they just arise on their own without any help from who we think we are. So again, the process of meditation is not to do anything. Actually, it is the practice of non-doing. It is the practice of observing, relaxing our attention naturally, organically, without the urge or need to change the climate of our mind, without the urge or need to manipulate the thoughts or to judge them, but to just courageously and willingly notice and observe them, and allow the presence of our being to shine. Typically, it always shines in the background of our experiences, but just the relaxing of our attention allows who we are to shine in the forefront of our experiences. At this juncture, I want to take you through a 25-minute guided meditation. So I ask that you just get comfortable. Relax. Whether you're sitting or laying down, it doesn't matter. Just get a sense for your presence, the weight of your body. If you're sitting down, feel your sitting bones on a chair. Feel the soles of your feet on Mother Earth. Get a sense for your shoulders, your spine, your knees, and your ankles. No need to adjust or change the climate in any way, shape, or form. Just be receptive to embracing what's arising within you. Notice any thoughts that are arising, any feelings that are arising, or any sensations within your body, without the urge to judge or to make sense of what is arising within you. Gently observe and notice. The intermittent objective experiences. No need to try and control what's appearing. This just relaxing and embracing and accepting of everything arising within us goes against the grain of the paradigm in which we live in. But continue to be courageous and receptive to just noticing and embracing and allowing. There is no need to fix. There is no need to understand. Leave the urge to intellectually understand to the mind. Allow the mind to do what the mind does, which is think. Delves into the past. Tries to anticipate the future. All on its own. Just be with your direct experience. Without an objective. without an agenda. Without the need for wanting this moment to be anything in particular, to have any shape or flavor associated with it. Just allow it to be what it is. Allow the natural relaxation of your mind to trace itself back to its source. Awareness or consciousness, which is what we are. It is the space in which thoughts, feelings, sensations arise. It is the space in which thoughts, feelings, sensations, etc. are known. And it is the space in which thoughts, feelings, and sensations are made of. The thoughts, feelings, and sensations are like waves or currents in the ocean. The waves and the currents are forms or labels that we place on the ocean, just like our thoughts or our feelings. They are forms of awareness and consciousness, manifestations. The waves and the currents don't act independently of the ocean. They are a modulation of the ocean. But in order for the wave or the current to lose its agitation, it needs to sink naturally into the depths of the ocean, where there is stillness. The same applies to our thoughts, feelings, and sensations. They are temporary modulations and manifestations of who we are. We cannot look to another thought or to another feeling or sensation in order to relax the previous thought, feeling, or sensation. Allow those objective experiences to naturally sink back into its source. the longing and the peace and the happiness that we yearn for is not at the next thought, the next activity. It's actually at the source, the origins of that longing, of that yearning. So allow the thoughts, the feelings, and the sensations that are appearing within you to just fall back naturally into its source. What is that space-like presence that knows the previous thought that is no longer there? What is that space-like presence that is aware of the feeling that arose 5 minutes ago, but that is no longer there, or that sensation? What is that placeless place that is the constant in all objective experience, that is always there in the background of our experience, never bothered or perturbed by the temporary coloring or manifestation of it? No amount of practice or trying will allow us to be ourselves. It begs the question, why do we need to practice to be ourselves? There is no playbook to be ourselves. Everything that is appearing within us from moment to moment is a manifestation of ourselves. We cannot become that which we already are. So relax all efforts to arrive. Relax all efforts to be peaceful. Relax all efforts to be complete. We are complete as we are, despite our beliefs and assumptions, which are so immersed and ingrained in our everyday thinking and movements. Be courageous in exposing what we believe and what we assume to the light of awareness. And ask yourself the question, am I something? Am I a collection of thoughts, feelings, and sensations? Is that actually my direct experience? And as you pose those questions to yourself, don't be so quick to answer the question. Just hold it lightly and refer to your experience, not what you've been conditioned to believe or to assume. Self-surrendering and self-abiding doesn't mean that our problems will be eradicated. It doesn't mean that we will be better, which is just a concept or idea. It just points us to the nature of reality. The nature of what we are, not what we perceive ourselves to be. All that we perceive and we believe appears within us. Continue to notice and intuitively sense the space-like presence that is you. That is a mystery. That is boundless. And be okay with the thoughts, the perceptions, the sensations that are periodically and intermittently appearing within you. No need to fix. No need to become. No need to arrive. There is nothing exotic or special about awakening or enlightenment. It is just a simple recognition of the essence of our being. This formless presence in which all form manifests and dissipates back into. This presence, this intuitive feeling is ungraspable by the mind. The mind will always look for something tangible, objective, in order to hold on to. Fight the urge to control the mind, to control the thoughts. The thoughts arise as a result of a universe of conditioning that we will never understand. By just being with everything that appears within us, we're naturally just self-abiding, just self-surrendering, which goes against the grain of what we're instructed and conditioned to do. As I've heard a spiritual instructor say in the past, meditation is a universal yes to everything. That is the end of the guided meditation. I don't know if there's any questions or any responses to the meditation. Hey, Lara.
Hi, Edward. Wow, thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I think that was a very refreshing viewpoint on meditation that I really appreciated. Just the ease and not fighting against, going with.
Yeah, it's so it's paradoxical to what we're so conditioned to do is to try and fix, to try and change and manipulate. And the practice of meditation is actually trying to turn the examination inwards and just notice and be with everything that's arousing, despite how uncomfortable it may be at times. And it doesn't mean that we'll feel better or we'll fix our endless issues, but it just hopefully in time creates this spaciousness to just be with everything that is arising within us.
Can you speak to some of the beginner questions I think are common with new meditators, like what to do if your leg falls asleep or you have an itch? Do you attend to it, or do you try to force it down?
I think when I first started, I think what really helped me was just focusing on the breath. Although that's not what I talked about, but when I first started, I focused on the breath because it gave me something objective to focus on. And I think that's very important when you're just starting out, is whether it's a mantra or breathing, to have like an anchor. And once you become a bit more comfortable in just sitting and creating the space for the discomfort, you can start to let go of these objective tools. And further, I think that if you have an itch or that you feel the need to move, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because again, it's an expression of being human. And I don't think there's no playbook, there's no right or wrong to being ourselves. And what we are is a mystery, and it's endless and boundless. So although the spiritual marketplace may say sit still for 45, 50 minutes, experientially I don't think that's the case at all. I think being is just without boundaries.
Yeah, without boundaries. That's really incredible. And I just felt that going into the meditation already, with that already message sunk in, and made it so much easier to practice and to be in practice. Is that an example of how your classes are at Mindful Harlem? Can you share a little bit about them?
Yeah, I think since the pandemic, we've had to cut back tremendously. So we have two classes now. We have a Spanish meditation class on Tuesday. Our main class is on Saturday mornings. And on Saturday mornings, each week we explore something different. Whether it's like this morning, we explored unlearning all this knowledge that we acquire in life, thinking that all this knowledge is going to make us better. When in fact, through this practice, we're coming to the realization that I don't necessarily need knowledge in order to be myself. Now, what myself is, that's a mystery. That's an ongoing question. But no amount of reading is going to allow me to sit here and just be. So the words that are coming out of my mouth as I speak to you, it's not from a playbook or anything else. It's just coming out for no rhyme or reason that I will never fully understand. So those are some of the things that we touch upon in addition to what is peace, what is happiness, and the list just goes on and on. And what we find is that there is no end to what can be explored in this practice. And by having a community and exploring and sharing and talking about some of our fears, some of our beliefs and assumptions, we're shining a light on what we are, who we are, through this deep dive and exploration of ourselves.
Yeah, that's well said. There's a lot of unlearning to do. I had one great teacher that said, don't read too many books. And not to say that the wrong way, it's good to read, but sometimes it's good to read a couple of those masterpieces again and again and really let them sink into the being state instead of, being kind of caught up in the thinking state, but letting knowledge become.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly, and I'll add that what I'm learning in my journey is that simplicity is best. And I've read a lot of books, and I don't remember a quarter of the things that I've read. But what's really refreshing is just coming back to just some of the basics, as you mentioned earlier after the meditation, was just being with everything that arises without needing to fix it. And when I'm trying to fix it, just notice it, and just always coming back to that self-remembering and that self-surrendering. And that has allowed me to just see a lot of things for what we are. It doesn't happen all the time, but it's an endless journey.
That's right. I think a lot of people think that, once you've been meditating a long time, it's like all fixed. But it's just, we keep returning to that process again and again.
Exactly.
I have a couple questions, Edward, mainly about what books you would recommend. Are there any specific books that you do recommend for meditation beginners?
Yeah, I would recommend this great teacher who I've been following for a few years now, Rupert Spira. Rupert Spira. His last name Spira. I'll put it in the chat. He has I follow him mainly on YouTube, and he's written a plethora of books, but one of the first books I read of his was Being Aware of Being Aware. And he teaches the non-dual practice of essentially this oneness, and this being aware just really simplified the practice for me. Just, we're typically aware of sounds, noises, sensations, but the book speaks to being aware of being aware, which is actually not focusing on anything in particular, but just being aware of this spaciousness that all the things that we focus our attention to is appearing within. And I thought it was, I refer back to it periodically, but I think it was actually a great book.
That's beautiful. Thank you for that. Being aware of being aware. Thank you, Edward, so much. Everyone should go check out Mindful Harlem. And we really appreciate you being a part of the festival today.
Thank you so much for having me. I had a great time, and I hope that the listeners got something out of it. And if not, I definitely did.
Have a great day, Edward.
Thank you, Laura. Take care.
I love teaching yoga in New York City because every neighborhood, every borough, every studio has its own flavor, its own vibe, its own energy, so it's never boring.
I love New York City so much. The thing I love the most about it is the people. I find people here to be extremely funny and to prioritize laughing and humor, incredibly outgoing, and tough and interesting and just not boring. It makes day-to-day life extremely entertaining.
One thing I love about New York City is that it is filled with people with strong opinions who are not afraid to share them with you.
One of my favorite things about New York is having these open spaces for people coming together. So I'm so happy you're here at SOULFest.
What I love about New York is the food, the culture, but most of all the people, and that's why I love teaching yoga, because it brings me one-on-one with the people.
Now we're on. I was saying welcome, welcome, and it's so nice to hear all that feedback from the New York yogis and why we all love New York, because we do. New York is something very special. But just let you guys know, my name is Bo. You can find me at Bo Paloma XO on Instagram. I'm here teaching on behalf of Align Brooklyn, which you can also find at Align Brooklyn on Instagram. And I am coming to you from my home here in Brooklyn, Bed-Stuy. So happy to have you in my space. And excuse me, as you get your props ready, if you have them, you can grab yourself blocks and blankets for your knees. If you do not have blocks, paper towel rolls, I love them. They're actually slightly taller than blocks, which is awesome. So you get added reach to the earth. You can have those close by. If blankets are not easy to catch, you can use pillows. There are pillows for the knees. Keep in mind also for Shavasana, anything that you might want. So turn on some tunes and yeah, let's get ready. So as we move throughout practice, right, it's been so nice to kind of move. And I've been in this very large space of autumn equinox. And autumn means for me is just the rooting down. So the rooting down through practice and rooting down really just in my life, getting that kind of the settling. I think things start to slow down, at least for me in the autumn. Traveling is a huge thing for me in the summer. And so, you know, kind of getting back into the feel of things. If we're parents, I'm a parent, by the way, although my daughter's older, but I think that rhythm, I'm still getting used to kind of having my own space now. But that rhythm of kind of like settling back in and what that means. So today's practice, I want to invite you to root down, right? Honor first chakra, and just really honor feeling, right? As I always say, you know, let's feel all the feels. So some of them are good, some of them are interesting, some of them are unfamiliar, but regardless of how they are, right? Just honoring the ability to feel, however indifferent in the moment. So as we find our setup, right? Our setup today will be starting cross-leg position. If you have sensitive hips or knees, I should recommend taking a blanket underneath your seat, or even if you don't, I really kind of like the propping up of a blanket or a block. The block can be either its lowest height or medium height as you find that seat, and you just want to sit on the very cusp of the seat. So the pubic bone is slightly tipping forward and you feel the length throughout the spine. If there's any sensitivities to the knees where this cross-leg position just does not feel good, you can take an approach of extending the legs out longer, maybe taking blocks underneath the seat, or I'm sorry, blocks underneath the knees for added padding. But we will go, excuse me, we will go left shin out in front. So the right shin will go in first, and then as we set ourselves up. So let's start with hands onto the legs, and we'll close the eyes if we can. Otherwise, soft gaze. Before we practice, allow yourself to be. And perhaps we tip the right palm up in Lakshmi Mudra. And Lakshmi is a Hindu goddess. And often if you've seen her with the flowing coins out of her hand. So just an offering of being grateful to be here first and foremost, of course. Grateful for breath, for the feels, and for practice. Just allowing the breath to naturally occur. And then allow your inhale to deepen. And sigh releases. Inhale. Exhale. This inhale, find the deepest draw breath in you can find and hold. And then can you drink in a little bit more and hold. And exhale, just let it all go. Inhale, reach the fingertips up towards the sky. So take a nice long stretch out of the heart space. On our exhale, we're going to cacti out our arms. So think of the triceps as parallel to the earth. Inhale, lift through the crown of the head. Imagine fingertips kind of going underneath the skull. On your exhale, draw the elbows together. So as the elbows press into one another, really think more elbows more than the hands. Of course, as the palms touch, that's a great goal. Exhale, press the elbows into one another. Tip the chin towards the chest, round through the spine. Inhale, open up the chest, open up the arms. So we're going to move just like that. Exhale, draw the elbows in, tuck the chin towards the heart. Inhale, opening up. So think of this as you would cow-cat. Exhale, rounding in through the spine, chin towards heart. Inhale, lifting up through the chest. So it is a slight rocking of the pubic bone back and forth, but let's try to make this mainly about the thoracic, right? The space from the iliac crest and up. Exhale, pressing into those elbows, feeling the shoulders begin to warm up, and then inhale, opening. Exhale, closing. Inhale, opening. 3 more. Close, attaching breath to movement. Open. 2 more. Inhale. Exhale, right? We're going to stay in this exhalated position for extra breath. Lift those elbows up, up, up. Press into them well. Tuck the chin towards the heart and breathe. Stay here with the body. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale, lift the gaze. Reach the fingertips up towards the sky. Take a nice long stretch. Exhale, engage the shoulders down the back side of the body. So inhale, lift up through the heart. Exhale, left hand goes down to the earth. And I'm noticing I'm opposite of you guys, so just think about that. So as you press your left hand into the mat, lift up through the heart. On your exhale, bending left elbow and reach through right fingertips. Using left hand to ground down through right seat. Exhale, pull right shoulder away from the ear. Inhale, look down at left fingertips and breathe. Deep breath in. Gentle sigh out. Inhale. Exhale, draw the gaze up. Spin your right thumb back a little bit further. Inhale, hug ribs in. Heart comes back through center, hands to legs. Let's take a moment. So you'll begin to feel that engagement through right side body, right awakening. We'll take the other side. Inhale, reach the fingertips up. Exhale, hug the shoulders down. Inhale, tip. Now right hand touches the earth. Press into the right palm. Lift the heart forward. Exhale, hug the navel in. Inhale, bend right elbow. Exhale, left fingertips go towards right wall. So reaching. Soften gaze. So can you even feel the jaw melt here? Press through the hand. Rotate left ribs towards the front of your mat. Exhale, take the gaze up and spin that left thumb back. Right? Deep breaths in. Gentle sigh out. Inhale. And exhale. You got it. Inhale, ribs draw in hard back through center. Exhale, hands onto legs. Take a deep breath in. An audible sigh. Inhale, reach your fingertips right back up towards the sky. This time we will exhale and lean forward. So as we lean forward, you'll notice your tush starts to lift up. You want to try not to reach that far, right? So as soon as that happens, go ahead, press the fingertips down into the mat wherever that feels comfortable. Inhale, spin the eyes of your elbows up towards the ceiling. Exhale, gently bend the elbows to fold. So folding belly over thighs, you might find once you get here, you have a little bit more room to walk the hands forward. Listen to the body. If it feels like too much, come out of it, right? Let the head release, forehead heavy into the mat. Breathe into your left hip. Inhale, lift your gaze towards your thumbs. Exhale, hug navel away from shins. Inhale, walk your hands back. So fingertips walk back towards the shins. You're going to slide your hands back behind you and press through the palms. Inhale, left leg elongates. Exhale, right leg does the same. Inhale, press through the tips of the fingers, lift the chest up. Exhale, we're just going to switch out those legs. So now the left shin goes in first, right shin goes in front of the left. Inhale, reach the fingertips up. So if you're in a wider leg position, of course, we're not switching our legs. You're just going to keep those legs open and soft. As you lift up, hug navel in, exhale, lean forward. So this is a hip conversation as much as it is a lengthening of the spine. So you might notice right side is different than the left. Fingertips land down. Inhale, lift. Exhale, gently bend the elbows. So maybe this is your edge. Elbows don't touch this round. Maybe you find a little bit more space. Just want to make sure you're grounding down through the seat. Head releases. Jawline is heavy. Feel the spreading of ribs. Inhale. Big sigh. Exhale. Inhale, hug the navel away from the thighs. Slowly walk your heart space up. And as we exhale, we'll tip our weight over our shins and come into tabletop. So this is a good time if you have sensitive knees to use your blanket underneath your knees, setting yourself up. If you don't have a blanket or a pillow, it just depends on where you're practicing, know that you can also fold your mat over when we get to those spaces where you really need cushion for your knees. So something to think about. Coming into your tabletop, tuck your toes into the mat. You want to look back through your knees. Ensure that your toes are aligned with your knees. Look at your hands, and rather than thinking of shoulders over wrist, think shoulders over second knuckle of your middle finger. So you're slightly tipping the weight forward. No cow, no cat. Stay here firm. So pressing through the palms is an exhale. Inhale, hugging of the navel. Exhale, press through the hands. Inhale, hugging of the navel. Once more, press through the hands and hug the navel. Inhale, extend our right leg back. So take a nice stretch out of the right leg. Exhale, press through the hands. Shoulders slide behind wrists, chin to chest. And you might feel the right hamstring begin to warm up. But even here, don't let the belly go. Hug the navel away from the mat. Jawline releases. Inhaling in. Exhaling out. One more full breath here. Exhale. Inhale, press through those right tuck toes. You're going to roll over the top of your right foot and then just circulate. So tip the weight towards the right. You're going to feel yourself roll over your toes. Come back through the left. So it's a nice ankle and wrist warmer, right, as we begin to rotate. Tipping the heart forward and pulling it back. Once more, tipping the heart forward and pulling it back. Find that space of stillness. Shoulders back over your wrists. So tip, or should say shoulders over second knuckle of your middle finger. Stay here. Press through the hands. Inhale, lift your right leg off the earth. So as you inhale, lift your right leg off the earth. Exhale, press through the hands and rotate the shoulders back. Inhale, point the toes. On your exhale, hug the midline in. And inhale, tap your toes down. So exhale, lift. You can flex your toes. Inhale, point to lower. Exhale, flex the lift. And if it feels too confusing, you can keep your toes flexed the entire time, right? Lifting and tapping down. Press through both hands, lifting and tapping down. We have a few more to go. Notice if you're pressing more through your right hand. Shift some of the weight back through your left and press to lift, flex. Inhale, point to lower perhaps. Exhale, press to lift. Inhale, point to lower. Exhale, press to lift. Our last one, inhale, point to lower. Exhale, flex to lift. You're going to keep those toes flexed and bend your right knee. Inhale, untuck left toes. Exhale, open up your right hip. If this is tight, maybe the tips of your right fingers. Do drop your gaze, perhaps through right armpit. Inhaling in. Exhaling out. One more inhale. Exhale, straighten out your right leg. Nice long extension out of right side body. Inhale, right hand lands. Exhale, right knee back down to the earth. Inhale, cow cat. Bend the elbows, melt the belly towards the mat. Exhale, press to the tops of the feet and round. Inhaling in. Exhaling out. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale, coming to the neutralized spine. Check out the alignment. Exhale, we'll tuck our toes. Inhale, hug the navel and slide your left leg back. All the same game on the other side, right? Press the seat back. Left heel goes towards the earth. Be mindful. Left hip is pulling down towards the mat as you let the head go. Press back the weight into the left hand. Inhale, lift your gaze, roll over the top of that left foot, right in our ankle stretch. So we're going to roll to the left and take circles. Tip your shoulders ahead of your fingertips if you can and roll the weight, rolling out that ankle. One more time in this direction. Next time you go to the back of your mat, you're just going to switch your directions, right? So now rolling through the right, stretching out the feet, the toes, warming up the ankles. And last one. You got it. Come back through center, press through the palms. On your inhale, lift that left leg off the earth. Exhale, flex your left toes. So inhale, think about extending through the stem of the heart, the sternum itself. On your exhale, hug the midline in. Inhale, let's point left toes and tap left foot down. Exhale, untuck right toes and lift. And point. Right, press through the palms and lift. Point. Once again, if it's too much, you can keep your toes in flexion the entire time and tap. Press through the hands and lift. Tap and lift. Point. Inhale, exhale to lower or to lift. Point to inhale and lower. Exhale to lift. So you're even engaging your muscles, right? You begin to engage the core. Last 2 rounds here. Point to lower. Inhale. Exhale to lift as we rise. Last time, point to lower. Exhale, lift. Inhale, press through the arms. Exhale, bend left knee. Inhale, open up that left hip. So tips of the left fingers, right? Drop the head and audibly sigh. Next exhale, straightens out that left leg. Take a nice long stretch. Flex your left toes perhaps. Inhale, left hand down to the earth. Exhale, left knee down to the mat. Inhale, 3 cow-cats. Draw the heart space forward. Option to take your feet with you. Tuck your toes. Exhale, press to the tops of the feet, and we will curl. Inhale, tucking of the toes. Exhale, pressing through the feet. Our last one. Inhale to tuck the toes. Exhale, press through the feet. Inhale, we're going to tuck our toes. Exhale, walk your hands back towards your knees and come back to sit on your heels. So sitting on our heels is a nice way to get the blood flowing through our feet. If this feels like too much, you can tip your weight slightly forward. Always think long spine, right? If you can get your space to heart over root, good placement. But if you like to modify here, you're tipping your weight forward to take some of that weight out of your feet. Try to get all those lovely little toes down underneath. So maybe reach back for the pinky toes to adjust, but breathe. And as we close the eyes or find a soft gaze, take a moment to grasp an intention. And I truly invite you to feel all the feels. Allow that to be our focus as we honor placement. Right? So often as New Yorkers, we're always thinking about the next point or the next thing coming up, right? But can we be present in the now, honoring full placement of self? Breathe into the feet. Nice. With intention in mind, inhale, let's flutter our eyes open, tip our weight back into tabletop. Exhale, untuck the toes. And if you like, right, begin to pedal those feet into the earth. It's just a nice counter stretch there. On our inhale, we'll find our natural space, neutralize spine. Go ahead and tuck your toes into the mat. On your exhale, see, body should be a little warm, right? I'm removing my socks, right? So as you find your body now fully ready, right, fully arrived, tuck your toes, pull the seat up and back for your down dog. Feet are hip distance apart in your down dog. Melt your rib basket towards the thighs. Keep the knees soft here. So even if you feel like you can gain length in the legs, can you investigate pressing well through the hands? And then perhaps lifting your 10 toes, yes, your toes, right, as much as you can as the head releases. Feel free to move the head or flutter the lips. We have 2 more breaths here. And if you'd like to add some more of your hamstrings, begin to turn those heels in like little penguin feet and find a bigger stretch. Very deep breaths in. Can you keep those toes off the earth? Last full breath. Exhale, spin your heels back parallel, right? On your inhale, lift the heels, take your gaze forward. And on exhale, we're going to take a nice march to the front of our mat. So ease into it. Once you arrive in the front of your mat, feet are hip distance apart. If we're checking, that's 2 fists in between the arches of the feet. Bend the elbows, the knees, and forward folds. Belly over legs, hang ragdoll. You can definitely opt to stay here. Maybe opposite forms. You can sweep the torso left to right. But as we sweep and rock, finding the weight equally distributed through the 4 pads of each foot. Right? The very corners of the ball joints, the very corners of the heels. Inhale, find your center. Release the bind if you have them. Press palms onto shins. Inhale, flat spine, knees bent. Exhale, slide the seat back. So really find the space where the knees touch the arms. The arms press back into the legs. So even if you're a little bit higher, nothing wrong with that, right? From here, chair pose. Draw your hands to prayer in front of your heart. As you draw the hands to prayer in front of your heart, keep the shoulders pulling back and away from the ears. Deep breaths in. Look at those knees over ankles, right? Keep that sensation. Exhale out. But every inhale is a lifting of the torso. Every exhale is sliding back of the seat, right? All traction. Inhale, lift. Exhale, slide it back. You can feel it, right? Inhale, lift. Exhale, slide it back. Let's take one more inhale to lift the chest up. Exhale, forward fold. Inhale, bend the knees, tips of the fingers. Exhale, right foot steps back to a lunge. So you can walk your fingertips back so they're in line with your left toes. Inhale, look through your arms and make sure your right foot is hip distance apart. Exhale, tap your right knee down to the earth or a blanket. Inhale, untuck your back toes. Exhale, press through the feet. Inhale, hands come to hips. So as we take a moment for hands to hips, you just want to make sure you're thinking about two 90-degree angles, right? So even for me, this is a little bit closer, so I'm going to slide my right foot forward. Knee over ankle. Press heavily into the top of your back foot. Inhale, spin the elbows towards the back of your mat. Now on your exhale, hug the navel in. Inhale, reach the arms up for full pose. Chin is parallel to the earth. Inhaling. Exhale, we'll drop our gaze towards the mat and audibly breathe. So if you'd like a challenge here, right, close the eyes. All right, you'll feel that wavering of balance or imbalance. Think about using your right foot more, your right toes more. Inhale. And exhale. Let's take one more deep breath in. And out. Inhale, gaze lifts up. Exhale, hands back to hips. Inhale, tuck our left toes. Exhale, lift our left knee off the earth and find your high lunge. So when you find your high lunge, bend your right knee on a 90-degree angle. Use your hands. Left foot draws or left hip draws forward. Spin the elbows back. Deep breaths in. Gentle sigh out. Inhaling. And exhaling. Next, inhale, we're going to lean into it, belly over thighs. Exhale, walk your fingertips out. If you have blocks, take those with you, about 1.5 feet out in front of you. Exhale, roll over the top of your right foot. So we're using all that gas in left foot. Inhale, lift right leg off the earth. So take a nice stretch. And as your right toe lifts, curl the toes towards your face. Press the hands into the mat or blocks. Lift the back of your head. Inhaling in. And you'll feel that left quad, that left glute begin to engage. Exhaling out. Inhale. Exhale. Press the back of the head against the ceiling. Inhale. And exhale. Now we'll play. On our inhale, we're going to point the right toes and tap them down. Exhale, flex and lift. So the same thing we just played with. Inhale, point the toes, land them down. Exhale, flex and lift. You got it. Inhale, point the toes to lower. Exhale, flex and lift. Just two more. Inhale. You got it. Feel that left leg. Exhale, lift it up. Feel right glute. Inhale. And exhale. Stay here. Lift up through the chest. Inhale, right toes down to the earth. Exhale, back heel spins down. Inhale, walk your hands back a foot. Exhale, look through your arms. Inhale, lift your right arch off the earth. Press through the feet. Exhale, hug your navel. Inhale, warrior two. So as we come into our warrior two, take a moment. I'm just going to turn myself around. So as you come into your warrior two, take a moment to really think about your hips. And it's okay to touch yourself, right? Pull your right hip back and pull your left knee towards the left edge of your room. Inhale to extend fingertips. Exhale, pull right ribs back. Inhale, take your fixed gaze over front middle finger. Deep breath in. Use your back foot more. Exhale out. Inhale. Exhale. Next, inhale, straighten out your right leg. Exhale, hinge your fingertips all the way towards the back of your mat. Inhale, right palm touches right shin or right thigh, depends on your dexterity. Exhale, sweep left arm across the horizon. So left arm goes up and over. Press through the very inseam of left foot. Feel left low back. Stretch out. Soften gaze towards right toes. From here, exhale, bend your left knee. Inhale, heart comes back through center. Exhale, take your time. Lower. Right hand down to the earth. Inhale, lift right heel. Exhale, option to tap your right knee down. Exhale, lift left arm up towards the sky. Find your twist. Deep breaths in. Exhale out. One more. Inhale. Exhale, pull your shoulder, your right shoulder away from your ear. Inhale, left hand, left hip. Exhale, slide your left leg back. So left foot steps behind your right toes. Think warrior two back foot. Inhale, option to turn your right toes out for a modification. But right shoulder's over wrist. Exhale, stay here. Inhale, gaze can stay down at right arm. Exhale, option to lift left fingertips up. Deep breath in. Exhale out. Inhale, take left arm across the horizon. Exhale. One more full breath, press the earth away. Inhale. Exhale, left hand lowers. Inhale, left heel rises. Exhale, left foot steps back, down dog. Inhale, forward plank pose. Exhale, we're going to tap our knees down behind our hips. Inhale, lift your seat. Exhale, chest and chin as you lower. So it's what we call 8 points. Your fingertips should land underneath your armpits. Slide onto your belly for baby cobra. Untuck your toes. Soften your gaze. Press into the hands. Think shoulder heads lift higher than the ears. Exhale, lift navel off the earth. Inhale, fan your feet into the mat. So really press those toenails. Inhaling in. Exhaling out. I like to say mess up your nail polish, right? Take one more inhale. Exhale, let the body go. Inhale, heart rises, press the earth away. Exhale, child's pose. Take it back, forehead to the mat. And you can always come back to child's pose at any time throughout practice. Or if you like to remain slightly active, cow-cat. Dropping into breath. And letting it go. I should say also, if child's pose is tight for you, place yourself onto your forearms. 2 more. Our inhale will drive us back into tabletop. So coming into your tabletop, cow-cat. Knees underneath the hips, toes in line with the knees. So it's up to you whether you take your toes with you. Inhale, bend the elbows just a bit, enough to draw the heart space open. Exhale, option to untuck those toes, press with the tops of the feet, and we will round. All right, we'll keep moving. Inhale. Jawline releases and exhale. Inhaling. Audible exhale. Next inhale, we'll seek neutralize spine. Exhale, down dog. Take your time, pull it back, let the head go. Down dog, believe it or not, is about the torso, so find length. Let the knees stay soft. If you want more, lift your toes off the mat. Move the head around and or flutter the lips. Inhale, heels lift, take the gaze forward. Exhale, it's a slow march to the front of your mat. So really enjoying the space between neither here nor there, right? Honoring placement. Bend the knees, press the hands gently into the shins. Inhale, flat spine. Exhale, we will forward fold belly over legs. Inhale to relift, lengthen heart space. Exhale, bend the knees, slide the seat back. Inhale, hands to prayer in front of the heart. So spin the elbows away from the ribs so you can really feel the chest open up. Press heavily into the hands and lift the heart. So option here this round, you can play. Lift those toes off the earth. You're going to press through the ball joints of the feet. Feel the arches lift. You got it. Exhale. Think about the length of your spine. There is a natural curvature that happens, but don't overextend it, right? We'll take one more lift of the chest and exhale, slide of the seat. Inhale, lift of the chest. Exhale to forward fold. Inhale, lift the gaze. Exhale, bend the knees, plant the palms firmly on blocks or earth. Inhale, left foot steps back to a lunge. Find your way. So if you're measuring this, you really want to think about your right foot being behind your right wrist, right? That generally tells you you're in a hip distance apart. Exhale, tap your left knee down to the earth. Untuck your back toes. Inhale, press into your feet and lift your arms up. So taking your time to clean up your alignment. Right knee is over ankle. And even here, you can feel your left hip is lower than your right. So can you melt your right hip down towards the earth, press through the top of your left foot, and pull your left hip up. Let's turn the palms towards the back of your space. Inhale, let's open the arms about 2 inches wider. Exhale, hug your navel in. Inhale, we'll take the gaze up where the ceiling and the wall meet. So shoulder opener, not back bend. Stay here. Option to reach the arms back or on inhale. Exhale, hug the navel. Inhale, maybe the arms go back further. Exhale, hug the navel in. Right, inhale, maybe arms go back further. Exhale. One more deep breath in. Exhale, hands down to the mat. Oh, I'm sorry, hands down to your hips. My apologies. As the hands come to your hips, spin your elbows back. Use your thumbs here to tuck the tailbone in. Even squeeze the hips as if you were in harness. Exhale, tuck your right or left toes. Inhale, hug the navel in. Exhale, lift up into your lunge. So finding your lunge, you really want to use that right or left heel lifting to draw you forward. And then pull your right seat down. Inhale, spin the elbows back behind you. Deep breaths in. Gentle sigh out. You should feel a stretch in your left hip flexor as much as an activation in right quad. Deep breath in. Exhale out. Inhale, we'll draw hands to prayer. Well, not hands to prayer. Draw your hands over, down towards the earth, belly over thighs. Walk the fingertips about a foot out in front of you. So as we exhale, we're going to roll over the top of that right foot, lift, or back foot, sorry, left foot. Lift that left leg off the earth and kick through the left heel. Flex the toes. Lift the heart space up. Deep breath in. Exhale out. We're going to play, right? Inhale, point the toes and tap the knee down. Notice a micro bend in your right leg. Exhale, flex and lift left. Inhale, point the toes to lower down. Press through the palms, the foot, lift it up. Exhale. Inhale. And exhale. 2 more. Inhale. And exhale. Last one. Inhale, point to lower. Exhale, lift. Right, inhale, pull the chest up. Exhale, take your time. Left toes touch the back of your mat. Inhale, spin your back heel down. So walk the hands back to frame your right foot. Look through your arms. Left arch lifts. Inhale, press to your feet and come all the way up. So as you come into your warrior two, think about really tethering the arms out, wrist hanging out over the ankles. So if you're too short here, it won't feel good. Feel free to take your right foot a little bit wider. Fixed gaze over front middle finger. Inhale, straighten out your right leg. Exhale, hinge your right hip forward. Left fingertips touch the left leg. So make sure you're not on your joint, either the shin, the calf, or the thigh. Sweep right arm across the horizon, nice long stretch. Soften the gaze towards left toes. Breathing in. Breathing out. Inhale and exhale. Inhale, bend right knee. Exhale, heart comes back through center. Inhale, keep the shoulders engaged onto the back side of the body. Exhale, lower your hands down to the earth. Inhale, re-lift left heel. Exhale, left knee back down to the earth. Inhale, press into left hand. Exhale, lift right. So if this is tight for you and you're just not using a block, feel free to come onto your left fist. But hug your right knee in and twist. Deep breaths in. Gentle breath out. Inhaling and exhaling. One more full breath in. Exhale out. Right? Inhale, look down at your left hand. If you're on your fist, you want to make sure you're on flat hand. Exhale. If you need to, you can take your right hand to your hip or to the earth, right? We'll go to the hip for me. I'm going to slide my right leg back. Right toes come right behind my left toes. Now I'm going to spin my left toes towards the long edge of my mat. This is something you want to be mindful of, being behind your shoulders. Slide your weight an inch forward. Now on your inhale, pull right fingertips up towards the sky. But press so heavily through the outer edge of that back foot. Inhaling in. Exhaling out. Maybe this round and close your eyes. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale, right arm back over the horizon. Nice long stretch out of side body. Exhale, look down. Inhale, right palm lands. Exhale, right heel lifts. Down dog. Left foot steps back. Head releases. Inhale, roll it forward to plank pose. Tips of the toes is what we seek. Exhale, left knees down to the earth. Inhale, lift your seat, working with 8 points today. Exhale, chest and chin as you lower. So as you lower, right, send your seat up towards the sky. Inhale, pull the heart space forward and through for baby cobra. Come on to the tips of our fingers, perhaps this time is an option. Spiral the elbows towards the spine, reach through the crown of the head, deep breaths in. A gentle sigh out. Inhale, lifting the chest up. Exhale, letting the heart space go. Next, inhale, lift. Exhale, soften it all. Hands flat on the mat. Inhale, heart rises. Exhale, child's pose. Same options apply. So taking the third eye down to the mat, letting the head go, tongue fat and wide. So maybe you begin to tap into your inner knowing, right? Your third eye, rolling the forehead around the mat. Inhale, tabletop. So from here, yogi's choice. You can either come through your tabletop or move through your down dog. Wherever you are, press firmly into the knuckle pads of your hands and the tips of your fingers. Also know in these moments, you can also offer yourself stillness. And our last one. Inhale, coming into our tabletop, press through the palms and reach through the crown of the head. Exhale, we'll take it back, down dog. So stand your down dog. You have 3 breaths here, and we're going to move through that same practice that we just did. And now it's slightly more familiar. So as it is, right, let it feel that way. Maybe the flow is smoother. And you have options to do more. But I invite you so much, right, to honor that voice within. Feel free to do less. On our inhale, our feet come together to touch. Exhale, soften your knees. Inhale, look forward. Exhale, this time, right foot steps forward to meet right thumb. Inhale, let's walk our fingertips out a little bit further in front of us. Exhale, left foot steps forward to meet left thumb. Audible folds. Inhale, palms back into shins. Lift the gaze. Exhale from here, chair pose. Slide the seat back. Inhale, hands back to prayer. Or feel free to go further this round. You can reach your arms long, nice long stretch. If the arms are extended, line the arms up with the ears. Option to lift your toes off the earth. Deep breath in. Exhale out. Inhale. And exhale. One more inhale, lift the chest up. Exhale, forward fold. Inhale, gaze draws forward. Exhale, right foot steps back to a lunge. Inhale, lift that right heel forward. Exhale, right knee down to the earth. Inhale, untuck back foot. Exhale, press through the feet. Inhale, lift your arms up. Right back to Anjaneyasana. Inhale, lift through the chest. Exhale, slide your arms back. So now it's an option to begin to warm up into your back bend. Let's take our gaze up where the ceiling and the wall meet. Inhale, reaches the arms back. Exhale, hugs the shoulders. Inhale, top of the right foot. Exhale, soften left toes. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale, hands to waist side. Exhale, tuck right toes. Inhale, lift right knee, coming into your high lunge. So find the hips first. Rather than right hip pulling back, can you pull the right hip forward? Inhale, reach the fingertips up towards the sky. Nice long stretch out of side body. Option to keep your hands on your hips if you're modifying, right? Deep breaths in. Gentle slides out. Next, inhale, draw your hands to prayer in front of your heart. Exhale into warrior three. So you're leaning into it. Inhale, maybe you need blocks, maybe not. Exhale, press through left foot, lift right leg. Flex your right toes. If your hands are to prayer, use your thumbs to lift your sternum. Now we'll play, right? You can always take your hands back down to the earth or inhale, point the toes and lower that right foot. Exhale, lift and flex. Yes, let's activate. Inhale, point. How can you not stay present, right? Exhale, flex. Last time, inhale, point. Exhale this time, right foot steps forward, fold, audible. Right, deep breaths in. Oh, I'm sorry, right foot steps back. Deep sigh out. Inhale, lift the chest up. On your exhale, let's spin our back heel down. Inhale, heel toe your left foot to the center of your mat. Exhale, press through the feet. Inhale, warrior two. So coming back into that space of your warrior two. Pull right fingertips back. Lift up through the chest. Inhale, straighten out left leg. Exhale, hinge left hip forward. Inhale, right hand, right leg. Exhale, left arm across the horizon. So think not just about left side body, but can you make more space in right side body. Soften gaze up this time. Spin left thumb towards the air behind you. Inhale, bend left knee. Heart back through center. Exhale, lower our hands down to the earth. Inhale, lift right knee. Exhale, right knee down to the earth. Untuck your back toes. And this is a key factor in this variation of your side plank. Knee wants to be underneath the hip. Press through the right hand. Exhale, left foot slides back. Press through the outer edge of your left foot. Slide your waist slightly forward. On your exhale, left arm lifts up. So take that chance. Shrug the shoulders back. And if you like, you can sweep your right toes out like we did before or keep them in. And if you like a bit bigger challenge, untuck your right toes. Exhale, lift your left leg off the earth. Kick through the heel, flex the toes. Inhale, take that left arm over the head. Nice long stretch out of side body. Deep breaths in. You like to play with balance. Close the eyes. Exhale out. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale, float of the eyes open. Exhale, left hand down to the earth. Inhale, left toes to the mat. Exhale, down dog. And breathe. Inhale, vinyasa. Roll our weight forward, shoulders over wrists. Exhale, knees down to the earth. Inhale, lift your seat. So as you exhale, chest and chin as you lower. Bend your elbows. Inhale, baby cobra. Slide onto the pubic bone. Let's untuck our toes. Press through the tops of the feet. Long nape of the neck. So options, back to the tips of the fingers. Or inhale, lift your palms 2 inches off the earth, right? But shrug the shoulders away from the ears. Use your feet. Exhale, lift your navel. Inhale, lift your chest. Exhale, lift your navel. You got to take one more lift. Exhale, soften it off. Inhale, press it away. Child's pose or down dog. Breath is the practice. So deeper inhale. Big sigh. 2 more. So if you're already in down dog, you will stay. Otherwise, we will meet there. On our inhale, feet come together to touch. You can walk them about 2 inches closer towards your face. Exhale, bend the knees. Inhale, lift the heels and look forward. Exhale, we'll take left foot forward this time. Inhale, walk your fingertips a foot out in front of you. Exhale, shift your weight. Right foot steps hip distance away from left. Inhale, palms press into shins. Lift the gaze, flat spine. Exhale, we will forward fold belly over legs. Inhale to relift the heart. You might press hands into shins. Exhale, bend the knees to seek chair pose. Inhale, you choose your hands. Draw your hands to prayer in front of your heart. You can go back to that space, or you could even play, reach the arms back. If you're reaching your arms back, let your palms face the sky and your thumbs towards one another. Or you can go back to our very classic space, right, of reaching the arms forward. Breathing in and breathing out. Option here, you can lift those toes off the earth this time or lift your heels off the mat and drop your seat. Challenging, yes, right? Deep breaths in. Showing up for self, deep sigh out. One more inhale. Exhale, heels down into the earth, audible. Inhale to lift the gaze. Exhale, left foot steps back to your lunge. Inhale, walk your fingertips back to frame your right foot. Exhale, left knee down to the earth. Press through and take your time. Come all the way up. Make sure those left toes are untucked as you find your crescent lunge. Inhale, continue lifting through the chest. Exhale, melt right hip down. Inhale, turn your hands to shine towards the space behind you. Exhale, reach the arms back as far as you can go. So option to stay neutral or build on your back bend. Inhale, take the gaze up. Exhale, reach back. Inhale, squeeze the thighs together. Exhale, lean back, right? Inhale and exhale. Inhale. You got it. And exhale. Inhale, hard back through center. Exhale, hands down to the earth. Inhale, tuck your back toes. Exhale, lift your back knee off the earth. Inhale, spin your back heel down. Exhale, maybe tips of the fingers. Inhale, heel toe your right foot through center. So really think about setting up your hips here. Exhale, pressing through your feet. Inhale, arms come all the way up. So as you come into your warrior two, wrist over shadow your ankles. Press more through the outer edge of your left foot. Inhale, fix gaze over front middle finger, straightens your right leg. Exhale, hinge the hips forward. Left ribs draw back. Left palm, left thigh. Inhale, right arm across the horizon. Nice stretch out of side body. Deep breath. And audible. Inhale. Audible. Exhale. One more inhale. Exhale, bends right knee to drive your heart back through center. Inhale, lower your hands back down to the earth. Exhale, lift left knee off the mat. Inhale, tap your left knee down underneath your hip. Exhale, press into right hand or left hand for you guys. And inhale, slide your right leg back. So the outer edge of your right foot presses into the earth. Keep pulling the shoulders back. And once again, you can keep your hand on the hip, or you could turn your left toes out. That's all personal. Otherwise, maybe step it up. Right arm reaches up towards the sky, tip your weight forward, right leg lifts off the earth, kick through the heels and flex, right? If you like a challenge, close your eyes. Deep breath in. Gentle sigh out. But use that left foot, press into it. Inhale, take right arm over the head. Nice long stretch out of right side body. Pull that right shoulder down and back. Gorgeous. Inhale, look down. Exhale, land your right hand. Inhale, land your right toes. Exhale, left foot steps back. Down dog. Inhale, plank pose. Slide away forward. And then exhale, we're going to tap our knees down but play with chaturanga. Exhale, bend the elbows and hold 2 inches. You got it. Exhale, untuck your toes. Up dog. Let's lift those knees, those thighs off the earth. Shine the heart space. Squeeze the thighs together, but flush through the feet. And take it back. Wide leg child's pose this time. Knees go the width of the mat, or head down to the earth, or walk those forearms back. Jawline softens. Feeling all the feels by now for certain, right? Deep breath in. Gentle breath out. Inhale into tabletop. So let's take a few rounds in cow-cat. And I'm just going to turn towards you for a moment here. As you take your rounds in cow-cat, turn your fingertips around, or I'm going to sit back on my heels to show you guys. So fingertips are pointing out. So the fingertips are pointing towards the long edge and your thumbs towards the front of your space. And from here, we're going to stir the pot, so to speak. So inhale, tip the weight forward. It's up to you whether you keep your toes tucked or not. Exhale, tip the weight towards the right. You're going to slide the seat all the way back towards the heels, and then inhale through the front of your mat. And exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Once more, inhale this direction. And of course, our exhale, we're going to take it back in the opposing direction. Let the head go. Hopefully, we're feeling hips at the back of the mat, wrist at the front of the mat. Press through the thumbs. And last one in this direction. Inhale, find your neutralized spine. Exhale, we'll tuck the toes, lift it up and back for down dog. So as you slide into your down dog, let the head go. Feel the weight of the head release from the trunk of the body. On our inhale, once again, lift your heels, soften your knees. As you exhale, walk your hands or your feet towards your hands, right? So take it easy. You might walk over your blanket. And then we'll go right back to that ragdoll sensation, belly over thighs. Feel free to take something different. You could even take your hands back behind you. If you're taking interlacing of palms, just go with the elbows bent. If this is tight, and just lift them up as best you can. But just be mindful of that space where you kind of link the fingers and not press into the hands. You don't want to pull on the wrist. Right? Let the head release. 2 more. Inhale, release the fingertips, take your gaze forward. Exhale, press through the feet, and we'll slowly roll ourselves up this round. Once you arrive head over shoulders, inhale, we'll shrug the shoulders up by your ears, and exhale, rotate them down the back side of the body. 2 more times. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale, we'll draw hands to prayer in front of the heart. A moment here, nestle the thumbs into the sternum. And really offer yourself gratitude, right, for your arrival on your mat. Gratitude for self, for all that you are. Inhale, reach the fingertips up towards the sky. Feel free to take your gaze with you. Exhale, bend your knees and forward folds, belly over legs. Inhale, palms press in, flatten the spine. Exhale, bend your knees, plant your palms flat on earth or blocks. Inhale, lift your heels. So if you haven't jumped back in your wheelhouse, you can definitely take it. Otherwise, we're going to step 1 foot back to the other, plank pose. As you step back to your plank pose, knees down. Still working with chaturanga, unless you prefer baby cobra. On your exhale, bend the elbows 2 inches, maybe even 4 this time. Inhale, untuck the toes, pull the chest forward and up for up dog. Shine the heart space, squeeze the thighs and the hips, lift away from the mat. Tap the knees down, tuck the toes, pull the seat up and back, down dog. So a little bit of pumping the meal, right? Inhale, feet draw together to touch and walk your feet about a half a foot forward. Exhale, soften your knees. Inhale, look forward. So if you have a jump in your wheelhouse, feel free to take it. Otherwise, 1 lunge after the other to the front of your mat. Once you arrive, press palms into shins, lift the gaze. Exhale, forward folds, belly over legs. So Surya Namaskar A, inhale, reach the fingertips all the way up. Nice long stretch out of the heart space. Exhale, draw your hands to prayer in front of the chest. A moment of gratitude for practice, for breath. It's service without request. So at any point, feel free, child's pose, tabletop, a seated meditation. Practice is present as long as breath is active, right? Option to keep journeying forward. Inhale, reach the fingertips up towards the sky. Exhale, bend our knees and forward fold. Inhale, palms press in, lift the gaze, hug the navel. Exhale, bend the knees and plant the palms. Inhale, lift your heels. So let's talk about jumping back. If you're jumping back, you're landing in chaturanga, right? So jumping back and bending the elbows. Inhale, come up to your up dog. Pull the chest forward and up. Hips and thighs are still away from the earth. Exhale, tuck the toes. Take it back, down dog. Move the head around, tongue fat and wide in the mouth. We'll say 1 more round of Surya A. So if Surya A Namaskar, or you just like to take a moment here, meditation, feel free. Knees down, comfortable seat, or moving through cow cat. Otherwise, inhale, feet come together to touch. If you're lunging it out, switch your lunge. Otherwise, right, jump to the front of your mat. Light to the touch on the jump. Press the palms into the shins. Inhale, lift it forward. Exhale, forward folds, belly over legs. Inhale, reverse swan dive this time. Reach the fingertips all the way up. Exhale, right back to gratitude. Offer it to your intention. Feeling all the feels. Inhale, reach the fingertips up. Exhale, bend the knees and we will forward folds, belly over legs. Inhale, press the palms into the shins. Lift your gaze. Exhale, bend the knees, plant the hands. Inhale, lift the heels in preparation. Exhale, step or jump back. Right? Finding your up dog or your baby cobra. Feel free to invite yourself to something new. And we'll take it to child's pose is where we'll all meet. Maybe go wide this time. Forehead down to the earth. Palms slide back. Let the hands face up. Shoulders rest on your arms. 3 breaths. Inhale, coming into your tabletop, take your time. So as you come into your tabletop, really finding that space where the shoulders are over the wrists, right? Shrug the shoulders onto the back side of the body. Exhale, tuck your toes. So we'll go to that similar pose that we did, or a similar play that we did at the front of class. Press through the palms on your inhale. You're going to slide your right leg back. Exhale, press the earth away. Inhale, lift your right leg up. So now this time as you exhale, you're going to step your right foot right behind your left toe, spin to the outer edge of your left foot. Inhale, turn your left toes out. Now exhale, press into the left hand. You want to make sure shoulders over wrists. Tip the weight slightly forward. Inhale, right arm reaches up towards the sky. Now exhale, lift your right leg off the earth. So you could stay here, and especially if you haven't done this yet throughout class, right? But if you'd like to go further, you're going to bend your right knee. Inhale, right palm reaches for right foot. So maybe today it's just the reach. Maybe it's not, right? Maybe you grab the foot. And if you can manage to grab the foot, draw the heel towards the seat. Take that quad opener. Point your right knee towards the wall behind you. And for a challenge, untuck your left toes. Deep breaths in. Gentle sigh out. Right on your next inhale, you're going to kick your foot into your palm. Open up the chest. You might even take your gaze up towards the ceiling. Beautiful. Next inhale, look down at your left fingertips. Exhale, release your right foot. Inhale, right foot steps forward as your left toes turn in. Exhale, right hand lowers. So you want to make sure your right foot is the width of your mat. Exhale, tuck your left toes. Inhale, lift your left knee. Exhale, shift it forward. Left foot steps the width of your mat. So inhale, walk your fingertips out in front of you. Exhale, lift your gaze forward. Inhale, pull the seat back. So think of this as a true hip opener or football huddle. I think more people have visualized it. And you can definitely rock your hips from left to right. Right, deep breaths in. Gentle sigh out. Inhale. And exhale. Let's take one more. Inhale, pull the chest forward, lower the seat. Exhale, send it all up. Audible sigh, wide straddle here. Inhale, bend the knees, take the gaze forward. Now exhale, press through the palms. You're going to take left knee just back to your tabletop. Right knee will do my lovely, lovely singing bowls. Your right knee goes back to your tabletop. Press through the palms, keep the shoulders engaging back, and then on your inhale, slide your left leg back, right? Press through the palms. Exhale, take your time, right? Roll the outer edge of your left foot down. Inhale, left hand, left hip. All options to modify here. Exhale, tip the weight forward and lift left leg off the earth, right? You're going to kickstand your right foot out just so you feel a little bit more balance in this space. And then as you lift up, rotate the shoulders down the back side of the body, flex and rise, and then option, right, to go for that arm reaching up. Left arm is an extension of the armpit, right? Option to stay here or exhale, bend left knee. Try to honor the same thing you did on the other side, reaching or touching, right? If you manage to clasp, draw the heel in, point that left knee back. You can soften the gaze, right? All front body activity. Playing with closing the eyes if you're more versed here. Inhale, kick the foot through the palm, finding a back bend. Maybe draw your gaze up towards the ceiling. All right, inhale, release the leg. Leg goes back down to the earth. Right from here, take your time. Left foot steps back outside of the pinky as your right toes turn back towards the center of your mat. Inhale, lift the gaze. Exhale, press the right tuck toes. Inhale, lift right knee. Exhale, shift it. So this time we'll play. Right foot steps the width of your mat. The fingertips walk about 2 feet out in front of you. Inhale, spin the heels in. Exhale, lower the seat down. Yes, our squat. Draw your hands to prayer in front of your heart, right? Try to lean forward rather than back. So no rounding through the spine, lift up. And if this is tight, beautiful opportunity to take a blanket underneath those heels. Feel a little bit more forgiving. You got it. I got you. Last full breath in and out. Right? So before we go, option here to play with your crow pose. If you have it in your wheelhouse, place the palms down into the earth, tip the weight forward. And this might be it for you, right? Squeeze the knees into the arms, or you might play lifting one set of toes and then the other. You might find enough space to lift both set of toes, right? Last full breath in. If you have a jump back practice, take it. Otherwise, step back, down dog, stretch it out. And then exhale, knees back down to the earth. And here we are, full circle, right? Deep breaths in. Gentle sigh out. Now, as we come back into our seated position, this is where I invite you, if you'd like to take Shavasana, please do. But I'd just like to offer a moment, especially kind of piggybacking off of our meditation that just occurred, just a moment to center yourself, right? So back to that cross-leg position. If it works, otherwise, lie down. And you can do the same thing with your hands. So as you come to your comfortable seat or your lay position, right palm faces up. We'll go right back to Lakshmi Mudra if you're comfortable. If not, both hands can face down. But allow the eyes to close. Deep breath in. And let it be audible, big. There's neurological benefits of hearing ourselves soften. So let's take that one more time. And out. Really take a moment to feel all the feels. Fully present in our placement, wholly in the now. And if you find thoughts drifting in, allow them to stay present. But draw your awareness back to how you feel. I mean everywhere from the jawline to the shoulders, mid-back, creases of the hips, the wrist, the ankles, toes. And if you're in Shavasana, begin to move the toes, the fingers, rolling the head to right, left to right. If you're in a seated position, simply drop your head towards your chest. We'll all draw hands to prayer over heart. A moment offering gratitude to self. That abundant space. Feel it overflowing as we offer that extra to others. If you're in Shavasana, ease into a seated position. We will all close here. Our hands will draw to prayer. Thumbs tap your third eye in honor of all that we know. May it never lead us astray. I thank you so much for having me and for your trust. Namaste. So thank you, love, so very much. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are. I'm not sure if Laura's hopping back. Lara is hopping back in. So I can't say it enough. Thank you for having me. And I hope you have a great rest of the festival. It will be amazing. And I will see you soon. Have a great one, guys. Bye.
Welcome to SOULFest New York City. My name is Chinanta Lashane, and this is one of the reasons I love New York.
I love New York City because it's my home. Born in Harlem, raised in the Bronx.
And one thing I love about teaching yoga in the city is that it teaches us to accept those varieties of opinions with peace, equilibrium, love, and light.
My passion is to teach to all different people, whether they can do vinyasa, restorative, yin. Yoga is for everyone.
The best thing about teaching in New York City is the diversity of students that we get, both in skill level and culturally. It helps me to become a better teacher by being exposed to all of this diversity.
Hey, this is Mecca, the microphone check 1 2 1 2, aka Mecca Nelson, and I am the founder of the Yoma Method, which is yoga, martial arts, and meditation. It allows you to release any form of trauma. And guess what? I'll be teaching you at the SOULFest, and I'm so excited. Let me tell you why I love SOULFest so much. They bring the power of community and movement. One love, peace and blessings.
Welcome to SOULFest NYC. I love New York City for its vibrantly colorful and diverse cultural landscape. I love yoga because it changed my life. And as a yoga teacher, I help others improve theirs.
I love New York for its diversity, its resilience, and just all the amazing people. And this city really never sleeps. I love teaching yoga to children. It makes my heart sing. But I get just as excited as they do when they finally get that pose they've been working on.
I love New York, and I love sharing my passion for yoga with my community. You can find me teaching at Pilin Yoga Studio located in Mayoback, New York. I'm super grateful to be part of the SOULFest event 2021. I hope to see you all this November.
Hi everyone, I'm Lara Land, and this is Hannah, and we are streaming in from the Great Western Catskills in upstate New York. I'm the owner of Land Yoga and the co-producer of SOULFest NYC. I am so excited to have you this weekend for a wonderful, wonderful program of wellness and yoga. See you online.
Hi, I'm Christina Graff. I'm from the Yoga Alliance Foundation, and we are so excited to be presenting sponsor of SOULFest 2021.
My name is Yana. Welcome to SOULFest NYC. I'm the publisher and editor-in-chief of Vineyard Yoga Life magazine and co-producer of SOULFest. We are so excited this year. SOULFest is supporting local yoga studios and teachers. Enjoy.
Hi everyone. Wow, I can't believe it. We're just about midway through our first day of SOULFest. I've been enjoying the classes. I hope you have been too. My name is Lara Land. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the co-producer of SOULFest. And today we are honoring the New York City yoga community, and the lovely instructor who's up next is someone who really exemplifies that. Anita is someone who teaches yoga for all bodies. She works specifically with folks who feel like yoga is not for them, folks coming out of physical therapy or also in conjunction with physical therapy. She does a lot of chair yoga and modified poses, and she's funny. She is super, super funny. I know you're gonna love this session and love working with Anita from All Beings Yoga. She was having a little sound issue, so she's going to do a reboot, but we're going to get started with her real soon. While I have you here, I just want to remind you that SOULFest DC is tomorrow, and it's for everyone. We are just celebrating the SOULFest DC community. So, you know, if you're a New Yorker or live in the New York City area, maybe it's time for you to learn about some yoga teachers, yoga studios, who are coming out of the DMV area, right? What's happening over there around our nation's capital. So I urge you to get your free tickets for tomorrow so that you'll get all your links. We'll be streaming all day again. And just like today, tomorrow we'll be ending with a really, really important panel. So our community conversations, our panel conversations sponsored by Yoga Alliance are a really key component of SOULFest and have been even when we were live and in person. So we want you to hang around for that. Those conversations are happening today and tomorrow at 5 p.m. Also, if you're loving the festival and you're getting all of this material today and tomorrow for free, go ahead and make a donation. I know some folks from the team will put that link in the YouTube chat. Any amount is always helpful to keep SOULFest going and to keep it free. We really want it to be free and accessible. Nothing more accessible than just turning on a link. So we're hoping that we're able to stream into your homes and that you are able to enjoy this yoga and meditation experience. Please keep writing in the chat where you're coming from. You know, we want to know about you. So put your questions in the chat and we're going to try to answer them as the day goes along. So Anita will be on soon. I'm going to be on actually teaching a class. I haven't taught a SOULFest class in a long time, but I decided to teach the class coming up at 3 p.m. It's going to be a trauma-informed yoga class. I'm really, really excited to teach that class. It's going to be all levels. I think you'll enjoy the approach. I'll be representing my nonprofit, 3.5 Acres Yoga, which is running a teacher training in December. So if you're a yoga teacher and you want to learn some skills in trauma sensitivity, which we all need at this time, we don't know who is coming into our classroom, who is streaming through. Make sure to sign up for that training, take that class. All of that is available on the SOULFest website. You can see all those links. So lots of good stuff prepared for you today and tomorrow. And we're going to move it over to my dear friend, Anita. Anita, we're thrilled to have you here. Your All Beings yoga classes on Facebook Live and on Zoom are just always so fun. I'm really looking forward to seeing your class today. I always learn something new from you. And I always love your beautiful background. As you can see, Anita has that gorgeous background. You really feel like you're entering her studio. Let's make sure we can hear Anita. Anita, can you say hi?
Hi, everyone.
All right. Good to see your sound is working better. So I'm gonna head out of here so we can watch you. And looking forward to your class, Anita. Take it away.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Sorry for the tech issues. I want to just fix my screen again so that you can see the head of the beautiful Buddha that is made by an artist friend of mine. Her name is Reineke Hollander. And so thanks for waiting. So I'm going to what we're going to do today is a little bit of accessible yoga. This class is specifically, I've designed it so that folks can practice in a chair or on the mat or standing, whenever that's appropriate. I encourage you to try some of the poses, some of the movements sitting in the chair. Perhaps you've never done that before, and to see how maybe some of the postures feel a little bit different. So, the way I'm going to do some of this class is that we're going to do something first in the chair and then on the floor, on the mat, or standing. And I encourage you to, as I always say, you are the boss of your yoga. So I'll be giving options and ideas and things to try. All right, so thank you so much for being here and for waiting with my tech issues. Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention is you definitely need a chair. Any kind of sturdy chair is great. And it would be good if you had also another chair. It could be a stool, it could be your couch, could be a yoga block, but something where you could place your foot or maybe even both on the other chair or the stool. All right, so, and then any other yoga props that you'd like to use, blocks, blanket, strap. There's my strap. Okay, so I am going to start in the chair. You can start seated on your blanket or on a block. And I'm going to invite you all to sit back in the chair. Oh, and by the way, there will be time at the end if people have questions about accessible yoga or chair yoga or any of that stuff. So, we're sitting, I like to start my classes for folks in chairs, sitting back in the chair. Important that the feet are grounded. So some of us with maybe shorter legs, or if your chair's high, you might want to put a blanket or a pillow or something underneath, right? Folks sitting on the floor, just to sit up tall the way you always do when we begin. And we're going to take a moment to, I invite you to allow the eyes to close and to notice the natural rhythm of your breath. Take a moment to notice, if you're in the chair, the soles of the feet connected to the floor, right? Perhaps it's parts of your legs touching the floor, right? Notice the connection with the backs of your thighs and the chair, and your back resting against the back of the chair, or if you're sitting up, right, feeling that length in the spine. And notice the head right? Allow perhaps that sense of the crown of the head towards the ceiling. Take a moment. I invite you to notice the breath, the inhale and the exhale. And recently I've been working with, I always get great ideas from other people who I hear on different classes and things. And so I've been working with the image of the diaphragm, right, which is a muscle that is at the base of our lungs, right, and is extremely important in breathing. So as we inhale, the diaphragm actually goes down, creating space in the lungs, right, so the lungs can fill with air. And as we exhale, the diaphragm comes back up, in a sense, pushing the air back out. So I like to think of that as the elevator. So as we inhale, the elevator goes down, and as we exhale, the elevator comes back up. Right? Inhale and exhale. Right? There are many, many ways to visualize the breath, to help focus the mind, and it's you know, whatever works for you. This is one that I'm trying right now. So let's take a few more breaths. And then I invite you to join me for the sound of Om. Exhale fully. Inhale for Om. Om. And welcome to class. So we're gonna, those of us in the chair, we're gonna sit a little bit forward in the chair, right? And when we start to do movement, I have my side chair here so that you can get the side view, right? It's important to sit forward in the chair so that we're not leaning back and there's space, right? So I like to sit really at the edge of the chair, feet nicely grounded, right? So again, I encourage everyone to try this in the chair, but this part you can also do sitting on the floor in any way you like. So we're gonna start just a little bit of movement for the neck and the shoulders. So inhale, we look straight ahead. Exhale, gently bring the chin to the chest. Inhale as you come up. Inhale at the top, look up perhaps, exhale down. Right? As always, moving in a way that feels good to you. Right? Inhale, we come up. I like to put a little pressure on the tops of my thighs, which helps me to kind of lengthen in the front of the body. Maybe the shoulders go back. Exhale, chin to chest, releasing down. One more time, let's inhale, lengthening up. Exhale again, chin to chest. And now we're just going to gently let the left ear over to the left shoulder. I'm hopefully mirroring you, that's my goal. Right ear over to the right shoulder. Right? One side and the other. Right? Just letting the head be heavy, feeling that stretch. And the next time we go over to the left, perhaps look up on the diagonal in the opposite direction, right? And again, chin to chest. And then look up in the other diagonal, right? Just gently making that movement. And then we're going to try to do some full circles. But when I do full circles, I like to think more about lifting my head up rather than sending it all the way back, right? It's a little bit gentler. I kind of like how it feels better. So maybe making some circles, lifting up and over, okay? One direction and then the other way back. Great. And then let's gently come back to neutral. Notice how you feel. And then one more movement for the neck and the shoulders. Chin to chest. Let's go over to the left again. Yeah? And this time, let's extend the left arm out, gently bringing that hand to the top of the head, sitting up tall. And then feeling that stretch, but it's very gentle. I'm just holding my hand on the top of my head a little bit. And now extend the right arm out, right? And then let the arm come down, and I bet you'll find a spot where you suddenly feel that stretch on the side of the neck just a little deeper, right? Probably around 45 degrees. Sitting up nice and tall, inhale, coming back to neutral, take a moment, and let's try that on the other side. So we inhale, chin to chest, let the ear go over to the other side, the second side, extend the left arm out, coming all the way up, sitting up tall, and then let's extend the right arm out, right? And then let it kind of come down to about 45 degrees, but what's important is it's where you feel the deepening of the stretch, continuing to sit up nice and tall. Let's take one more breath here, and then gently come back. And notice how the head and the neck feel. Right? For me, my head feels almost like it's floating above my shoulders. Right? Taking a moment here. And, oh yeah, there was one more thing, right? So what I also wanted to talk about were the sit bones. And again, you can be doing this sitting on the ground or in the chair. But I want to kind of introduce you when we're sitting to those sit bones, how when you kind of round, right, tilt your pelvis back, you're at the back edge of the sit bones, and when you come forward, you're at the front. I'm going to again do the little side view here, right? So when we exhale, rounding a little bit, inhale, tilting the pelvis, arching forward, and noticing that shift. When I'm sitting, I'm pushing down on my feet to get that sense of groundedness. Right? And then what I'd like you to do is come to that spot that feels like neutral. So it feels like the spot where you're sitting up nice and tall, right? And you can be doing this on the floor as well, yeah? Coming back and forth, finding that neutral spot where almost naturally the spine feels lifted. And just noticing that, take a moment. Great. And then from there, we're gonna do like a little flowy movement that again, you can do sitting on the floor or in a chair. So we're sitting up tall, again, chin to chest, right ear, right shoulder. This time, let's lift our left arm and kind of look up, right? My left hand is on, my right hand's on my thigh, looking up at the right. Inhale, lengthening up. And then bring the arm across the body and in front of both legs and around. So we're gonna kind of make this flowy kind of rounding movement. And this is really, make this movement your own, right? Whatever way the movement feels good to you to kind of warm up the spine, warm up the back. Inhale as you're coming up, exhale around, inhale, exhale. And then the next time the arm comes up, let's go the opposite direction. So I'm going to bring the arm out and then in front of both legs, lifting up, turning, maybe I look back a little bit, and again in front, and then lifting up and coming back to neutral. And notice how that side of the body feels now. And now we're going to do the other side. So again, chin to chest, ear to the shoulder. I'm going over to the left now. Lifting the right arm up, my gaze follows. Inhale, and now bring that arm across the body, in front of both legs. Inhale, lengthening, and around. Nice and slow, moving in a way that feels good to you. And coming around on the exhale. Inhale up one more time. And now we'll go the opposite direction. So the arm comes out in front of both legs. I'm rounding a little bit in the spine. Inhale and coming around. And one more time, lengthening up and back to our neutral posture, noticing how you feel. Take a moment, hopefully the spine feels nice and long. And I don't usually write things down, but I was a little nervous for today. So, yes. So what we're gonna do now is, this is one where you can, well, you'll see. So if you have something to put your leg up on, that would be great. And if you have a strap, that would be great. But you don't need one. You can be doing this without it. You could also use a block. And you can also do this on the floor. So here's what we're gonna do. So one of the things about these kind of classes is they can be a little choppy. So what I'm gonna do is, we're gonna do this once in the chair. I'll lead it, and then I'm gonna do it once laying on the floor. So the chair version, we're gonna take our strap and kind of step on it, yeah? Inhale, and again, you don't need the strap, you can just lift your leg, but the strap is nice to have. So inhale, I'm sitting up tall. On the exhale, I lift the leg, maybe I lean back a little bit, and bring that leg up on my second chair, my block, whatever I'm using. Grounding here, sitting up nice and tall, we're stretching our leg, yeah? I'm gonna do a little bit of twisting, very gentle. So I'm gonna hold my strap in the left hand, left leg, right hand center of the chest. Inhale, a little bit of a twist. To the left, back through center, and the other way, right? And now I'm gonna show you how we're gonna do this on the floor. And so those of us who've been sitting on the floor, we're just gonna come to lay on our backs. And one thing I wanted to say, the thing that's nice about these classes is that you can do them together. The whole point is that folks who might be working in a chair, folks who might be working on the floor, we can do the class together, right? And I've had classes that have been like, you know, a grown child and an older parent who can be in class together. It's really nice. So, again, I'm gonna do the left leg again. No, you know what? I'm gonna do the right leg. So folks in the chair, we're gonna switch to our right leg. So you're gonna put your right leg on your stool. Folks on the floor, we're gonna bring the strap on the right leg, lengthen up to the ceiling, right? Inhale, I'm lengthening my leg, and now gently, you might wanna have a block or something to support your leg. We're gonna open out. We wanna keep the left hip grounded, right? So the cues I'm giving are gonna be a little bit different, right? Stretching that out, inhale, coming up through center, lengthening. Now I take the strap in the left hand and cross, breathing here. Coming back through center and bring it down. And now just to be kind of even, I'm gonna switch sides. So we're gonna do both legs twice, all right? So now I'm gonna come up with the left leg. People in the chair can switch back to the left. Inhale, I'm holding the strap in my left hand, opening out. Inhale, center, switch, and breathe. Coming back through center, let that go. People on the floor, we're gonna do the right leg again. And people sitting, we're gonna do the right leg again. So I'm putting the strap here. I might have messed up the rights and lefts, I'm sorry about that. But here, sitting, inhale, lift, place the leg on whatever you're using. Hold the strap in the right hand, inhale, twist. Come back through center, twist. Breathing here. And then everybody, whether you're sitting or standing, let's let that go. And just take a moment, notice how you feel. So thanks so much for kind of bearing with me. So the next thing we're gonna do is a forward fold, seated forward fold. So people on the floor, go ahead and sit back on your blanket. And people in the chair, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna come back over to this side, sitting up nice and tall, right? lengthening that leg. Bend the knee a little bit, which I do because I have tight hamstrings. And what we're going to do is think about lengthening, bringing the belly to the thigh, right? And we're thinking about our spine lengthening as we come forward. So this isn't about like, can I touch my toes and things, but about kind of hinging at the hips, right? I'm going to give you a little bit of a side view so you can kind of see what I'm talking about, right? So my knees there, sitting up tall, right? Inhale, lengthening forward, only as much as feels comfortable to you. And then coming back, all right? And let that go, and then we can switch sides. So I'm going to take my other leg up, bend the knee, lengthening forward, and release, okay? So chair people, you go ahead and do that again. Floor people, we're sitting up tall. You could use your strap or you don't have to. Take the leg out, and again, my preference is to bend my knee. You might even put a block under the knee. Sitting up nice and tall. Inhale, and think of laying the belly on the thigh, that contact happening, lengthening the spine. Breathing here. Gently come back up. Let me switch sides. Chair people, have at it, right? And I should mention, if you're sitting on the floor, you might want another block under the bent knee, right? So now the other leg is extended. We sit up tall, inhale, lengthening. Belly comes on thigh, hinging at the hips. The back remains fairly straight. And then gently release and let that go, right? If you're on the floor, you might want to kind of shake out your legs in front. And there we go. So now we're going to do a sun salutation together. So here's how that works. First, I'm going to do the chair sun salutation, and then we're going to do a sun salutation. You can practice all the way on the floor, but I'm going to do one with using the chair, okay? So we're going to do one set seated, and you all can do with anyone you like, but you might want to try this version. So I'm sitting at the edge of my chair, feet flat. Take it a moment. Bring the hands to prayer. Inhale, the arms up. You look at the thumbs. Exhale, hands on the thighs. Lengthen forward. That same extension of the spine that we were doing before. Right? Inhale, coming up. Inhale at the top. Exhale, just let your head go on the right side, releasing down. Inhale, lift. And let's extend that right leg out a little bit, whatever feels comfortable to you. You might extend the left a little. And then we take the arms out. Kind of like warrior two, right? I'm looking over the right fingers. Inhale. Peaceful warrior. I'm going to bring my left hand holding the chair. I could also bring the hand on the hip. Front palm faces up. Inhale, look up. You want to feel both your feet grounded and your sit bones, right? Feel that lower part of the body real stable. Inhale. Exhale back to your warrior two. Right? Inhale, we're going to do side angle. Bring your front hand, maybe hold the chair, maybe hand on the thigh, and lengthen up. Inhale, back to your warrior two. Let's bring the arms up, the feet come a little back together, back to prayer, and a seated version of Tadasana, mountain pose. Let's do the other side, all right? Coming into prayer. Inhale, looking up. Exhale, hands on the thighs. Lengthen that spine forward, however far feels okay for you. Inhale, lift. Exhale, just a little release of the head on the left side. And now coming up, let's extend the left leg out, however much feels comfortable to you. You want to feel stable in your seat with the feet grounded. Let's take those arms out. Inhale. Got our warrior two going on. Left hand down, front palm face up. We got a peaceful warrior, lengthening up. Inhale, back to warrior two. Now side angle. You can hold the chair or palm on the, hand on the thigh and lengthen up. I like to reach up rather than over a lot. Just feels good to me, and I'm grounding in the extended leg foot, right? Inhale, back to your warrior two. Then both arms come up, bring those legs back together, and prayer back to Tadasana Mountain Pose. All right, so chair people, we're gonna do that again. I'm gonna do a sun salutation at the chair. So I've taken my chair, so it's at the front of my mat. I like to keep the front two legs on the mat because it won't slide so much, okay? And now I'm gonna stand at the front of the chair. I should take my socks off for this, shouldn't I? Right, modeling good yoga behavior. So goodbye to the socks. So standing in front of the chair, right? Have a look down at the feet, see that they're parallel. Feel the connectedness to the floor. Right, crown of the head to the ceiling, release in the shoulders. And then let's gently bring the hands to prayer. And again, you can do any sun salutation you want. I'm just giving you suggestions here. Inhale, look at the thumbs. What I like to do on the exhale here is I put my hands in the pockets, I call it. It's right at the hip crease to help me lengthen that spine forward. Maybe my hands come to the chair, maybe my forehead touches, maybe my forehead's on the block. Right? Inhale, hands on the chair, let's extend. On the exhale, let's take our right leg back a little bit, and the left foot comes forward, so when you bend the knee, it touches the chair. I'm going to switch because I just realized I'm going to face away from you. So coming up, right, and now, right, I'm using the chair, I can come up into a warrior two. Grounding here, feel the feet grounded, extend the arms, breathe. Inhale, I'm going to bring my back hand to my hip because I like to do it that way. Feels more stable, lengthening up, feet grounded, back to our warrior two. Inhale, side angle, lengthening. Option to put your hand on the chair or the block. Come back up, keeping this real abbreviated today. Arms up, bring them back down to the chair, and we're going to do a downward dog. So I'm going to take my front foot back, knees are bent, spread the fingers, lengthening, belly rests on thighs, releasing. Now gently straighten your legs, gently walk back to the chair, bend the knees a little bit. We can maybe take the arms out and up, inhale, back to our prayer, and Tadasana Mountain Pose. Now we're going to do the other side. I'm going to face away from you, but I think that's okay, right? You'll get the different view. Inhale, right? Exhale again. Hands in the pockets is how I like to do it. It helps me really get some extension in the spine. And then maybe hands on the chair, forehead on the chair. Inhale, extend. I'm going to take the other leg back. In my case, it's the right. Place that foot down, and now take my left leg so that the foot is under the chair, the knee touches. Left hand on the chair, and I slowly come up into my warrior two. All right, I'm just looking back. Hopefully it looks okay. And now, again, hands on hip, peaceful warrior. Inhale, back to our warrior two. Do a little side angle action. Sometimes I like to place my hand behind the head. Gets a little more opening, like in the armpit area, coming back up. Let's do a downward dog. So both hands on the chair and the front foot back. Bend the knees, right? We're protecting the low back. Spread the fingers, lengthening. And then gently walk all the way back to the chair. Maybe you bend your knees a little bit. The arms come out and up. Inhale. Palms together. Back to prayer. And back to our mountain pose. All right. How's everyone doing? Hopefully okay. So we are going to do a little bit of a balance pose, which, how can you do a balance pose in a chair? You can. So, going to keep it simple, do a tree pose, maybe a variation or two. So it's nice to have a block for if I'm sitting in the chair. Again, I'm going to do the seated version, then I'm going to do the standing version. So one thing you can do to do a balance pose in the chair, again, it's a lot about the sit bones, okay? So I feel both my feet grounded. I'm gonna start with my right leg is the standing leg and the left leg's the one I'm gonna lift, right? So all I'm gonna do is think about grounding in the right and lifting the left. Feeling that connection of the sit bones and my bottom of my right foot. Breathing here. Maybe I extend that leg out a little bit. That feels interesting, right? If I'm getting tired, we'll bring it down. Then what's nice is if I have a block, right? Maybe I just bring that foot down. For some people it might feel comfortable to turn out, but just a little bit here, right? Coming into prayer. Just like we do in tree pose. Taking the arms up and open and coming back in and letting it go, right? Release the foot. Now let's try that on the other side. So again, we're sitting, feel those sit bones helping us keep the spine long and lifted. Grounding in the left, the right, maybe you just come up on the toes, just lift the heel, that's fine. Or we lift, feeling that grounding in the sit bones and the sole of the left foot. Maybe we extend the leg, right? Maybe we bring it onto the block and just take a little moment here in our prayer. Inhale, open out, and coming back, and release, right? Just it's a little nice way to practice, kind of some control there. Now, let's do that standing, okay? Now, some of us might want to use a wall. Isn't it nice that I have a little wall right here? So, let me move this out of the way. So, it's just nice to know sometimes that the wall is there, just in case. So, I'm going to start where my right leg is the standing leg, right? I'm going to slowly concentrate on grounding in that foot. The heel of the left leg might lift. Maybe I'm touching the wall just in case. Nice to know it's there. And then I lift that leg, bring it to the side. Maybe I'm going to bring the ankle to touch the other leg, the toes on the mat, and see about balancing there. Maybe I bring up to the calf and any other practice that you might be doing. Right, finding your balance here. The wall is ready for you at any point. Inhale the arms up and open out. And coming back to your prayer. Release, bring the hand down. Feel both feet grounded for your Tadasana. Right? And just as an example, if you don't have a wall, chair, right? Chair is always good. So now we're going to do the other side. So grounding in the left foot, right? Maybe I lift the heel of the right, but feeling that stability on the left side. Lift up, can always be holding things. Coming to the side Maybe I have the toes on the floor, the heel touching the other leg. Maybe I come up to my calf, hands to prayer. Lengthen that spine. Inhale, coming up. And opening out. Coming back to our prayer. And release. And release. Let it go. And just notice. Right? All right. How's everyone doing? It's been really fun. So now what we're going to do is we're going to get ready for Shavasana. I'm leaving a little bit of time if people have questions at the end. And we're going to just do like a restorative pose first. So again, the chair option, what I like to do is I have my second chair, my ottoman, my couch, whatever, something to put my legs up. The other thing that is kind of nice to do in the chair is to put a pillow or something behind you. A block is also nice, right? It's not as restful, but it's really supportive. So I wanted to show you that. The thing about the block is you want to put it at the, the level of the shoulder blades, right? Not the low back. So up here, right? And if you can get my arm out of the way, right? So what I'm going to do is place it like here, okay? And then I sit back, and it feels so nice to have that right on your spine between the shoulder blades. Right? We're going to do something similar on the floor. So now, you put both your legs up, and this is just a really nice supported way, right? Having the legs lifted is really good for the legs, right? It feels more restful, doesn't it? And we take a few breaths here. So my chair people, hang out here, enjoy. My floor people, there's so many options we could do, but one thing that I really like is taking our blanket. Oh, I don't need to use this blanket because I have one ready for me. All right, so we take the blanket, roll it up, right? And again, use it to support that thoracic spine, right? The up between the shoulder blades. So I'm going to lay back with the bottom of the rolled up blanket at the, the base of the shoulder blades. And then my head can be supported, right? Right, let the body release. If your low back is bothering you or anything, you can bring your feet flat. I'm going to address the low back in a moment. So just taking a few breaths here. Those of us who wear glasses, this is a nice time to remove the glasses. I always like to say that for those of us who wear glasses, taking the glasses off is a message of like, oh, time to relax, right? I don't know if any of you all have noticed that. So whether you're seated or on the mat, take a few breaths here. Right? Letting it go. And then gently we're going to come back up. And what I would invite the people who are laying on the floor to do is another nice way to do Shavasana that maybe you've not done before is legs on the chair, right? So you can come it's kind of like legs up the wall, but legs are on the chair, right? And you want to this could be legs on the bed, legs on the couch. It works for most anything, right? But what's nice is you've got this 90-degree angle and the low back can release nicely here. Taking a few breaths, letting it go. Right, so floor people, stay here or extend the legs for Shavasana. And then chair people, I don't know if you've been sitting there with the block behind you all this time, but let's remove that, right? So it can be a little more restful. You want a pillow or just sit back in the chair. And we're all just going to take a few moments here to release. Perhaps coming back to notice the breath, the inhale and the exhale. Again, noticing the parts of your body that are making contact, whether it's with the floor or the chair, perhaps the heels, right, the backs of the legs, right, the shoulder blades. And perhaps you'd like to come back to noticing the breath, gentle, natural rhythm of your breath, the inhale and the exhale. And then let's gently come back, allow the breath to deepen. You might want to wiggle fingers and toes, and then letting that go. And if you're sitting in a chair, let's come to sit forward again in the chair with the feet grounded. My friends on the ground, on the floor, roll to the side, come to sit up, whether you want to sit on your blanket or on a block. I'm going to just come a little bit closer, and we'll just do a little closing moment here together. If you'd like to take a moment, right? Again, if you're in the chair, those sit, actually either way, feel those sit bones grounded. Find that center spot that allows a sense of lift in the upper body. And breathe. Coming back to the elevator. Remember the elevator image of the diaphragm? Inhale, the elevator goes down. Exhale, the elevator comes back up. Belly might puff out a little bit on the inhale. Exhale, lengthen the spine. And I invite you all to join me for the sound of Om. I think we'll do 2 Oms. What do you say? Exhale fully. Inhale. Om. Open. Perhaps you'd like to bring the hands to prayer. Thank you so much for joining me. And if there's any questions or things you'd like to know, or if you want to get in touch with me and have a chat about any of this, please do. I'm on at All Beings Yoga on Instagram, on Facebook, on all the places, and allbeingsyoga.com. Hey, Lara.
Hi, Anita. Thank you for that great class. Really super.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks. I apologize again for the tech issues, but we're here.
Yes, we're here. This is what it's been like working out of our homes, right? And you certainly give a really beautiful experience with your home studio. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd love to hear you just share for some of our listeners, what you've seen by teaching folks, especially who are maybe in physical therapy. What kind of improvements or what kind
thank you.
results have they had working with you?
Thank you for asking that. I would say what I have found is that folks who have been doing physical therapy for, you know, a particular injury or something that they need to get better, then what they find is yoga can really help them, not just to improve that, if it's the whatever joint or whatever it is, but how to move their whole body safely, right? So in other words, you know, because often when you have an injury or if you have a chronic condition, right, it's kind of with you for the rest of your life. And how can you move forward without re-injuring or causing more harm? And yoga, I find, and I've, you know, students have given me this feedback, it really helps them to learn how to move safely, both on the mat and off the mat. So, so that's
Yeah, that's an important point, right? It's not just about what we do on the mat, it's about our functionality all the rest of the day. You have a couple more questions, Anita. One question is coming in about lower back pain. Do you have any recommendations for someone who has really bad lower back pain?
I mean, honestly, I'm a little bit hesitant to give specific recommendation, especially to the person who used the word extreme, which kind of sounds like a lot. So I would just say that, you know, there's a lot of different things. I mean, I was talking a lot about keeping your knees bent, right, when you're doing forward folding. Right, that kind of protects the low back. What I did at the end, putting your legs up on the chair, can feel really good for low back. But again, I would, I don't know, I just feel a little, I would want to have a little more specifics, and as we always say, we yoga teachers, we're not physicians, so. But
yeah, that's such a good good point.
I just want to say, though, there's tons of research out there showing that yoga is actually one of the most effective forms to reduce low back pain. So, yay.
So yeah, so the person who asked that, you might want a one-on-one, and I know Anita does some yoga tune-ups, some one-on-ones, so she can really assess what's going on, because, you know, it's we don't want to give advice without seeing your body. There's all different, is it on one side, is it on both sides? We really want to see you move, so we don't want to give you, you know, big time medical advice from over the screen. We have one more question for you, Anita, and it's about, you know, some of us don't have props at home. What can we do if we don't have blocks, if we don't have yoga blankets?
Love that question. First of all, you know, regular blankets that you have at home are great. You know, the pillows, I'm just going to go off screen for a sec, right? Your couch pillows are great. Instead of blocks, you can use books. You can use, look, I'm going to just show you all the DIY stuff that I have, right? Toolbox, right? All my, you know, you can use this for a block. So, so there's a lot of stuff you can use. You know, a strap can be, you know, a scarf or a belt. So, yeah, so I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, that's very helpful, Anita. Another question coming in, last question now. Any recommendation for a quick midday desk stretch or a mindfulness exercise when you really only have a few minutes that you can spare, so you don't have time for a full practice? What can we do?
Right. Well, yeah. So I do a 15 minutes on Facebook every Friday that I call Yoga at Your Desk. I do it at 9:15 in the morning, but anyway, I mean, a lot of the chair practices that we were just doing, you can do those at your desk, right? You know, maybe it's just inhale, look up, give yourself a little hug, right? So many things that you could be doing, but I recommend maybe look on Facebook on my page, and I have these little 15-minute practices. So maybe that could help.
Yeah, your Facebook game is on point. And I think folks can find you at All Beings Yoga on Facebook, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you definitely want to catch Anita on her Facebook classes. And I love what you were just saying. You know, we're hunched over, so anytime that we can really work on opening here during the day, it's really, really good. Anita, that was such a great class, such good recommendations. I'm just opening now after this whole morning hunching over. Really thankful for having you here at SOULFest. And excited for our next class, which is going to be our bilingual class. You know, this is something very important to SOULFest and the SOULFest community, is we always try to have a bilingual class. So to all our Spanish-speaking friends and those who want to get better at Spanish, which is over here, make sure you're tuning in because our next class is coming up. And it's going to be a great bilingual class. I think we have Adriana here in the wings. So maybe we'll just take a short break, hear from some of our sponsors, and then we'll head into the next class. Anita, thank you so much. And hope you'll join us for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Lara Land, and I'm a yoga teacher and teacher instructor with over 20 years experience. My goal is to make yoga accessible for everyone, and that's why I created a self-led on-demand program called Introduction to Ashtanga, with 27 videos that have PDFs and downloadables for you to practice at home. When you complete the course, you get a free month to the Land Yoga membership, which you can also join independently with online classes and monthly meetups. Land Yoga meets in person too. Our next retreat is coming up this spring and combines yoga, meditation, and nature for a 5-day immersion that will change you forever. Whichever way we work together, yoga, meditation, coaching, retreats, my goal is for you to transform and have yoga part of your life forever.
Flexibility, that relaxation, I feel the strength that I now have makes my job significantly easier.
I think a lot of people might choose not to come to a yoga class because they feel that their body isn't right for yoga.
I would have never thought that I could do the things I can do now. It's made a profound difference for me.
Hello everyone. Welcome. Hola a todos. Bienvenidos. Just gonna give us a few seconds to settle in. This is my little baby dog who's trying to say hello. His name is Buddha. Dándole un momento a todos para que se asitúen. Ese es mi perrito Buddha. Y nada, hola, mi nombre es Adriana Naomi y hoy voy a estar enseñándoles una clase bilingüe de Power Vinyasa en español e inglés. My name is Adriana Naomi, and today I'm going to be teaching you a Power Vinyasa class bilingual in Spanish and in English. So it's kind of going to go a little bit like this. I will talk first in one of the languages, then I'll repeat. Así que va a ser algo así, donde voy a hablar primero en un idioma y después lo repito en el otro. And let's go ahead and get ourselves started. Vamos a empezar en nuestros tapetes. We're going to meet on our mats. And you'll come to the back of your mat into child's pose. Vas a venir a la parte de atrás de tu tapete a la postura del niño. Lengthen your arms forward. Estira los brazos hacia el frente. Ground your sit bones back down to your heels. Suaviza los glúteos hacia los talones de los pies. And relax your forehead down onto your mat. Y trae la frente hacia tu tapete. Now slowly we're going to begin to take a few cycles of breath. Vamos a tomar unas respiraciones juntos, así que inhala por la nariz, inhale through your nose. Exhala por la boca. Exhale out of your mouth. Inhala por la nariz. Inhale through your nose. Exhala por la boca. Exhale out of your mouth. Y date la oportunidad de suavizar los músculos en tu cuerpo. And give yourself the chance just to soften the muscles around your body. Now seal your lips, sella los labios. Inhale through your nose, inhala por la nariz. Exhale out of your nose, exhala por la nariz. Y vas a continuar inhalando y exhalando por la nariz. Continue to inhale and exhale through your nose para activar la respiración Ujjayi, to activate your Ujjayi breath. Inhale, tabletop. Inhala, postura de la mesa. Vas a venir a las manos y a las rodillas. You're going to come to your hands and your knees. Extiende la cabeza hacia el frente. Lengthen your crown forward. Y vas a traer el abdomen hacia adentro. Bring your belly up and in. Inhale, cow pose. Inhala, postura de la vaca. Trae los omoplatos cerca. Draw your shoulder blades together. Open through your chest. Abre el pecho. Inhale, inhala. Exhale, cat pose, postura del gato. Press your hands down. Presiona las manos. Open at your shoulder blades. Abre el espacio entre los omoplatos. And let your neck and your head go. Suaviza el cuello y la cabeza. Breath to movement. Respiración con movimiento. Inhale, cow pose. Inhala, pose de gato. De vaca. Exhale, cat pose. Ahora exhala, pose de gato. Inhale, cow pose. Inhala, pose de vaca. Exhale, cat. Exhala, pose de gato. Inhale, tabletop. Inhala, pose de mesa. Exhale, downward facing dog. En tu exhalación, toma perro, boca abajo. O cabeza abajo, o perro hacia abajo. Lo más que me encanta del español es que hay tantas palabras para describir. My favorite thing about Spanish language is that there's so many words to describe. Now, in your down dog, I invite you to take just a little bit of organic movement, like you see me, I'm pedaling my feet. En tu perro boca abajo, comienza a tomar movimientos orgánicos que se sientan bien, movements that feel good. And then slowly find yourself in stillness. Relaja. Trae las costillas hacia los muslos. Draw your rib cage to your thighs. Inhale, inhala. Exhale, ragdoll pose. Exhala, postura de la muñeca de trapo. Vas a caminar los pies hacia el medio del tapete. Bring your feet to the middle of your mat. Let your neck and your head go. Suaviza el cuello y la cabeza. And then you can play with arm variations. Puedes empezar a explorar variaciones con tu brazo. Maybe you interlace your arms, grab for opposite elbows. Quizás puedes agarrar por los codos. Maybe you interlace your hands behind your back. Puedes traer las manos detrás de ti para encontrar tu bind, find your bind. Or maybe you interlace your fingers at the nape of your neck. Quizás entrelazas los dedos detrás del cuello. And then you bring weight down. Traes el peso de la cabeza hacia abajo to open your upper back, para abrir esa espalda alta. Just continue to notice that you're keeping your one-to-one breathing cadence. Asegúrate que estás respirando uno a uno. Trae las manos hacia el tapete. Draw your hands down to your mat. Bring your big toes together to touch. Trae los dedos gordos a tocarse. Bend your knees, dobla las rodillas. Draw your chin to your chest. Trae la barbilla hacia el pecho. Inhale, inhala, and roll up. Poco a poco vas a ir subiendo. Take your time. Toma tu tiempo. Una vez llegas arriba, vas a darle unas vueltitas a los hombros. Take a few shoulder rolls. Settle down. Ground through the soles of your feet. And let's meet here for a moment in Tadasana. Rotate your palms forward. Relax your shoulders down your mat. Nos vamos a encontrar aquí en la pose de la montaña. Relaja los hombros. Rota las palmas hacia el frente. And take this opportunity to think about your intention during today's movements practice. Piensa acerca de la intención a la cual le vas a dedicar a la práctica de hoy. And just become aware of the sensations around your body. Mira y siente todo lo que estás experimentando en tu cuerpo. And there's a communal intention that I would like for us to ground down on today. Hay una intención que les quiero ofrecer a ustedes en comunidad. And this is the intention of letting go, of aparigraha. Esta es la intención de dejar ir, de aparigraha, de soltar cuando estamos muy apegados a algo, of letting go when we're too attached to something, to an outcome. And just allowing the practice to be, darle permiso a esta práctica que sea lo que tiene que ser para nosotros. Y si tus ojos estaban cerrados, los puedes abrir. If your eyes were closed, you can bring them to open. Inhale, upward salute. Inhala, saludo hacia arriba. Extiende los brazos, lengthen your arms. Exhale, forward fold, pinza de pie. And in your forward fold, allow your torso to fold down on top of your thighs. Let your neck and your head go. Trae el torso hacia los muslos. Suaviza de nuevo el cuello y la cabeza. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, postura de media pinza. You're going to draw your hands to your legs, avoiding your knees. Vas a traer las manos hacia las piernas y tratar de no ponerlas en las rodillas, porque vas a presionar la mano contra la pierna contra la mano. Extiende la cabeza. You're going to press your hands against your legs, legs against your hands. So try to avoid hands to knees. Lengthen at your crown. Take a deep breath in. Inhala. Exhale, boat pose. Exhala, postura de la barca. Come down to your glutes. Baja los glúteos. Draw your legs together. Trae las piernas juntas. Float your legs. Flota las piernas. Flex your feet. Flexiona los pies. Extend your arms forward. Extiende los brazos hacia el frente. Squeeze your inner legs. Aprieta la entrepierna para encontrar ese balance, to find that balance. Take a breath. Exhale. Cross over your left legs. Exhala. Cruza sobre las piernas. Inhale, high plank. Inhala, postura de la tabla. Now find your shoulders over your wrists. Encuentra tus hombros sobre las muñecas. Level your hips with your shoulders. Trae la pelvis al nivel de los hombros. Inhale, inhala. Exhale, downward facing dog. Exhala, perro hacia abajo. Ahora toma tu tiempo. Encuentra esa sensación de estar tranquilo en tu cuerpo. Take your time and just find that sensation of being at ease in your body. Find again your 1-2-1 breathing cadence. Encuentra de nuevo tu respiración huya ahí. Inhale, look forward. Inhala, mira hacia el frente. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pinza de pie. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pinza de pie. Inhale, upward salute. Inhala, saludo hacia arriba. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pinza de pie. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, boat pose. Exhala, pose de la barca. Y nos quedamos aquí de nuevo. Encuentra tu centro. Find your center as we stay here. Draw your shoulder blades together. Trae los omoplatos hacia tu centro. Stay long at your arms. Fierce at your core. How do you translate fierce? A fuego en tu centro, en tu abdomen. Take a breath. Exhale, cross over your legs. Exhala, cruza sobre las piernas. Inhale, high plank. Inhala, postura de la plancha, tabla. Las dos. Exhale, downward facing dog. Exhala, perro hacia abajo. De nuevo, inhale, look forward. Inhala, mira hacia el frente. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de pinza. Inhale, halfway lift, pose de la media pinza. Exhale, forward fold, pose de pinza. Inhale, upward salute. Inhala, saludo hacia arriba. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pinza de pie. Inhale, halfway lift, media pinza. Exhale, boat pose. Exhala, postura de la barca. And don't worry, this is your last boat pose of today. Esta es la última pose de la barca de hoy. Pero quiero seguir trabajando esa fuerza que viene desde nuestro interior, desde nuestro centro. I want to keep working on that strength that comes from our center, from within. So squeeze your thighs to your chest. Aprieta los muslos hacia el pecho. Toma una respiración y inhale. Exhale, cross over your legs. Exhala, cruza las piernas. Inhale, high plank. Inhala, postura de la tabla. Exhale, downward facing dog. Vuelve a la respiración. Return to your breath. Inhale, look forward. Inhala, mira hacia arriba. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, postura de pinza de pie. Inhala, media pinza. Inhale, halfway lift. Exhale, forward fold. Vuelve a la pinza. Inhala, pose de la silla. Inhale, chair pose. Y nos vamos a quedar aquí. We're going to stay here for a moment. Stay deep in the bend in your knees. Dobla las rodillas. Bring your weight back to your heels. Trae todo tu peso hacia los talones. Lengthen your arms. Extiende los brazos. Inhale, inhala. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de pinza de pie. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, pose de media pinza. Exhale, high plank. Exhala, pose de la tabla. Y ahora vas a bajar lentamente hacia abajo. You're going to come slowly all the way down. Draw your ankles together. Trae los tobillos juntos. Bring your hands by your ribs. Pon las manos cerca de las costillas. Inhale, cobra. Inhala, pose de la cobra. Squeeze your glutes to lift from your lower back. Aprieta los glúteos para subir el pecho desde la espalda baja. Draw your shoulder blades once again together. Trae los omoplatos de nuevo juntos. Take your breath. Exhale, lower your forehead down. Exhala, baja la cabeza. Inhale, high plank. Inhala, pose de la tabla. Presiona hacia arriba. Press up. Exhale, downward facing dog. Inhale, three-legged dog. Inhala, perro de tres patas. Vas a subir la pierna derecha. Lift your right leg. Square your hips. Alinea la pelvis. Take a breath in. Inhala. Exhale, exhala, pisa hacia el frente. Step forward. Inhale, warrior one. Inhala, guerrero uno. Reach your arms up. Sube los brazos. Ahora, en términos del alineamiento, in terms of alignment, you're going to bring the sole of your left foot down. Trae el pie izquierdo hacia abajo. Dobla la rodilla derecha encima del talón derecho. Have your knee on top of your heel. Rotate your hips forward. Rota las caderas hacia el frente. And make sure that you have space between both of your feet. Asegúrate que tengas espacio entre los dos pies. Breath in. Exhale, warrior two. Open to the side. Inhala y exhala, caes en guerrero dos. Press down through the outer edge of your left foot. Vas a pisar un poquito más sobre el lado izquierdo del pie. Lengthen out your arms. Extiende los brazos. Draw your shoulder blades on top of your hips. Ten los hombros encima de las caderas. Inhale, warrior three. Inhala, guerrero tres. Te vas a parar en el pie derecho. Extiende los brazos hacia el frente. Stand on your right leg. Lengthen your arms forward. Flex your left foot. Flexiona el pie izquierdo. Draw your left toes down. Trae los dedos hacia abajo. Apúntalos hacia abajo. Take a breath in. Inhala. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de pinza. Let that go. Déjalo ir. Breathe, respira aquí, respira. Suave. All right. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, plank. Exhala, pose de la tabla. Take a breath in. Inhala. Exhale, low plank. Exhala, pose de media tabla. Dobla los codos. Bend your elbows. And you're going to draw your shoulders forward. Trae los hombros hacia el frente. Inhale, upward facing dog. Inhala, perro hacia arriba. Presiona sobre las manos. Press into your hands. Presiona sobre las uñas de los pies. Press down through your toenails. Float your hips and your thighs. Flota las caderas y los muslos. Breath in. Inhala. Exhale, downward facing dog. Exhala, perro hacia abajo. Inhale, three-legged dog. Reach your left leg up. Inhala, perro de tres patas. Sube la pierna izquierda. Exhale, step forward. Exhala, pisa hacia el frente. Inhale, warrior one. Inhala, guerrero uno. Extiendo los brazos. Lengthen your arms. So again, we're taking this on the other side. Lo estamos haciendo en el otro lado. And I want you to feel the difference of doing the posture on one side and the other. Quiero que sientas la diferencia de hacer esta postura en un lado comparado con el otro. Now take what you need to feel grounded, balanced, and in alignment. Toma lo que necesites para sentirte que estás alineado y que estás en balance. Take a breath. Inhala. Exhale, warrior two. Exhala, guerrero dos. In your warrior two, focus on finding that heel to arc alignment. En tu guerrero dos, busca ese alineamiento del talón del pie del frente hacia el arco del pie de atrás. As you lengthen through your arms, create space at your shoulder blades. Extiende los brazos, encuentra espacio dentro del espacio de los omoplatos. Vas a encontrar espacio. Ahí estamos. Inhala, guerrero 3. Inhale, warrior 3. Stand on your left leg. Párate en la pierna de izquierda. Square your hips. Cuadra la pelvis. Keep lengthening through your arms and the crown of your head. Continúa estirando, alargando por el tope de tu cabeza y tus brazos. Toma una respiración. Inhale. Exhale, forward fold. Pose de pinza. And again, you let go. Y de nuevo, lo dejas ir. Sueltas y dejas ir. You hold on and you let go. That's what this practice teaches us to do. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, exhala, chaturanga, high plank to low plank, pose de tabla, media tabla. And then I'm going to keep calling it chaturanga. Lo voy a seguir llamando chaturanga para que sepan, so that you know that whenever I cue chaturanga, you're going to take a high plank to low plank flow. Siempre que diga chaturanga, lo vamos a dejar en sánscrito. Vas a tomar una plancha a media tabla. Bueno, vamos a hacer esto. Una respiración a un movimiento. We're going to get to do this one breath to one movement. Inhale, look forward. Inhala, mira hacia adelante. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de la pinza. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pinza. Inhale, chair pose. Inhala, pose de la silla. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de la pinza. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, high plank. Exhala, pose de la tabla. Slowly come down. Suavemente vas a bajar. Inhale, cobra. Inhala, cobra. Exhale, lower. Exhala, baja. Inhale, high plank. Inhala, pose de tabla. Exhale, downward facing dog. Exhala, perro boca abajo. Inhale, three-legged dog. Inhala, perro de tres patas. Exhale, step forward. Exhala, pisa el pie derecho hacia el frente. Inhale, warrior one. Inhala, guerrero uno. Exhale, warrior two. Exhala, guerrero dos. Inhale, warrior three. Inhala, guerrero tres. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de pinza. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, chaturanga. High plank to low plank. Plancha de arriba hacia plancha de abajo. Nos vemos en perro hacia abajo. 2 respiraciones y volvemos. Bueno. Inhale, three-legged dog. Inhala, perro de tres patas. Exhale, step forward. Exhala, pisa el pie izquierdo hacia el frente. Inhale, warrior 1. Inhala, guerrero 1. Exhale, warrior 2. Exhala, guerrero 2. Inhale, warrior 3. Inhala, guerrero 3. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de pinza. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, chaturanga. Toma tu flow. Take your flow. All right, let's do this one more time from down dog. Breathe in, look forward. Una vez más, inhala, mira hacia el frente. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de pinza. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza, extiende. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de pinza. Inhale, chair pose. Inhala, pose de silla. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de pinza. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, high plank. Exhala, pose de tabla. Lentamente baja. Slowly take it down. Inhale, cobra. Inhala, cobra. Exhale, let it go. Exhala, déjalo ir. Inhale, plancha. Inhale, table. No, high plank. Exhale, downward facing dog. This is amazing. I love doing this. Take a breath in. Three-legged dog. Reach her right leg up. Inhala, perro de tres patas. Exhale, step forward. Exhala, piso hacia el frente. Inhale, warrior 1. Inhala, guerrero 1. Exhale, warrior 2. Exhala, guerrero 2. Inhale, warrior 3. Inhala, guerrero 3. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de pinza. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, high plank to low plank. Chaturanga. Fluye. Nos vemos de nuevo en perro boca abajo. We're going to meet in downward facing dog. Inhale, float your left leg up. Inhala, sube la pierna izquierda. Exhale, pisa hacia el frente. Exhala, step forward. Inhale, warrior 1. Now this is truly Spanglish. Inhala, warrior 1. Guerrero 1. Exhale, warrior 2. Exhala, guerrero 2. Inhale, guerrero 3. Inhala, warrior 3. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de pinza. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, high plank to low plank, chaturanga. Woo! Inhale, upward facing. Exhale, downward facing. And when you can, come down. Después de que termines tu chaturanga, baja. Vamos a tomarnos un momento, un poquito de agua y se secan. Yo no sé ustedes, I'm not telling you to drink some water to pat your glow, and I don't know about you, but I'm thirsty. Tengo una sed. Vamos a coger, we're going to take this same flow, este mismo flow, y le vamos a añadir unos cuantos drills típicos de Power Vinyasa. We're going to add some drills that are typical in a Power Vinyasa class. So let's just grow what we've created together. When you're ready, cuando estén listos, vamos a crecer esto que hemos creado juntos. Let's meet back in downward facing dog. Nos vamos a encontrar de nuevo en perro hacia abajo. Vuelve a encontrar tu respiración. Return back to your breath. Y recuerda que aquí estamos dejando ir de todo eso a lo que nosotros nos aguantamos y no necesitamos. Here we are letting go. Learning how to let go of all of that which we hold on to and we don't really need. Que sean pensamientos, sentimientos, ideas, maybe it's thoughts, maybe it's emotion, maybe it's ideas, anything holding us back. Cualquier cosa que no necesitemos porque nos está aguantando, la vamos a dejar ir. We're going to let all of that go. Let's do it. Inhale, look forward. Inhala, mira hacia el frente. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pinza de pie. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pinza de pie. Inhale, chair pose. Inhala, pose de silla. Listen, escucha. Exhale, prayer twist. Exhala, pose de silla con torsión. Bring your hands through heart center. Trae tus manos por el centro de tu corazón. And hook your left elbow outside your right knee. Vas a traer tu codo izquierdo afuera de la rodilla derecha. Press into your hands. Presiona en tus manos. Gaze up and over your right shoulder. Vas a mirar por encima del hombro derecho. Inhale, chair pose. Inhala, pose de silla. Exhale, prayer twist. Exhala, silla con torsión. Y vamos al otro lado. Ahora es el codo derecho afuera de la rodilla izquierda. Now you have your right elbow outside of your left knee. Scoop your belly up and in. Trae el abdomen hacia adentro. Inhale, chair pose. Inhala, pose de silla. Listen, exhale, crow pose. Exhala, pose de la grulla. Bring your hands down. Trae las manos hacia abajo a la distancia de los hombros. Shoulder width distance. Bend your elbows back, dobla los codos, draw your knees up to your tricep, trae las rodillas arriba hasta las axilas. And then you're going to bring your weight into your hands. Trae el peso de tu cuerpo hacia las manos. Press down through your fingers, presiona sobre tus dedos. Squeeze your heels up to your glutes, trae los talones hacia los glúteos. Take a breath wherever you are. Exhale, let's meet back in downward facing dog. Exhala, vamos de nuevo, perro hacia abajo. Inhale, three-legged dog. Inhala, perro hacia arriba, sube la pierna derecha, lift your right leg. Exhale, step forward, exhala, pisa hacia el frente. Inhale, warrior one. Inhala, guerrero uno. Pause, vamos a pausar aquí. Asegúrate que el pie derecho está en el carril derecho, el pie izquierdo en el carril izquierdo. Make sure that your right foot is on the right track, left foot on the left track. Square your hips, take a breath. Cuadra las caderas, inhala. Exhale, interlace your fingers behind your back. Exhala y vas a traer los dedos entrelazados a tu espalda. Inhale, respira. Exhale, humble warrior. Exhala, guerrero humilde. Baja el torso, lower your torso. Draw your right shoulder at the inside of your right leg. Trae el hombro derecho hacia adentro de la pierna derecha. Soften your neck, soften your head. And then just notice if you need to shorten or widen your stance. Mira a ver si necesitas ajustar la posición de tus pies. And allow yourself to let go. Date la oportunidad de dejar ir. Respira. Inhale, warrior one. Inhala, guerrero uno. Volvemos. Exhale, warrior two. Exhala, guerrero dos. Breathe in, respira. Exhale, half moon. Exhale, pose de la media luna. Te vas a parar en el pie derecho. Stand on your right leg. Extiende la pierna izquierda hacia atrás. Extend your left leg back. Open your arms. If you have a block, this is a great posture that I like to have a block to bring the earth a little bit closer to me. Si tienes un bloque, lo puedes utilizar para poner tu mano, elevarte un poquito, traer el piso más cerca de ti. Now take a breath in, inhala. Exhale, warrior two. Exhala, guerrero dos. Inhale, warrior three. Inhala, guerrero tres. Cuadra las caderas, square your hips, squeeze your glutes, aprieta los glúteos. Draw your arms forward, estira los brazos, and then bring your hands to heart center. Trae las manos hacia el corazón. Dobla la rodilla derecha un poquito y vamos a elevar la pierna izquierda. We're going to lift the left leg, lift it up and down. Sube hacia arriba y abajo. Quédate ahí. Arriba y abajo. Stay there. Squeeze your inner thighs. Aprieta la entrepierna. For 4, 4, 3, 3, 2, 2, and 1. Take a breath in. Upward salute. Reach up. Exhale, forward fold. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Volví a español. Exhale, high plank to low plank. Exhala, chaturanga. Woo! Inhale, upward facing. Inhala, perro hacia arriba. Exhale, downward facing. Exhala, perro hacia abajo. Let's do that again. Inhale, three-legged dog. Inhala, perro de tres patas. Sube la pierna izquierda. Lift your left leg. Exhale, lunge. Exhala, pisa hacia el frente. Inhale, warrior one. Inhala, guerrero uno. Y de nuevo, alineamiento. Again, alignment. Rotate the hips. Rota las caderas hacia el frente. Create space between your feet. Crea espacio entre tus pies. Breathe in. Inhala. Extiende los brazos. Reach your arms up. Exhala. Entrelaza los dedos. Exhale. Interlace your fingers. Breath in. Inhala. Exhale, humble warrior. Exhala, guerrero humilde. Y vuelves a traer de nuevo el hombro izquierdo adentro de la rodilla izquierda. Y si no llegas, todo está bien. If you can't get your shoulder at the inside of your knee, it's all right. Focus on squaring your hips. Mantén el foco en mantener la pelvis cuadrada. Maybe you need to bring your left hip a little back. Quizás tienes que traer la cadera izquierda un poquito hacia atrás. Continúa con tu respiración. Continue to breathe. Inhale, warrior 1. Inhala, guerrero 1. Exhale, warrior 2. Exhala, guerrero 2. Inhale, inhala. Exhale, half moon. Exhala, pose de la media luna. Again, come to stand on your left leg. De nuevo, te vienes a parar en la pierna de soporte. Extend your arms, extiende los brazos. Press with your inner right heel back. Presiona con el talón de adentro, derecho, presiona hacia atrás. Y estamos aquí, dejando ir. We're here letting go. Take your breath. Inhala. Exhale, warrior 2. Guerrero 2. Inhale, warrior 3. Inhala, guerrero 3. Volvemos. Extiende en oposición. Lengthen in opposition. Bend your left knee. Dobla la rodilla izquierda. Draw your hands to heart. Manos hacia el centro. Sube la pierna hacia arriba. Abajo. Lift it up and down. Up and down. Te quedas aquí for 4, 4, 3, 3, 2, 2, and 1, 1. Breath in, upward salute. Inhala, salud hacia arriba. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose la pinza. Inhala, halfway. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, exhala, pose de la tabla. Inhale, inhala. Exhale, exhala, perro hacia abajo, downward facing dog. Just take a few cycles of breath. Toma unas cuantas respiraciones. If you need to come down to child's pose, si necesitas bajar a la pose del niño, to ground down, para volver a encontrar tu centro, you can do it. Siempre lo puedes hacer. Oh, thank you, Lina. All right, just 2 more cycles of breath. 2 ciclos de respiraciones más. Y te puedes ir levantando si necesitas un poco de agua. If you need water, you want to come up. I need to hydrate and dry. Necesito hidratarme y secarme. All right. So we're going to do a little bit of balancing. Vamos a trabajar con un poco de balance antes de terminar esta práctica. Up until this point, we've been working on a lot of using our own strengths to strengthen the body, like just working with our weight to strengthen the body. Hemos estado trabajando con nuestro peso para tonificar, fortalecer el cuerpo a través de estas posturas. So let's get into balancing. Vamos a entrar a un poquito de balance. Let's meet in downward facing dog. Nos encontramos en perro hacia abajo. Y vuelve, si lo perdiste, vuelve a encontrar la respiración Ujjayi. If you lost it, come back to your Ujjayi breath. Breathe in and look forward. Respira, mira hacia el frente. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de la pinza. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de la pinza. Inhale, upward salute. Inhala, saludo hacia arriba. Exhale, tree pose. Exhala, pose de postura del árbol. So draw your right foot either to your calf or the inside of your left thigh. Vas a traer el pie derecho y evita de nuevo las rodillas. You're going to avoid your knee. Why? Because you're pressing the foot against your leg. Estás presionando el pie contra la pierna. Bring your hands to heart. Draw your hands at heart. Trae las manos hacia el centro. Press into your left big toe. Find your balance. Presiona en el dedo gordo derecho del pie y encuentra tu balance. Take your breath in. Inhala. Exhale, eagle pose. Exhala, pose del águila. Vas a traer la pierna derecha sobre la izquierda. Bring your right leg over your left. Square your hips, alinea las caderas. Y puedes utilizar los dedos del pie derecho como soporte. You can use your right foot as a kickstand. Or you can go for the full wrap. Whoop. Now your arms, draw your right arm under your left. Trae el brazo derecho debajo del izquierdo. Aprieta todo hacia tu centro. Squeeze everything toward your midline. Inhale, upward salute. Inhala, saluda hacia arriba. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de la pinza. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, forward fold. Vuelve a bajar. Inhale, upward salute. Inhala, saluda hacia arriba. Exhala, exhale, dancer spread. Nos vamos a preparar para la postura de la danza. Trae el talón derecho hacia el glúteo derecho. Y vas a agarrar el pie por el lado, alinea las rodillas. So you're going to bring your right foot up, grab for the outside of your foot. Draw your ribs down, trae las costillas hacia abajo. Inhale, reach your left arm up. Inhala, trae el brazo izquierdo hacia arriba. Exhale, dancers. Exhala, pose de la danza. Kick your foot against your hand. Presiona el pie contra tu mano. Inhale, upward salute. Inhala, saludo hacia arriba. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de la pinza. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de pinza. Inhale, upward salute. Inhala, saludo hacia arriba. Exhale, tree pose. Lo volvemos a hacer, pose del árbol en el otro lado. Así que vas a traer el pie izquierdo adentro de la pierna derecha. Bring your left foot at the inside of your right leg. Find your placement. Once you have your hands at heart center, una vez que tengas las manos en el centro de tu corazón, start to open your left knee out. Abre la rodilla hacia afuera. Press into your hands. Presiona tus manos and come back to that focus. Vuelve a ese foco, vuelve a tu intención, return to your intention. And just think to yourself, piensa, right here, what are you letting go of? ¿Qué estás dejando ir? Inhale, inhala. Exhale, eagle pose. Exhala, pose del águila. Draw your left leg on top of your right. Trae la pierna izquierda encima de la derecha. Y de nuevo con los brazos. Now ahora es el brazo izquierdo debajo del derecho. Now it's your left arm under your right. Find what you need. Busca lo que necesitas en esta postura. Level your elbows with your shoulders. Alinea los codos con los hombros. Draw your arms away from your face. Trae los brazos un poquito más lejos de la cara. Inhale, upward salute. Inhala, saludo hacia arriba. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de la pinza. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, pose de la pinza. Inhale, upward salute. Inhala, saludo hacia arriba. Exhale, dancers. Exhala, nos preparamos de nuevo para la postura de la danza. Así que trae el pie hacia el glúteo. Bring your left foot toward your glute. Align your knees. Alinea las rodillas. Inhale, reach your right arm up. Draw your belly in. Exhale, dancers. Exhala, pose de la danza. Y vas a seguir trayendo el abdomen hacia adentro. Aprieta los glúteos. Squeeze your glutes. Reach with your right arm. Extiende el brazo derecho hacia el frente. Inhale, upward salute. Inhala, saludo hacia arriba. Exhale, forward fold. Exhala, postura de la pinza. Inhale, halfway lift. Inhala, media pinza. Extiende. Exhale, come down to a seat. Exhala. Nos encontramos ahora en el piso. Así que ya empezamos a bajar la intensidad. We're slowly starting to slow down, to ease with the level of intensity. Find yourself, encuéntrate con las rodillas dobladas. Flexiona los pies, bend your knees, flex your feet. Reach your arms forward, extienda los brazos hacia el frente, rotate your palms up, rota las palmas de las manos hacia arriba. Take a breath, inhala. Exhale, exhala y poco a poco vas a venir hacia abajo. Vertebra por vertebra, vertebra by vertebra, you're going to come down. Lengthen your legs. Bring your hands to your hips. Take a second to ground. We've been doing so much on our feet. This is like a little pre-shavasana. Hemos estado haciendo tanto nuestros pies que este es un pre-shavasana. Inhale. Exhale, draw your knees to your chest. En la exhalación vas a traer las rodillas hacia el pecho. And just feel your lower, middle, upper back on your mat. Siente tu espalda baja, media y alta en tu tapete. Take a breath in, inhala. Exhale, you're going to come up. Exhala, te levantas hacia una silla. Inhale, tabletop. Inhala, pose de mesa. Spread your fingers. Breath in, cow pose. Inhala, pose de vaca. Exhala, pose de gato. Exhale, cat. Inhale, tabletop. Inhala, pose de mesa. Exhale, send your right leg back. Vas a traer la pierna derecha hacia atrás. Ground through the sole of your foot. Presiona la planta del pie hacia el tapete. Inhale, modified side plank. Inhala. ¿Qué es esto? ¿Plancha de lado? ¿Tabla de lado? Hay unas poses que te digo que no les sé los nombres, pero estamos bien. Me están viendo. I'm just saying that there's some poses in Spanish that I just don't know their names, but you know, we're all in this together. We're doing it great. Take a breath. Inhala. Exhale, lift your shoulders over your hips. Exhala, trae los hombros sobre las caderas. Tee out your arms. Extiende los brazos como en una T. Breathe in. Inhala. Exhale, exhala. Vas a tomar una pequeña, no una torsión. Es como una contracción de los obliques. It's not a torsion. It's a contraction of your obliques. It's a side bend in English. Just focus on opening your left side body. Mantén el foco en abrir el lado izquierdo de tu cuerpo. Take a breath. Inhala. Exhale, tabletop. Exhala. Pose de la mesa. Inhale. Inhala. Exhale, step your left leg back. Exhala, pisa el pie izquierdo hacia atrás. Draw the sole of your foot down. Baja la planta del pie. Inhale, modified plank, side plank. Inhala. Tabla lateral de lado. Vamos a llamarle eso. Extiende el brazo derecho hacia arriba. Lengthen your left arm. Take a breath in. Float your shoulders over your hips. Respira. Trae los hombros de nuevo sobre las caderas. Extiende los brazos. Lengthen your arms. Inhale. Inhala. Exhale, side bend. Exhala. Extiende el brazo derecho hacia el lado izquierdo, abriendo de nuevo el lado lateral derecho del cuerpo. Inhale, respira. Exhale, tabletop. Exhala, pose de la mesa. Inhale. Exhale, downward facing dog. Exhala, perro hacia abajo. Inhale, three-legged dog. Inhala, perro de tres patas. Eleva la pierna derecha. Exhale, pigeon. Exhala, pose de la paloma. Draw your right knee behind your wrist. Trae tu rodilla derecha detrás de tu muñeca. Lengthen your left leg back. Extiende la pierna izquierda hacia atrás. Bring your hands by your hips. Trae tus manos al lado de tus caderas. Take a breath in. Inhala. Open your chest. Abre el pecho. Exhale. You have the option to sleep your pigeon. Tienes la opción de poner la paloma a dormir. Nunca he escuchado eso, pero lo podemos traer aquí hoy. Ground your forehead down. Baja la frente. Just feel the weight of your body working on your hips. Siente el peso de tu cuerpo trabajando las caderas, los músculos de las caderas. You can move your hips a little bit side to side if that feels good. Breathe in, respira. Exhale, downward facing dog. Exhala, perro hacia abajo. All right. Inhale, inhala. Three-legged dog, perro de tres patas. Exhale, pigeon. Exhala, pose de la paloma y vuelve. Extiendes la pierna derecha. Encuentras tu centro. Traes las manos a las caderas. Square your hips, hands by your hips. Take a breath in. And exhale. You can bring it all the way down. Y siempre es importante encontrar variaciones, opciones, el posicionamiento de tu cuerpo para que puedas encontrar posturas que se sientan cómodas, que no sea dolor innecesario. So it's really important that you find customizations, variations, just body placements within each posture so that you don't feel any unnecessary pain and you just feel comfortable and at home in your body. Breathe in, inhala. Exhale, downward facing dog. Exhala, perro hacia abajo. Inhala, pose de tabla. Inhale, plank. Exhala, baja. Exhale, lower all the way down. Trae las piernas juntas. Bring your legs together. Cuadra las manos con las costillas. Align your hands with your ribs. Inhale, cobra. Inhala, cobra. Nos quedamos aquí un segundo. We're going to stay here. Squeeze your glutes. Aprieta los glúteos. Press down through the tops of your feet. Presiona sobre los pies. Open your chest. My doggy's back. Take a breath. Respira. Exhale. Let it go. Exhala. Lo dejas ir. Draw your chin to the top center of your mat. Trae tu barbilla hacia el centro del tapete. Extiende los brazos hacia atrás. Lengthen your arms back. Dobla las rodillas. Bend your knees. You're going to windshield wiper your legs side to side. Vas a mover las piernas de lado a lado, suavizando la espalda baja, softening your lower back. And then let that go. Come onto your back. Vamos a recostarnos en nuestra espalda. And again, knees to chest nuevamente. Piernas hacia el pecho. Take a breath. Toma una inhalación. And exhale, come up to a seat. Exhala, te levantas para sentarte con las piernas hacia el frente. Send your legs forward. Flex your feet, flexiona los pies. Inhala, breathe, reach your arms up. Eleva los brazos. Exhala, seated, forward fold. Exhale, pose de la pinza sentada. Y vas a dejar que el cuello, la cabeza pesen. Y siente cómo se abre la espalda. Just let your neck and your head be really heavy and feel your back body opening up. And inhale, inhala, roll up, te vas a subir. Exhale, exhala, trae el pie derecho fuera de la izquierda. Bring your right foot outside of your left. Inhale, reach your left arm up. Inhala, sube el brazo izquierdo. Exhale. Marichasana twist, pose de Marichasana. Vamos a hacer una torsión. La mirada va a ir sobre el hombro derecho. Gaze up and over your right shoulder. Flexiona el pie izquierdo. Flex your left foot. Lift your ribs away from your pelvis. Eleva las costillas. Breathe in, respira. Exhale, come back to center. Exhala, vuelve al centro. Draw your left leg in. Step your left foot outside of your right leg. Vas a poner el pie izquierdo fuera de la pierna derecha. Inhale, inhala, right arm up, mano, brazo derecho hacia arriba. Exhale, Marichasana twist. Postura de Marichi. Toma la torsión. Feel the rotation of your ribs at the axis of your thoracic spine. Vas a sentir esa rotación de las costillas en la espina dorsal media. Inhale, inhala. And exhale, return to center. And from center, I want to invite all of us to take a comfortable seat. Whatever a comfortable seat means to you, this can be cross-legged, this can be a little bolster, lifting your pelvis. And then soften your hands wherever you feel that they need to be. Así que nos vamos a sentar. Encuentra una postura cómoda y vas a dejar las manos caer donde sea que tú sientas que necesitan caer. Puede ser Manos en la rodilla, it can be hands to knees, it can be hands to heart, manos al corazón, it can be hands to heart center together in prayer. Pueden ser las manos en posición de oración. I want you to find a long spine. Encuentra una espalda alta, alargada. Close your eyes, cierra los ojos. Focus on your breath, enfócate en tu respiración. Soften your eyebrows, suaviza las cejas. Draw your awareness to your body. Trae tu atención a tu cuerpo. Just notice the sensations. No, date cuenta de las sensaciones. We're going to seal this practice with a breath. Vamos a cerrar la práctica con una respiración. Inhale through your nose. Inhala por la nariz. Open mouth exhale. Exhala por la boca. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. May all beings be happy and free. Que todos los seres sean felices y libres. Namaste. Ay, muchísimas gracias a todos. Thank you all so much for joining me. Again, my name is Adriana Naomi. I'm a Brooklyn-based yoga and meditation teacher. Mi nombre de nuevo es Adriana Naomi y estoy basada en Brooklyn enseñando yoga y meditación. And thank you, SOULFest. SOULFest, muchísimas gracias. It's been such an honor, such a pleasure to be here with all of you sharing in community. I'm just going to get a little bit closer so you can see your face, so you can see my face. Fue una experiencia hermosa hacer esta clase bilingüe. It was just a beautiful experience to do the Spanish bilingually, in English and Spanish. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. It's such a switch. I was born and raised in Puerto Rico. Yo nací y me crié en San Juan, en Puerto Rico, and I moved to New York about 8 years ago. Me mudé a Nueva York hace 8 años. And I have been teaching full time. He estado enseñando por los pasados 4 años. And this year I got to open my yoga school here in Brooklyn. It is Ananda Shala Healing. Este año en abril abrimos una escuela de yoga aquí en Brooklyn. Se llama Ananda Shala Healing, where we offer power vinyasa classes with a big focus on the relationship between movement and mental health. Con un foco bien grande, las clases que enseñamos de power vinyasa, un foco en el movimiento y los beneficios que trae el movimiento con también la salud mental. So would love to stay connected with all of you. This was just so wonderful. Me encantaría mantenerme en contacto con ustedes. You can find me on Instagram at Adriana Naomi, Adriana with 2 N's. And again, the name of the school is Ananda Shala Healing. Any questions, any way, cualquier manera que les pueda apoyar en su práctica, in your journeys, feel free to reach out. It's been so lovely. I'm seeing some of your comments and your love. Wow, you're amazing. Oh, there's a question. Yes. Throw me the question, Linnea. Let's see. It says Spanish expression. Take your time in both languages and I think your general expressions longer than English. Yeah, Spanish expressions are longer. Some are longer than English. I feel that there's so much vocabulary, so much beauty in the form of wording in Spanish that they are a little bit longer than English. Any suggestions guiding a bilingual practice? Ooh, suggestions. Read about the postures. Keep a grounded focus of that which you want to teach. What is your purpose when it comes to teaching? What do you want to focus on? And then how can that focus for your class be translated from English to Spanish? How can you find the appropriate words to share the emotion, the intention that you want to share with your students in both languages? I think that was the biggest one for me. Oh, and a last quick question. Yes. Do you offer bilingual yoga at Ananda Shala? Ooh, Amazing. Honestly, we don't. Right now, we teach in English. Ever so often, I do a special class in Spanish, fully in Spanish, and we do live stream options for Ananda Shah, so you can practice with those both in the studio and online. But I think that's a wonderful idea, and I would be completely open if the interest exists into adding bilingual yoga. I feel like representation, specifically in this industry, it's so important from all cultures who are practitioners. So yes. Thank you so, so much, my friends. Again, Adriana, Naomi, I'm sending you so much love. I appreciate you for being here. Muchísimas gracias. Un abrazo enorme y espero verlos pronto.
My name is Yana, and I'm the publisher and editor-in-chief of New York Yoga Life magazine. I'm so excited about our body issue. We've been working on it now for 2 years. It's coming out at the end of this year, and we're going to have tons of new content for everyone.
Excited to bring the body issue with Diane Bondi and Angelica Wilson. Hope you enjoy.
I'm really excited because I've interviewed Mel Russo, and she's created a really beautiful playlist. She is known for her playlist and her vinyasa classes.
I'm really excited for all of you to read our upcoming body issue coming out this fall 2021.
I cannot wait for you guys to read all about all the places we visited in Hoboken for our city spotlight in our next issue coming out later this year.
We're super excited to actually launch a couple of cool stories, including roller skating. We're going to get down and groovy out in Queens and Manhattan and Brooklyn, just rolling around with some really cool people. So we hope you like the article and the stories to come.
I can't wait for you guys to read our body issue coming out this fall.
Hello, my name is Lara Land. I founded 3.5 Acres Yoga in early 2015 as a response to the social injustices I saw around me, and because of my many experiences since 1998, witnessing how yoga, meditation, and mindfulness techniques can transform lives. We are a Harlem-based nonprofit that partners with other nonprofits to bring them yoga and meditation to more successfully support their clients. Each year we hold multiple trauma and diversity trainings for yoga teachers so that they too know how to teach in these settings. This training impacts their studio classes as well, and we believe it is one that is crucial for all yoga teachers to have. Studies show the meditative aspect of trauma-informed yoga changes the way we react to triggers and gives us the skills to manage physical or emotional symptoms that occur due to long-lasting trauma. Yoga changes our psychology so that the physical symptoms of stress and trauma are lessened.
Hi everyone, so good to be on here with all of you today. I'm Lara Land, my pronouns are she, her, and I'm zooming in from Haudenosaunee land in the Western Catskills. And you may have seen me earlier today. I'm the co-producer of SOULFest, and but right now I'm coming to you as the executive director of 3.5 Acres Yoga. And I'm going to teach a little bit of a trauma-informed class, but I just wanted to say that trauma-informed yoga, it doesn't mean it has to be gentle. If you're a yoga teacher or yoga practitioner out there and you're just thinking about being a little more trauma-informed, you know, it really means that the student is in charge. So if you're the student, that's you. And it's listening, right? Listening to your body, awakening sensation, and having a sense of your window of tolerance. That's a term coined by Dan Siegel. So when are you outside that window of tolerance? When are you hyper aroused or hypo aroused? You might think of it, you might have more commonly seen that growth chart. So, you know, sometimes we're kind of bored and we can't pay attention. Sometimes we're overstimulated. There's too much information to take in and we kind of turn off. And sometimes we're stretched and we're right in that growth zone. And that's kind of where we want to place ourselves. But there's no growth unless there's safety, right? Until our system feels safe and secure, only then can we really test our bounds and experiment. And while we can never guarantee safety to anyone in any space, because we just don't know what another individual has been through, we can do so many little things to make a space more safe for others. So things like keeping lights on, things like using our pronouns, things like having easy access to exits, and leaving our students always in choice. So I invite you for today's class to move in ways which feel good for your body. Stop if you need to stop, and take an adaptation if you want to try to pose a different way. Listen to what your body-mind system is calling for today. You'll also notice that when I'm teaching, I'm going to use a steady count. And the reason that that's so important is you get to decide, right? If you know my count, you know what my steady count is, then you get to decide for yourself if you can stay for that one final breath or if it's too much. If you don't know if the teacher's count is coming real fast or in a long time, then it's hard to make that decision. So I try to keep a steady count for you, okay? So let's get on our mats or on our chairs. I really hope you'll join me. If you've been sitting and watching, I hope you'll join me in practice if that feels available for you today. And we're going to start by really grounding and coming into the space. So wherever you are, if you're seated, if you're on a chair, if you're standing, and you can take a couple moments to decide if you're in that chair, if it feels right for you to really lean back into that chair today. If you want to sit a little bit more up, front of the chair, middle of the chair, back of the chair. So you see just right there how many options there are. And, you know, yoga and trauma-informed yoga is about really pulling our senses inward and realizing how much choice we have in the way we experience each moment, right? So we feel that when we move our attention, it grows, and that we can practice moving our attention to different parts of our body and shifting small things to change our experience. So I want you to know that if you're in a yoga class, a yoga asana class, and something feels uncomfortable, first of all, you can physically change your experience. But if you don't feel comfortable doing that, or that there's a real option, move your attention. So just find a place which feels neutral, find a place which feels positive, and bring your attention there. So we'll practice with that now. So coming into your seat, just notice the parts of you that are connected with the seat or the ground, the floor. And perhaps you can recognize all the support that you have. And maybe allow yourself to take a little more of that support. Realize that you don't have to do it all. You don't have to hold yourself up. But if you really drop into the support of the ground, the spine can gently lift from there without muscling through. Notice your hands, and just take a moment. You can turn your palms down and feel how that feels. Just bringing your attention into your hands and turning your palms up, noticing that experience. And maybe trying a couple more times, down and up. Seeing if you can really pull your attention into that and pick which feels best for you right now in this moment. And I'm not going to tell you that Hands down means this and hands up means this, because it's your experience. I want you to get curious about all the information that you can get from your skin, from your internal systems, that your nervous system's picking up so much information to support you in making good choices for yourself. Just trust your instincts. And if you're not feeling anything, that's okay too. What does not feeling something feel like? Or maybe you want to imagine there was a sensation. What would you bring into the moment? Those are all choices. We're going to do a little bit of a scan through. I'm closing my eyes, but there's no law that you have to close your eyes. Your eyes can be open. Just bringing your attention first into your feet. Just noticing any sensations in the feet. Bringing your mind into your ankles. Up into your calves. Noticing your knees. Maybe softening in the knees if there's any holding there. And bringing your mind up your legs. Softening in the belly. In the lower back, middle back, and upper back. Feeling free to skip any parts of the body that you don't want to bring awareness into, and shifting your attention to places that feel good or neutral. You can bring your attention into your chest, into your shoulders, and down your arms. Noticing your hands. And then finally into your face, maybe without moving, just by using your attention, softening in the face, softening in the brow, softening the eyes, the ears, even the hair. And taking a moment to feel into the whole shape, the whole space that you take up, taking up that space. And if it feels okay to remain still, stay in stillness a little longer. If you need to shake it out or get up at any time, that's always your choice. Just going to bring a little attention to the breathing, just noticing your breath today. You don't have to bring words to that noticing. Just tuning into feeling sensation, feeling the inhale, feeling the exhale. If that brings any anxiety or tension, just let that go and bring your attention elsewhere. If that feels comfortable, maybe trying breathing in and out through the nostrils. If you can, making a little sound. Maybe bringing your attention to the sound of your breath, the soft gaze, and the feeling of the shape. Coming into full embodied presence. So you can move between this three-pointed focus. You can bring more attention into the body, bring more attention into the breath, or bring more attention into your gaze point. And this can shift your experience. And we'll try to move with the breathing. If it feels all right for you, on your next inhale, reach your arms up. You can stop at shoulder width or come all the way up. If it feels okay, you might look up at your hands. And as the exhale comes, bring them down. Almost imagining that you're swimming. You can feel the air like water, matching your movement to your breath, and recognizing that you control the quality of the movement. And as you exhale, the arms come down, maybe the sternum lifts. Let's take 3 more. Inhaling, arms come up. You can move at your own pace. Exhaling, arms come down. 2 more. Inhaling, arms come up. Exhaling, arms come down. 1 more time. Inhale up. And this time we'll take a little twist, twisting the body. Again, the arms come up with the inhale and the exhale, twist. Inhale, the arms come up and exhale. Let's stay in the twist now. Couple breaths here. Let's try 3 breaths. Inhale, lengthen. Exhale, twist, maybe stretching the eyes back behind you. Breathing in through the nose if that's available. Exhale, twist. 1 more time. And out. Coming back to center. We're going to take the other side now. Inhale, the arms come up. Feel free to stand if you prefer, if you've been sitting all day. Inhale, up. Exhale, twist. 1 more time. Inhale, up. And exhale, twist. Let's stay here so you can brace the chair where it feels comfortable for you. And perhaps noticing, too, that you can soften. And 3, and actually twist more deeply, coming back to center now. Good, give yourself a couple shoulder rolls, maybe shake out your arms, rolling your wrists, both directions. And just waking up the body. Shoulders can come up and drop, up and drop. Sometimes I like to give a little massage. All the way up to the temples, top of the head. You can give your arms a little massage, just squeezing out any energy that might be stuck. Give yourselves a little shake. Legs, arms, whole body, shake it all out. Some people find tapping really helpful. Lots of ways that we can wake up and settle in at the same time into this moment, right? Not too lethargic, not too hyper, but alert and aware and present in our whole selves, right? Let's practice breathing a little. I just want to explore all the places in the body that we can get breath. I know we talk a lot about belly breathing, but I actually like to explore all of the capacity that we have. So we can start down here. You can bring your hands to your belly if that feels okay for you. If not, don't worry, you can keep your hands on your lap. And if it feels all right for you, take a deep breath into your hands. And exhaling, let it out. Inhale. Exhale. 1 more time. In. And let it out. And then maybe bringing the hands up to the rib cage, sides of the body. And we're going to explore breathing out horizontally. Breathing into your hands and out. Again, in, out. 1 more time. In. And let it out. Good. Hands up high on the chest, breathing into your hands and out. Deep breath in and out. 1 more time. In and out, and just come back to your neutral position. Just take a moment to breathe in and out through the nose and notice your energy, notice your body, notice anything that may have shifted since we began. We're going to start our mini sun salutations. Just moving nice and gently. Again, you can stand if you prefer, and you can also, sorry, always take an alteration. So here we go. Inhale, arms come up, and exhale, fold. Inhale, lift a little bit up, and exhale, fold more deeply. Inhale, come all the way up, and exhale back to the beginning. Excuse me, I'm going to get a sip of water. I've been talking a lot today, coming on between sessions. And I don't want to have you burdened with lots of coughing on the screen. There we go, just a little bit dry. And off we go. So great example of taking care of yourself and your needs. And I encourage all of you to please do the same. Please take a sip of water anytime you need. Let's try that mini sun salutation again. Inhale, reach your arms up, only as far as feels right for you today. Exhale, we fold forward. Try to release the head if that's available. Inhale, head comes up. A little bit of a spine stretch. Exhale, hang heavy. Inhaling, coming all the way up. And exhale back to the beginning. Let's try two more. Inhale, arms come up. If you just want to move arms up and down, exhale, fold. That's also an option. Inhale, head up. Exhale, head down. If you don't feel like doing the fold forward, and exhale. You can also take those twists again. One more time. Inhale. And exhale. Fold. Inhale. Head up. Exhale. More deeply. Fold. All the way up with the inhale. And exhale. Back to stillness. Just breathing in. Try to find your stillness. Notice any vibrations in the body. Maybe quick scan through. Just being a detective, right? Self-study. Studying your nervous system, your tendencies, right? Where do we block up? Where do we open up? Is it by choice? Or is it a pattern? Why do we have that pattern? And is it time to let it go? And only you know the answer to those questions. So we have a chance to explore that here in our time together. Okay, so I'm going to move into a little bit of a triangle pose. You can step your right foot out and step your left leg out as well for a nice wide-legged triangle in the chair. I like to take a deep inhale and exhale, reach down the leg. Now you can look down if you want, or you can look up. It's up to you, your practice. We're gonna stay for 5 breaths. Breathing in, 1, just noticing how you feel in this shape. 2, seeing if your eyes wanna move and maybe if you can stay. 3, feeling the quality of your breath. 4, and 5. Inhale, come up. If wide arms feels like too much, you can always bring hands to the waist, or as you come up, cross the arms, feel a little more enclosed. And exhale, we're gonna go right into the other side. Gazing up or down. You can also take your hand to your waist. Breathing here. 1, lots of options, so go with what feels good. 2, maybe sending breath to tight places. 3, 4, and 5. Use a big inhale to come up. And exhale, let's bend the right leg, left leg reaches out nice and long for extended side angle. So you can rest your arm on your thigh, left arm can come on the waist, or you can reach up over the ear. Breathing here. 1, good time to practice feeling breath on the side body. 2, just see how moving your attention shifts your experience. 3, can you feel the whole shape? 4, and 5, inhale, come up, and exhale, switch sides. 1, can you bring your attention to something pleasant or neutral? 2, just remembering you can always take the waist or look down. 3, or choose to skip any pose. 4, and 5, inhale, come all the way up, and exhale, I'm gonna give myself a squeeze, or you can just place your hands down. Just take a deep breath in, and out. Another breath in and out. Beautiful. Gonna move into a little bit of a warrior pose now. And again, this, how you take your warrior is gonna be up to you and the kind of experience that you want today. I'm gonna come onto the edge of the chair. The further on the edge you are, the more challenging this is gonna be. So if you wanna get your body more on the chair, you're gonna feel more supported, a little less challenge. You can have your back leg out, you can have your back leg bent. I have mine here on a block. Okay, your practice. You can be standing in your warrior as well. You can take a warrior 1 first. 1, just feeling into your breath. 2, can almost be coming out of the seat if you'd like. 3, keep breathing. 4, and 5, I'm gonna open wide for my warrior 2. 1, just noticing sensation. 2, each moment you have a choice. 3, you can stay, you can go, you can alter. 4, and 5. I'm gonna come back through center and switch right into my other side. So again, lots of options here. The deeper you are in the chair, the more you're gonna be supported. You can bring yourself on the edge of the chair for a little more challenge. You can have your knee on a block, or you can extend your leg. Let's breathe here. 1. So notice if you want to move or leave. 2, 3, just see what happens if you stay. 4, and 5, opening wide, breathe. 1, eyes can be steady at one point. 2, maybe using the breath to calm the system. 3, 4, and 5, coming back to center. Take a couple breaths in and out, in and out. Good. I'm going to come into a chair pose now. So we're in the chair. So up to you. If you want to come a little bit out of the chair, or if you want to just take your arms up, we're going to feel that energetic upness. 1, maybe spread your fingers wide. 2, maybe even opening the face wide. Deep breaths. 3, 4, maybe coming all the way out. 1 more breath. And 5, settling back into your chair, maybe getting our heart rate going a little bit. I'm going to move into standing now. So you're welcome to stay in your seat. You can repeat what we just did in the seat, or you might choose to do the sequence standing. So that's totally up to you. Come on this side. I'm going to start with our sun salutations again. Very similar, simple version, right? So just find your standing posture. Feet can be together, they can be hip distance apart, whatever feels right for you today. Just notice, where are you in your feet? Are you leaning forward, anticipating? Are you kind of hanging back? Do you feel like fidgeting? And what happens if you just stay with this moment, letting it be all the things that it is? Dropping the weight into the feet, letting the floor support you. Inhale, arms come up. Exhale, fold forward. Inhale, head comes up. Exhale, fold more forward. Inhale, come all the way up. And exhale, back to beginning. Let's try it again. Inhale, arms up. Exhale, fold forward. Inhale, head up. Exhale, more forward. Inhale, all the way up. And exhale, arms at your sides. One more time. Inhale, arms up. Exhale, folding forward. Inhale, head comes up. Exhale, more forward. Inhale, all the way up. And exhale, standing, just breathing here, in through your nose, out through your nose, in and out. Let's try a triangle pose. We can use the chair for support if you'd like. I like to. These days, I like my yoga very supportive, but your practice is up to you. So feet are about 3 feet apart, with your right toes facing to the right and your left toes facing nice and straight. You can reach your arms up if that feels okay for you. If you want your hand down your leg or on a block, those are certainly options. Or you can use your chair. And again, you can look up at your hand, or you keep your hand on your waist. You can look down as well. Use your legs. Breathe here. 1. Keep breathing. 2. Just noticing how this shape feels. 3, 4, and 5. Inhale, come up. Exhale, square your hips to your chair now. And we'll take a little twist. So you can put your hand on the chair and you're going to twist away. Deep breathing. 1, 2, soften to increase the twist. 3, 4, and 5. Inhale, come up. Exhale, if you're working with the chair now, maybe bringing the forearms on the chair and the head towards the chair. If your head's not reaching the chair, you can take a block. And just resting into this position. Breathing into any tension. 1, deep breaths. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Inhale, come all the way up. And exhale, come back to standing. Just noticing how you feel. Breaths coming in and out, just noticing any changes, any shifts in your energy, scanning through, feet through the top of the head. And we'll try on the other side now, our triangle pose. Again, you can always take this pose in the chair. We did it before. Okay, I'm going to take it standing. My heels are in one line. I'm inhaling, reach my arms up. And exhale, I'm using the chair, but I'm also lifting up out of my legs. 1, just noticing what feels stuck, what feels open. 2, anything that's going on, my energy pattern today. 3, And then bringing my focus back to the moment. 4 and 5. Inhale, I'm going to come up. Exhale, I'm going to square my hips and take a little bit of a twist away. 1, deep breaths with sound. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Keeping my hips facing the chair now. If you want more intensity, maybe you take the arms behind the back. You can take a reverse prayer, or you can hug your chair and just relax. Sometimes surrendering one is kind of the hardest thing we can do. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Inhale, coming up, and exhale, just coming back to center, taking a couple breaths in and out, feeling your energy, how you feel in this moment, just noticing. So we're going to come into a little bit of balancing now. You have your chair next to you if you need it. And I love to do balancing poses because they really help us practice being out of balance in a safe-ish environment. You can also balance in seated in the chair, right? Just by lifting one leg up in the chair or coming onto the edge of the chair, you work all your internal muscles that have to help you to stay balanced. So feel free to take balancing in the chair. And we're going to start by pressing so much down through the left side that the right leg can't help but come up. And maybe you touch the top of the knee. Just noticing how that feels. Maybe you're feeling like, oh, I want to be more challenged. You go ahead and take your big toe. If you want more of a challenge, you can lengthen your leg out. Whatever feels right for you today, we're gonna breathe. 1, you can use the chair, take your hand off. 2, trying to breathe in and out through the nose. 3, recognizing you can come out at any time. 4, and 5, deep inhale and exhale, leg comes out to the side. Maybe shifting your gaze. 1, 2, feeling the whole shape, even the back of your body. 3, 4, and 5. Inhale, leg comes center. Exhale, we're all gonna lift and point. So you can hold your waist, hold your chair. 1, you might feel that leg is really working. 2, that's okay. 3, just noticing any thoughts. 4, and 5, releasing down, taking a couple breaths in through the nose and out. Again, in and out. And while we're here, we're going to try another balance with a hip opener. So I'm going to give you a lot of options. If you have cranky knees, you're going to want to be really careful with these hip openers. So just crossing right ankle over left, or taking a tree pose. If you're wanting to work on a lotus, but the knee is bothering you, actually, my knee's been bothering me a little bit, you can always take a towel, and that actually takes a lot of pressure off the knee. You can also work with a flexed foot that usually is protective for the knee and brings the work a little bit more into the hip opening. So lots of options here. Okay, again, you can cross at the ankles, take that low tree, or you can work on your lotus or ankle to knee. And if you're just starting with this, you really want to work on pressing foot against thigh and thigh against foot so that foot doesn't slide down. It's that equal pressure. If you're feeling really comfortable here, you can even fold forward wherever you are. Let's breathe. 1, 2, just noticing any thoughts that come into your mind, right? 3, I like this, I don't like this. 4, and 5, inhale, come up, and exhale, release down. Let's try the other side. So first we'll take our Utthita Hasta Paramudasana, our big toe pose, so grounding down. So much through the right side now, keeping that sternum lifted, almost like a pulley. The left leg can't help but come up. Eyes steady, breath steady. Maybe touching knee, maybe taking big toe, maybe extending. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Deep inhale, exhale, leg out to the side. 1, that could look like this, right? Bent leg. 2, you don't have to turn your gaze. 3, 4, and 5. Coming back to center, we straighten the leg. We're going to try to balance. You can stop at any time. 1, when you're here, see if you can be in the moment. 2, working with your attention. 3, working with the breath. The breath can calm and slow the body. 4, when we're intentional. And 5, beautiful job. Can cross now at the ankles. Okay, you can take a tree pose here. Or if you're working on a lotus or ankle to knee, we're going to work on balancing here, using that pressure, foot against thigh, thigh against foot. If you want to, you can fold forward. You can even use your blocks or your chair. You can drop your head. Lots of options as long as you're breathing. 1. Seeing where you can send the breath. 2, to make change, to build awareness. 3, to soften. 4, and 5. Inhale, head comes up. Exhale, inhale, come all the way up. And exhale, release down. Very nice, everyone. I know sometimes those balances can get us, our heart rates going a bit. I'm going to come back to the chair now. Also, if you prefer to be on the mat, you're welcome to be on the mat. That's no problem. I'm going to take our first forward fold, right? So if you're sitting on the mat, you're just sitting straight, hands at your sides. We're going to prep first. If you're in your chair, you can hold your chair. And just working on lifting that chest for a moment. I'm going to take 5 breaths here. 1, 2, try to have an even inhale, exhale. 3, 4, and 5. And I'm going to fold forward now. If you're on your mat, you can fold toward your toes. If you're in your chair, you might want to use some blocks. You don't have to, you can hold your chair. 1, and I'm extending through my spine. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Inhale, come up. And exhale, just take a moment seated, breathing in through the nose and out through the nose. Again, in and out. We're going to take the counter pose now. If you don't like big openings of the front of the body, then skip this or take a little mini opening. So if you're just working on chest opening, if it feels too vulnerable to open, then think about taking an alternative, like maybe just slowly working on opening the chest or just sitting and breathing. Okay, this is a big front of body opener. I'm gonna bring the feet forward and I'm gonna lift up out of the chair. I'm gonna press my hands down and lift up and breathing here. You can do this on the ground. 1, 2, I'm really focused on my throat muscles. 3, opening my capacity to speak, say my words. 4, speak my truth. And 5, just take a couple moments here. We're going to take a more closed pose now to counter that. You can reach your arms out wide. Bring the right over the left or the left over the right, whatever feels right for you. For a little hug, you might massage under your shoulder blades. Couple breaths in and out. Those of you who want to can take eagle arms here. So this can easily turn into eagle arms. And you might even reach the elbows away from the body. If you want, you can cross your legs as well. 1, or you can keep on hugging. 2, feeling my breath deepen. Remember, you can come out at any time. 3, 4, and 5. And remember which arm is under and which arm is over. And we're just going to go ahead, open wide if that feels okay for you, and then switch the arms. So remember, you can take that hug. Give yourself a little massage, or you can turn that into your eagle arms, and we'll breathe here. If you don't cross legs, you can cross ankles. 1, 2. Some people like to cross the legs and use a block. 2, 3, 4, and 5. And releasing those arms down, just noticing how you feel now in that chest body. Just take a moment in stillness. Try not to adjust. Just try to feel into what that opened up for you. Just noticing the experience. We're going to take a couple more seated poses before we move into closing and questions. So let's start with, let's actually start with a Marichasana in the chair. So you can also take this on the ground and bend my right leg in real close. If that's not available to you, some people like to use a block. You can use the block on the ground here. So remember, your block has all different levels. Okay, so if you are using books, make sure you have different size, different stacks. So I love to take Marichasana. It's I find it really helpful for opening my chest. And so what I'm going to do is inhale, reach the right arm up. Exhale, wrap it around the knee. And don't worry if it's not going all the way around, okay? If it is, that's fine too. Maybe you find your other hand behind you for full bind. Again, you can take this on your mat. Wherever you are, we're breathing. 1. Just noticing this experience. 2. You have a tendency to leave experiences. 3. Sometimes leaving neutral ones because we're bored. 4. Sometimes leaving good ones because we don't want to feel too much happiness. It makes us nervous. And 5. Inhale. And we're gonna take a twist now. So you can hug that knee or you can take your elbow outside. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So hopefully you're feeling that. We're gonna come into the other side now, okay? And we're gonna close after this. So our last poses here. Left arm reaches up and wraps around. And slowly folding if that feels okay for you today. 1, 2, just noticing what you like, what you don't like. 3, 4, and 5. Inhale, come up, and we'll take a little twist. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, releasing down. So coming into stillness, that can be in your chair, that can be on the ground. You're in your chair, you might lean back now for our final rest. Some people like to put their blocks or bolster on their lap for they like sitting in the chair. So you have lots of options here. You can put your arms on top. I am going to do a little bit of a squeeze through, so you might want the ability to use your body a little bit before we come to total stillness. So this is kind of like the scan through we did in the beginning, but instead we're going to squeeze. Going to squeeze the feet to start. Tight little feet, tight little feet, tight, 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 tight. And release. Squeezing up the legs. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. And release. All the way, full legs. Squeeze, 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 squeeze. And release. We're going to tighten the tummy, tighten the tummy, tighten the tummy. And release. Tighten the tummy, tighten the tummy. And release. One more time. Squeeze. And release. Chest, chest squeezes. And drop. Chest squeezes. And drop. Chest squeezes. And drop. Arms, arms, arms. And release. Arms, arms, arms. And release. Arms, arms, arms. And release. Squeeze your face, squeeze your face, squeeze your face. And drop. Squeeze your face, squeeze. And drop. Squeeze. And drop. And one time, squeeze up your whole body tight as you can, tight as you can. And totally release whatever that is for you. Just find your stillness. Tune in to your experience in this moment. Just finding your stillness, maybe scanning through your body. Notice your feet, your ankles, your calves, your knees, the full legs, the belly, the back, the chest, the arms, the face, top of head. Notice the whole self. This whole energy body. Just staying with the present moment as much as it's available to you. Seeing if you can allow it to be. Recognizing you can come out at any time. You can move your focus. When you're ready, maybe bring your eyes back into the room, and I'll just come forward to answer any questions that there might be about trauma-informed yoga, the class I just gave, or the trainings we have at 3.5 Acres. We have a training coming up for yoga teachers. So you already have to have a 200 or more yoga teacher training certificate, and then we do a 15-hour training. And then we can help you through mentorship, pair you with programs that could use trauma-informed yoga. You can work, some of our programs are women's shelters, recovery spaces. We work with folks who are having housing and food insecurity. We work with folks in recovery, folks dealing with justice issues like immigration, folks coming out of incarceration, supporting them in getting back into their bodies and into their lives. So we have quite a number of different groups that we work a lot with our LGBTQ plus homeless youth, and really bringing yoga, meditation, and mindfulness to programs. Used to be just in Upper Manhattan, and now we are all over the New York area, all over the DC area, and expanding nationwide. So make sure you're checking out 3.5acres.org for our training. Oh, great question about music. So yeah, one of the things that we try to avoid in class, in our trauma-informed yoga classes, is music, because we try to bring and work on being in the present moment, grounding into the sounds and other senses that are here in the here and now. So you might have even seen in one of the tricks in therapy we'll use is if someone is feeling agitated, is, say 5 things you see, say 4 things you hear, say 3 things you smell. So it's really about coming into the present moment where music can take us away. And of course, if it's that old song that used to play when whatever, it could bring you into a memory, even a pleasant memory that isn't helpful for personal growth in that moment. So great question. There's another trauma-informed yoga class tomorrow, so they'll be answering a lot of these questions. Great question about the window of tolerance, and this is a challenging practice to know when we're inside and outside, and that's why working with a trauma-informed yoga teacher over time. Sometimes when people go into deep meditation, they feel like they're really focused and they're doing something great that the teacher wants, and they're actually kind of zoning out, which would be out of our window of tolerance, right? That would be like hypo-aroused, where we're kind of disengaging, right? Sometimes, those of us who have been through a trauma might know about really separating from ourselves, right? So we actually don't want to go away. So if you notice that you're drifting off, that you're kind of going away, that might be a sign. Sometimes you can look at a student's skin if they're getting very pale. Of course, hyperarousal is a little bit easier to notice, right? If someone's hyperaroused, they might be agitated, their eyes might be moving around a lot. The extreme signs could be something like a flashback. So that's why I encourage everyone, yoga teachers, to get their training, because you're working with people's breath and their nervous systems, and we want to, do no harm, right? So first level of doing no harm is getting a little bit educated on some of those trauma triggers around our sense of smell and our sense of hearing. I hope you all enjoyed that class. I'd love to answer any further questions that you might have. 3.5 Acres is always looking for more partnerships. There's lots of volunteer opportunities. Our work has really expanded over these last 18 months. I think since COVID, we've added 16 new programs. Many of our classes are online right now. We've trained hundreds of yoga teachers. We are now taking part in some research, which is really important, right, in the yoga space, that we have more research around trauma and yoga and how the right kinds of yoga can be helpful. We've all experienced a good deal of trauma in the last year, and not everyone that experiences a trauma is traumatized. All of us are different in the capacity that we have. Have we had trauma before? What are our resources? We get sensitive. We can get sensitive to others, caring for others, and recognizing that just because you had maybe the same trauma, their experience could be different than yours, and just noticing that not everyone is different, and forgiving others. Just recognizing that we're all going through something, and different body mind systems handle those things in different ways. I love what David Trelevin says. He wrote the book on trauma-informed mindfulness. And I always say, which is that trauma is in every room, so you can always expect that if you're teaching a yoga class, there's someone in that room that is dealing with trauma. So just being a little bit sensitive to others' experiences, and forgiving each other and forgiving ourselves, really working in that self-compassion, I think, is so important at these times. So I'm definitely a resource. If any of you have more questions, you can reach out to me. My handle is Laraland Yoga on the Instagram. And as you see, I do a couple different things, co-producing SOULFest and also running some of my own yoga classes and coaching programs. So you can go to 3.5acres.org or to the 3.5 Acres Yoga Instagram if you want to volunteer with us. We're always looking for folks to help out with everything from teaching trauma-informed classes to helping us with our social media, helping us with our outreach, helping us with our fundraising. This has been a tough year for fundraising. We were supposed to have our big gala in March of 2020, so we obviously didn't have that, and we haven't had any big galas since. But maybe next year is our year. But I encourage you to take a look at the nonprofit. I think we are sometimes not loud enough about the work that we are doing really across the nation, and partnering with some wonderful groups. We just partnered with United Way. So yeah, take a look. And there'll be some other folks from the organization giving a class tomorrow. Nikki and Safara, they have their own perspectives. Our teachers that go through our training, they become trainers themselves. There's lots of room to move up in the organization. So I'm excited to see their class. And each of us is unique in the way we teach. And I really like to inspire the teachers I train to use their own special gifts. I think Yana is here, co-producer of SOULFest, and we have a couple more sponsor commercials to show you. I want to thank all the sponsors of SOULFest, and thank you for those who submitted commercials. And please support SOULFest sponsors. And again, if you'd like to make a donation to SOULFest, we'll put that link there for you. Okay, thank you for a beautiful class. Appreciate you.
Hey, this is Mecca at the microphone check 1 2 1 2, aka Mecca Nelson, and I am the founder of the Yoma Method, which is yoga, martial arts, and meditation. It allows you to release any form of trauma. And guess what? I'll be teaching you at the SOULFest, and I'm so excited. Let me tell you why I love SOULFest so much. They bring the power of community and movement. One love, peace and blessings.
Hi, Mecca. We see you. We're excited for your class. I'm excited to break up, the kind of the day with your class. Your class is so different. We want to hear about the Yoma method. Hopefully, you'll come on screen with me.
Yes.
There she is. Can you let's hear your voice.
Hey, can you guys?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you. I'm going to get out of your way and let you talk about your really, really excited to learn about your method. And thank you for your energy and support over the last months. Glad to take your class today. I'm going to sign out so all the focus can be on you.
Yes. Hey guys, my name is Mecca. The microphone check 1 2 1 2. Let me just tell you that this is an amazing opportunity to be here today, and I am so happy to experience this. This has been a vision of mine. I'm so happy it finally came into fruition. And what I also want to do is introduce one of my yogi sisters. We've been yogi sisters / friends for, oh my goodness, how long? Years. It's been years. And I'm so happy that she's here to help and support this beautiful movement with you guys. Her name is Megan Casalino, and we are about to make this happen. Once again, Yoma method is totally different. Yes, we have yoga. Yes, we have meditation, but it's a different space, right? And I'm ready to allow you guys to come explore it. Normally, we have music that connects with the frequency in your body to give you a certain type of movement, but we're going to work with a piece of silence today, and we're going to focus on the theme, pain into purpose. Taking whatever experience that you went through and shifting it into something that is powerful. Okay, guys? So everyone right here, just take a moment and find this comfortable seat. And as you find this comfortable seat, allow yourself to check in with your shoulders, check in with your facial expressions, the frown on the face. If you're frowning, just fix it right there. Just breathe a beautiful breath inside that space. If you feel that your cheeks may feel weird, or you've probably been smiling or talking too much, just allow yourself to just breathe into that space right there to release any tension. Believe it or not, tension holds in your body and it creates hurt and pain. It creates scatteredness in the mind. It creates stagnation inside the body. So just breathe life in from the lower back, from the lumbar. And as you inhale through the nose, exhale out the mouth. And continue to do that like 3 rounds right there on your own. And as you feel that, feel the shoulders begin to depress and relax. Feel the chest, feel your facial muscles relaxing right here. And as you take this moment, continue those rounds of breath right here. And relax those shoulders. And remember the theme, turning pain into a purpose. Take this moment right here to create a mantra, a prayer affirmation, a prayer mantra. It can be a scripture in the Bible. It can be a quote that you love. It can be a word or multiple words. It can be a paragraph or a sentence. And take this moment of silence and breathe life into your space. And as you breathe life into your space, take this moment to feel the energy that surrounds you. Take a moment to feel the beauty that flows through your body. And as you take this moment to feel the beauty that flows through your body, feel the peace as you think about those positive words, those affirmations, the prayer mantras, those quotes. Utilize those things there to allow the power to flow through your body. When you feel that you can't go anymore, use that little bit of strength that you hold deep down inside to allow you to get to the next level in life. Right here, take a minute here Take an inhale, rising your arms all the way up overhead, nice and tall and strong, because that is who you are. And bring the palms down to heart center. Relaxing the shoulders right here in this space. And imagine that there are two walls, one on your right and one on your left. Place the right palm up against the right wall as if that wall is closing in on you, keeping the elbows slightly bent. Place the left palm up against the left wall. Relax the shoulders right here. Let the chest be open. And right here, take an inhale in through the nose. Exhale, extend, push those elbows out. Push the wall far away. Yes. Inhale right here, flex the elbows, bring them back in. And as you take this moment in this beautiful space, complete this 3 rounds on your own. And as you complete this 3 rounds on your own, imagine that you're pushing out any negativity that surrounds you, anything that is not of you, anything that is not for you. Allow yourself to release that from your space, your mind, your body, your spirit. And when you're done, bring the palms back to heart center. And remember this. The experience that you went through does not create your space. You conquer it. It does not conquer you. Take a minute and feel that power in the palm of your hands right here. Take an inhale, rise those arms all the way up overhead right here. And as the arms are up overhead, bring your palms to face your body. And let it come down the center of your body, right here, right down where all your chakras are. Place the left hand on your heart and the right on your lower abdomen. Relaxing the shoulders in this space and taking a beautiful breath right here. Exhaling out the mouth. 2 more rounds of breath. This is your power. This is where all that you desire comes from. Breathing into the core of your space. The core of which you stand for, your peace, your love, your goals, your passion. Take an inhale right here. As you exhale out through the mouth. Rising the arms all the way up overhead. And slowly come into a forward fold. Bring the palms down on the mat, right in that space. Deep breath in that space right there. Breathing from the spine, from the lower back right here, and feeling the breath, the energy, your chi traveling up from the spine, up the neck, exhaling out through the mouth. Feeling your spine stretch out, feeling any confusion or scatteredness being released, any tightness, which is the stagnation from whatever you went through, that experience, that hurt, that pain, that trauma. Breathing it out. And slowly right here. And remember this, it's all about you. It's all about how you move, when you move, and why you move. And it's all about your timing. And finding your space and put some spice into it. And slowly right here, come into a tabletop. And remember, you work your way into that space that you need to work your way in your own time, moment. It's about you. And this is when you work your body. You want to go in a circular motion. Let the body move around. Let the hips move around. Arch the back. Breathe into the body. Breathe into those ankles. Rotate those ankles. Notice how the body responds. Now, if you hear a snap, crackle, and pop, it's okay. That just means the body is releasing the air that needs to be released to create space for all that it needs to create space for. Continue to breathe in that space. Because oftentimes we don't have a moment out the day, out the month, out the year for this beautiful work right here. And slowly right here, take a moment and bring your beautiful self into child's pose by bringing the knees with distance of the mat and finding your beautiful space. And remember, it's not all about being perfect because no one is perfect. It's all about being you, who you are, and your self-love. Your purpose in life. Right here, take a deep breath, rock your hips from left and right. If you're like me, you like to go at a rhythm. But if you like you're gonna go at your own rhythm, because it's all about adding spice to your work. It's all about adding a different type of movement into your work. Let's slowly right here, coming up into tabletop. Tucking the toes and making sure your palms are braced down onto the mat. Making sure your shoulders are in line with the wrists. And when you're ready, push back into downward dog. Taking a breath into this space, getting yourself situated, keeping the knees slightly bent if you just got started today. And slowly flex and extend those knees. Flex and extend. Breathe into that space. Feel the beauty flowing through your body. As my friend Megan here, she's breathing, she's flexing and extending, and she's allowing the breath to flow. Now this is where you're gonna let the breath flow as you inhale from the bottom of your feet, from earth. Inhale here and exhale out through the mouth. And we're gonna do this again, but we're gonna go through a transition like life. We go through transitions. We're gonna take an inhale here, inhale from earth all the way up to heaven, exhale, come right into child's pose right here. Remember, it's all about your flow and your pattern of your flow. Deep breath right here. Deep breath. Take 2 rounds, 3 rounds of breath. How many rounds of breath that you feel that you needed? Because remember, it's all about the timing that you need to breathe through this process. You don't rush your space. Slowly right here, come back to tabletop. Tucking your toes, pushing back to downward dog. We're gonna play with this 2 more times. It's like life is like an ocean, like water. And we're gonna play with this like water, like we move through a wave in life, right? Inhale here from the bottom of the feet. And as you exhale, child's pose. Beautiful. Slowly take an inhale here as you come back up into tabletop. Tuck the toes, pushing back into downward dog. Inhale here, get into the nitty gritty. Exhale right back into child's pose. Deep breath right here. And this is where you place the compression on your third eye, releasing any frogginess, any space that may give you where you feel confused or you don't know what you want to do, but you know what you want to do. But then fear steps in place. But then the blinders step in. So we place compression right there. The goal with this practice is to see your purpose in life, not to focus on that trauma. Release that trauma down on this mat and allow yourself to move through it. Use that as the ammunition, as the fuel you need to do what needs to be done. Slowly right here, come into tabletop. As you tuck the toes, pushing back into downward dog. Remember, at your pace, we're about to pick up the pace right here. Take an inhale here with that right leg up. Inhale here, exhale, step it through. Low lunge right here. Take an inhale, rise the arms all the way up for high lunge right here. Deep rounds of breath in this space. Relaxing the shoulders. Breathing, yes. Deep breath right here. Bringing power and love and beauty into your spirit. As you inhale in this space, bring the palms back to heart center. Bring the palms to heart center, breathing into this space. Inhale, rise the arms all the way up overhead. And here's where we're going to come into a warrior pose right here. We're going to shift into warrior. Take an inhale here. Exhale, shift right into warrior, because life is like a dance, remember. And as you check this, plant your feet, rest. The heel should be in line with your arch. The right heel is in line with the left arch. Check it. Right knee in line with the right ankle. Take a deep breath. I believe in modifications. So you may hear me say modifications because sometimes you need that. Remember, nothing is done perfectly. Take an inhale right here. Exhale out. Take an inhale here, and as you inhale, and as you plant the palm of the hands onto the mat, step that right leg back and go to your flow, meeting in downward dog. And as you meet in downward dog right here, inhale with that left leg up and out. And step it through for low lunge. Take a deep breath in right here, rise the arms all the way up overhead. Check in with your shoulders, check in with that alignment, left knee in line with that left ankle. Take a deep breath here. Now here's the modification. If you feel that that knee is just too extended, you can slightly flex the knee, just as Megan just flexed her knee right here, and slowly right here, however you want to do it, or you can place it down onto the mat, however you would like to, yes? But Megan is going to do it the way she want to do it, because this is for Megan right now, and whatever is for you is for you, yes? Take an inhale here, Megan, and you could come right back into your beautiful stance. As she come right back, and take an inhale here, coming right into warrior. Make it happen, beautiful. Right here, take a deep breath in your space. Inhale, exhale. Right here, inhale, rise the arms all the way up overhead. We're going to play with this. We're going to do something different. Bring the palms to heart center. Inhale, rising the arms all the way up. And shifting over into high lunge. You see, like this dance. Because life, you create life as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what we as humans do. But life is not set up. It's set up as 1, 5, 6, 3, 2, and maybe not the 2, but maybe that 10. Right? Take an inhale here. Exhale, plant the palm of the hands down onto the mat. And step that left leg back, going through your beautiful flow. And going into child's pose right here when she's ready. Yes. And when you find your space, breathe into your body. Right here. Come into child's pose. Just take a minute to feel the vibration in the body right here. Take a minute to breathe life into your body. Take a minute to listen. This is just shaking out anything that you feel is not for you, because now we're about to get into the nitty-gritty business. It's where sometimes life go too fast. And when life go too fast, it creates a space for you. It creates a space in your heart. It creates a space in your mind. It creates a space in your body, your soul, your spirit. And it takes away so much mentally, spiritually, emotionally, and physically. Take a deep breath right here. Come forward into tabletop. And when you're ready, find yourself into downward dog. Taking a deep breath right here once again. And as we're going to play, inhale right here, rise that right leg up and out. And step it through for low lunge. As you step it through for low lunge, rise your arms up into high lunge right here. Deep breath right here. Take a deep breath in this space. And we're going to spread our wings. Spread your wings as high as you want. And this is that space. You're going to fly high like an eagle. Fly high like an eagle, Megan. Bring it in. Yes. Breathe space. And this is where you relax the shoulders. You allow the chest to be open. And you breathe into your body right here. Understand that these movements allow you to breathe life into the meridians. The back is your bladder meridian. Yes? And it breathing life into this space and releasing whatever needs to be released from this area within the body. Taking a deep round of breath right here. And your side of the body is your gallbladder meridian. It's where all the tension and the trauma is being held. Take a deep breath here, Megan. Inhale, exhale, release. Spread your wings nice and wide. Inhale, rise those arms all the way up overhead. Exhale, plant those palms down onto the mat. And step that right leg back, going into your beautiful pose and the space that you feel your body needs right here. Yes. Remember, you guys go to your own flow, because life is not all about instruction. Sometimes it's about what is on your heart and where you're being led spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and physically. Inhale here with that left leg up and out, and step that left leg through. Rise those arms all the way up overhead right here. Take a deep breath into this space. And as you enter this space, spread those wings nice and wide, everyone. Spread those wings, breathe life into those wings. And when you're ready, bring those wings right in. Bring those beautiful wings in. Yes. Breathe life right here into your body. And feel the difference from the right versus the left side. Understand that one side of a body compensates for the other, especially if you have an injury or if that's your dominant side. So breathe life right here. Deep, deep breath. Breathe. And yes, it's being held for a long time frame, but it's you're focusing on the breath because the breath is releasing. How you feel right there, man? One more round of breath. Inhale here. And as you exhale, release those wings and spread your wings. Rise those arms all the way up, overhead. Exhale, plant the palm of the hands down onto the mat. And step that left leg back. Go through your beautiful flow, guys. Just as Megan is going to go through her beautiful flow. It's what you feel the body needs. If you feel that you need to take a break, that pause is your break. Take an inhale here. Come forward into plank. This is the plank of resistance. The plank of resistance is all those situations that come in life. Check the alignment, engage the core, head in line with the spine. Make sure that your elbows are in line with your wrists, your shoulders are in line with your wrists. Right here. Take a deep breath in right here. Exhale. And slowly right here, breathe, breathe, breathe. And slowly come down as you bend those elbows. Take a breath. And just chill right there. If you feel the need to let that third eye place down onto the mat, it's that plank of resistance, it's that experience in life that tried to take you down, but you refuse to let it take you down because you fought that plank of resistance. Even if you modified that plank by slightly bending your knees, yes? Take a deep breath into this third eye. Take a deep breath into that body. Take a deep breath into any aspect of your body that feels tight. Take a deep breath here. Exhale when you're ready. Push yourself all the way up with the plank of resistance right here. Yes, and push back into downward dog. And slowly bring your knees down onto the mat, into child's pose right here. Beautiful. Deep breath. Notice the difference as you take an inhale in from the lower back. And as it travels up through the spine, up the neck, through the top of your head, exhaling out through the mouth. Understand that this is your power. This is your love. This is your understanding. This is your peace. The practice is meant for you to not hold on to what you experienced in life. It's to allow you to use it as the fuel, the ammunition, the fire to continue going. We know life is not easy. But it's up to you to conquer all that comes in your path. Slowly right here, come forward to tabletop. Tucking your toes and pushing back. Taking an inhale right here. And we're going to walk our toes up to the top of the mat to meet our feet. Forward fold right here. If you have tight hamstrings or tight calves, it's okay to keep your knees slightly bent. Yes, take a deep breath into that space right there. Rock your head, yes, rock your head, no to the nonsense, and rock your head, yes, to all that your heart desires. Be like, it's mine, and I'm going to get it, and can no one take that away from me, because I said so. Take an inhale here. And slowly bring the palm of the hands on the side of your legs right here. Remember the gallbladder meridian? And rise up nice and slow. Let the back arch nice and slow. And then rise those arms all the way up once you reach the top. Rise them all the way up to heaven. Take a deep breath into this space right here. Exhale, release the hands down to the side. Close your eyes. Feel the feet at the bottom. Feeling the earth. Feel your head at the top, feeling the heaven, feeling the beauty that flows in your space, feeling the power that flows through your body. Not thinking about the mind stuff, but thinking about the power that you hold in the palm of your hand. You hold the power. And can no one take that away from you? Take this moment to breathe that life. Take this moment to breathe those powerful words into your life. Because your words have power. Your words have power. Take this moment to breathe life into your mind frame of thinking. Your mind frame of thinking has power. And breathe it into your core, your solar plex. That is where your power is being held. Whether it's in communication, whether it's in relationships, whether it's you wanting to go take a leap and shift your career or start speaking somewhere or doing something that you want to do. Breathe life into that space. Speak it into existence. If you feel some tingliness flowing through your body, it's okay. It's your chi, which is your energy of life force. If you feel a part of your body twitching or moving, it's okay. Breathe into that space. Take an inhale here, rising your arms all the way up overhead. Exhale, release the arms down to the side once again. Fill in that space, standing into Tadasana right here. Feel in the power. If you have a favorite song, think of that song in the top of your head. That power song. Make it your power song. Take an inhale here, rising the arms all the way up overhead. And we're going to rise. Here's a trick. We're going to rise our right leg up as our arms are over our head. Yes? Right leg up. And we're going to set up for tree. We're going to open up that right leg out. And we're going to bring that bottom of the foot on the inside of the leg. Whether you modify, whether it's above or below the knee, not on the knee. Yes? And it's okay if you fall out. You laugh about it because laughter is therapeutic. You get right back in it. You find your way there. Find your way into that space. Perfect. Find your way. And even if you need to use a block to set you up, to just bring your feet down, to just sit there. Remember, things are done in your own way. It's not always done how you was instructed to. Deep breath right here. Deep breath. And bring the palms to heart center. And we're going to play with the fingers. However fingers you like to play with, you can play with it. And here's where we're going to grow our tree and we're going to play. We're going to dance right here. We're going to dance. Open it up. Open up that space. Dance with it. Breathe into it. See your power. If you're not able to stance in a balance, find something to focus on. Gaze at the floor. Find something to stare at. Gaze at the wall. Breathe into that space. Play with it. Remember, be creative. Bring out that creativity that's hiding on the inside of you. You know it's there. I feel it. I feel it. Yes. And right here, we're going to go all at once. Inhale, arms overhead, bringing that right knee back to the front of the room and slowly bringing it down onto the mat right here. Palms to heart center right here and forward, folding, touching our toesies. Deep breath right here. Deep inhale. Deep rounds of breath right here. Deep, deep breath. Breathe into that space. Breathe into that space. Right here, take a beautiful inhale, rise those arms all the way up overhead, nice and tall. Just as you are, you're nice and tall and you're strong. You got this. You got it. You got it. Deep breath right here. Lift that left leg up. Here we go, that trick. Inhale here. Play with that left leg. Bring it out to the left side and bring it in below or above. And then when you're ready, bring the palms to heart center. And when you're ready, play. It's all about play. It's all about creativity. Remember I said earlier, add a dash of your spice. When you add a dash of your spice, you can do anything you put your mind to. But it's not always done perfectly, yes? Deep breath, play with it, dance with it, breathe with it. And remember that power song that you got in your head. Focus, gaze at something on the floor or gaze at the wall. Or if you have to close your eyes, if you need support on the wall, use the wall as support. Deep breath right here. Beautiful. And when you're ready, we're going to go all at once because life don't happen in sections. Sometimes it happens. Everything comes right behind each other. Rise the arms up. That left leg come out to the left side of the room and slowly to the front of the room, and bring it down onto the mat. And forward fold right here. Make it beautiful and amazing and powerful and peaceful. Yeah, just how you are. Deep breath here, touching the toes. Deep, deep breath. Exhale right here in that space, filling in your lower back. Deep breath. Rock side to side in that space if you have to. Remember, one side feels different than the other. Remember that power song in the top of your head. Allow it to move you. Deep breath. Remember here, shake your head. No to all that is not for you. No to all the negativity. And shake your head yes to all that you see, all that you speak into existence. You dumping all of that negativity, all of that is not of you, onto that mat. You're going to leave it there, you're going to kick it, and you're going to say you can kick rocks with no shoes. And if you want to wear flip-flops, you can. Or you can laugh at it, right? Remember, laughter is therapeutic. Deep breath right here. And slowly place the palms on the side of your legs, which is your gallbladder meridian, and rise up nice and slow, brushing it. And rising the arms all the way up to the heavens. And slowly bringing the palms to heart center. Deep breath right here into your space. Deep breath, feeling the power flowing through your body. Feeling the love flowing through your body. The peace is flowing through your body. Slowly release the hands down to the side. And just feel, what are you taking from this? What are you taking from this? What are you? Think about it. Think about it. What do you feel in this space? What is your body still holding on to when you're trying to release it? I'm going to give you a trick. Remember I said the words are power that has power that comes out your mouth. You might say, I'm trying to. I don't think it's possible. So if it's still holding on to you, that means that you're putting doubt on it. What I want you to understand is, doubts are cheap thoughts. And your thoughts are too expensive to doubt. I needed y'all to take that spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically. Take out that fishing rod. Catch that word right there and will it in and hold it dear to your heart. Breathe that in right in your space. Deep, deep breath. Feel it from earth, traveling up through the body, to the top of your head to heaven, exhaling out through the mouth. We know all is not easy, life is not easy, but you can get through it. You can conquer all things that you put your mind through. You can conquer all things that you even think about. Visualize what you want right here. Visualize it. If you never took the time out to pause and visualize, this is the moment. Take an inhale, rise the arms all the way up overhead. Exhale, forward fold, plant the palm of the hands down onto the mat. Jump your feet back to the back of the mat, coming into a plank right here. And if the jump is not there, it's all good. You're still working with integrity. You still got it, okay? You just walk your feet back your own little way, right? Be like, I got this my way, all right? We're going to play right here. We're going to take in the resistance from you see the life is in a calm space, and then you feel the resistance even harder than you did before. Take an inhale here and walk your hands to the back of the mat to meet your feet, coming into a forward fold right here. Notice how life play with us, yes? Take an inhale here, rise the arms all the way up overhead, nice and tall. Exhale, forward fold, plant the hands down onto the mat and walk the hands back to the top of the mat into a plank. Take an inhale here. Exhale, walk the hands to the back. Remember, life don't care about how you feel or what you're thinking, yes? Inhale here, rise the arms all the way up overhead. Exhale, forward fold. You have to have fierceness into your heart. Walk your hands out into a plank once again right here. Take a deep inhale right here. Exhale, push it out and walk the hands to the back of the mat once again as you rise the arms all the way up overhead. Nice and tall. Bringing the palms to heart center. Inhale, rise the arms all the way up overhead with power. And this, we're going to bring the clasp behind the back. Yes, create that bind behind the back right here. Now, if the bind is not there, naturally, it's all good. Remember, you're still working with integrity. Just use a strap, a towel, or you can just put your hands behind your back like this. And if that's not there, just put your hands to the side. Listen, wherever there's a will, there's a way. Yes, there's a will, there's a way. Breathe life into this space. Open up the chest. Relax the shoulders. Give yourself a little back bend if you're able to do the back bend. But if the back bend is not there, if you have any lower back issues, it's okay. You could just stand nice and straight and breathe life into it. Remember, you can do anything. Deep breath right here. Exhale, release that bind. Rise the arms all the way up overhead. Exhale, plant the palm of the hands down onto the mat right here. Walk the palms out to the top of the mat, breathing life into this space, and slowly bringing your knees down into child's pose, knees with distance of the mat, or however you prefer to do it. If you have knee issues, you can place a blanket under your knees as your cushion, or if you don't have a blanket, you can roll your mat up and make a cushion under your knees. Take a deep breath right here into your space. Deep breath. Deep breath. Beautiful rounds of breath right here. Rock your hips from right and left and right. Now, this is the moment in life where we take a pause. We don't like taking pauses in life. This is that moment. Take a pause right here and breathe. The pause does not mean that you're not able to do what needs to be done. The pause means take a pause and breathe life into whatever it is that your heart desires. That pause means you just need a moment for self. You just need a moment to build power. You just need a moment to create the space that you want to create. Slowly right here, come forward into tabletop. Tucking your toes, pushing back into downward dog. Taking a deep round of breath into this space. And when you take a deep breath into this space, feel your power flowing through your body. And slowly right here, you're either going to walk or jump your feet to the top of the mat, whichever suits you, your own power. Slowly here, rise the arms all the way up overhead. Bring the palms to heart center. And here's where we try to take that moment here and understand that releasing what needs to be released is important. Don't doubt it. Take out these words. I don't think, I might not. It's not going to happen. Maybe I'll try, because that means you're doubting it. And if you are saying that, be honest with yourself. This is a space of being vulnerable, no judgment. And if you're saying that, think about it. Notice when you stop saying it, you're going to start to see the doors and all that you need start to overflow right here. Slowly right here, rise your arms all the way up overhead. And you're gonna, as if you're carrying a box upside down, right? You're gonna flex your fingertips right here. And they're gonna look at each other. Yes? You're gonna slightly bend your knees. And you're gonna press your fingertips. And it's gonna press down. As if you are pressing a box down. Yes. Slightly bring your knees up a little more. Up, right there. And press it all the way down. And you're gonna forward fold as you pass the thighs, the knees, and touch the toes right here. Your beautiful energy points. Deep inhale right here. Exhale out. We're gonna do 2 more rounds of breath. Inhale here. Exhale out. 1 more. Inhale here. Exhale out. And bring your palms on your gallbladder meridian and slowly rise up. Nice and slow, releasing any of that stagnation. Rise your arms all the way up. You're going to do this 2 more times. You are pro now. You got it. Breathe in right here. Exhale. Push down. Ground your chi right here slowly. Feel the energy flowing through your body. Now you may feel some shakiness. You may feel some energy moving through your body. And forward fold. Touch the toes and breathe into those toes. 3 rounds of breath right here. And if you feel any type of energy flowing through your body, it's okay. It's just your power. It's just your energy. Deep breath right here. Inhale. And exhale and slowly gallbladder meridian on the side of your legs and rise up nice and slow. Rise the arms all the way up overhead. Inhale here and really go 1 more time. Make it your power. Slowly press down, feeling the energy, the tingliness in the palm of your hands or your forearms. Breathe into that space. This is your power. Remember, go at your pace because it's all about you. Deep rounds of breath as you pass the shins all the way down. Deep breath right here. Toes, 3 rounds of breath. Exhale out. 1 more round right here. Deep breath. Exhale. Palms on the side of the legs, the gallbladder, and rise up nice and slow. Rising the arms all the way up overhead. And hold your palms as if you're holding a ball in the palm of your hands. As if you're holding a ball. And bring your palms down to the center of your solar plex right here. Yes. That's your ball. Right there. So you want to hold it in this space right here. That's your solar plex. And we're going to hold that ball. And I want you to close your eyes right here. And as you close your eyes, breathe into this space. Inhale through the nose, exhale out the mouth. Slightly bend the knees, nice and slight. Inhale in the nose. Exhale out the mouth. What do you feel? How do you feel? Breathe life. Feel the power in the fingertips. Feel your energy, your chi flowing through the fingertips. Exhale out. Feel it. You may feel a pressure. Hold on to it. Breathe life into it. Speak those words that you created in the beginning into this space. Speak the power into this space. And I want you guys to repeat after me. Speak this. Repeat right here. I command.
I command
Every cell
in
my body to move with power, love, peace, favor, healing, and grace. Take an inhale here. Exhale out. And slowly bring the left palm on your lower abdomen and the right over the left. And take an inhale right there. Exhale out. 2 more rounds. Inhale here. Exhale out. 1 more. Make it amazing. Exhale out. Slowly feel that peace flowing through your body. Feel the power flowing through your body. Feel the love flowing through your body. Because you are amazing, you are awesome, and you are loved. Never forget to look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself, I love me. Look in the mirror and say, I have the power. Can't no one take that away from you. Slowly rise your arms all the way up overhead, nice and tall. Exhale, forward fold, plant the palm of the hands down onto the mat. And this is it. Go down onto the mat on your back in your own unique way. Find your way on your back on the mat. It doesn't matter how you do it, but as long as you get there, right? Sometimes you got to get creative. And when you come into this space, make sure your soles of the feet are planted onto the mat, just as Megan is. Soles of the feet are planted, your knees are planted. And we're going to breathe into our body right here. And we're slowly going to extend the left leg out. And we're going to bring the right leg across the left leg. But with that, we're going to extend our wings out. And we're going to breathe life. Now, if you feel tightness in that right area, in your glutes area, you want to breathe life into that space. And then you can always take a minute and to poke right there. This is a massage that actually releases stagnation. It's a massage technique that releases stagnation and give you energy, an extra lift of energy. Deep breath into this space. It's that energy, just releases stagnation that's there. Deep breath. And slowly come back to center, hugging both knees in towards the chest. Deep breath here. Slowly extending out. And slowly bringing the sole of the feet back onto the mat. And this time we're going to extend the right leg out and bring the left leg over the right leg and create that spinal twist right here. And once again, the right side is different from the left. Remember, tapotment is your best friend. If you have a lot of tight parts in your body, release the tension. Even if it's in your shoulders, you can always do that. Yes? In your legs, and you just feel it energizing coming through your body. Deep breath right here. Deep breath. Slowly right here, take an inhale. And as you exhale, bring both knees back in towards the chest. Hugging them, rocking them. This is the hug that you needed. A hug from self. Don't always expect that hug and that love from someone else. Give it to yourself from head to toe. Because sometimes you're the only one that's there for you. And you have to gauge that love, that power, that hug for self. Slowly bring the sole of the feet back down onto the mat. And this is a space where you find your peace. This is your space where you breathe life into your body. This is that space of where you love yourself. Compassion. Deep breath right here. Exhale out. And slowly take a minute. And we're going to take a moment here, and as you take an inhale here, we're going to exhale out the mouth. We're going to roll ourselves over to the right or the left side, whatever side is comfortable. We're going to bring ourselves up into a comfortable seated position right here. Take your time. It's okay. Because life is always the hustle and bustle. This is the moment where you don't have to worry about that. As you come in that comfortable seat, rise those beautiful arms all the way up overhead. And bring the palms back to heart center. And releasing your beauty, your love, and power into your space. And repeat after me right here. I can do all things that I put my mind to. I can conquer. I can love. I have favor. I have peace. I am love. I am peace. I am power. Take a minute to let that simmer. with your chi, your energy of life force. Let it simmer. Did it make you feel giddy inside? Did it make you feel weird or uncomfortable to even say that to yourself inside? It's okay. You'll get used to it. Thank you for sharing this beautiful moment. Thank you for bringing your amazing energy. Thank you for being here today. May you continue to be vigilant, self-disciplined, and well-balanced. Thank you, Megan, for being here with me. I appreciate you. I appreciate your sisterhood and your love. Everyone, Yoma, stay. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
What do you think of when you think of yoga? Poses on a mat? Perfect alignment?
Take a big breath in.
Reaching far beyond your toes? The beauty of yoga is that it's much more than a sequence.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yoga is asana, and also activism.
Las manos que ayudan, that is hands that help.
Yoga is about a quiet, internal journey and a growing, powerful outward voice. Yoga is action, curiosity, empathy. Join us as we celebrate yoga, the diversity of the millions who practice it, and the power it gives us all. Because we are all for yoga, and yoga is all for us.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
Hello. Good to see you all.
Good afternoon.
Are we ready to go, Lanier? I'm going to begin.
No, that's what it says at the bottom.
Okay. So anyway, welcome to our community conversation. I'm Maya Breuer, VP of Cross-Cultural Advancement with Yoga Alliance. And we have a distinguished group of panelists here with us this evening: Shyam Ranganathan, Stephanie Epps, and Rose Weaver. So today we're going to talk about the benefit yoga is to those of us, and that's all of us, facing the challenge of the pandemic. You know, I did a little thinking about this, and I came up with, one of the major things we experience during this pandemic is stress. And another is people are scared. People are insecure. There is an abundance of loneliness, fear. And what we're going to talk about is how yoga can provide healing. So what is healing? Healing is whatever is the result of blank, and it makes you whole. So healings leads to wholeness. And we want to talk a little bit about self-care, self-love, and all things that make us whole. So I'm happy that you're here with us today. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about Shyam Ranganathan. He's the author of over 50 peer-reviewed publications, a translator of Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, and editor of the Bloomsbury Research Handbook of Indian Ethics. He has an MA in South Asian Studies, an MA in Philosophy from the University of Toronto, and a PhD in Philosophy from York University. A member of the Department of Philosophy and the Center for Asian Research at York University, his work contributes to interdisciplines such as religious studies. The focus of his work also includes diversity, equity, and inclusion. Shyam Ranganathan is founder of the yogaphilosophy.com, a scholar practitioner, yoga, and philosophy education platform. Welcome, Shyam.
Thanks so much, Maya. That was lovely.
Oh, good. I'm glad. And we have also Stephanie Epps. And Stephanie Epps, Dr. Epps is a doctor of nursing practice, yoga teacher, a holistic empowerment mentor, and retired professor. She has an MSN from the University of Alabama, an MBA from Mercer University, and a DNP from Georgia College and State University. Dr. Epps is an experienced registered yoga teacher, a certified education provider with Yoga Alliance. She's also a nurse practitioner who educates her patients on incorporating holistic health practices such as yoga, Ayurveda, and acupuncture in their healthcare plans. Dr. Epps guides workshops and experiences for health promotion, illness prevention, and maintenance to fuel a holistic approach to self-discovery, freedom, and abundance. Rose Weaver. Ms. Weaver grew from humble roots to become a dynamic actor, singer, playwright, and motivational speaker. Her talents have graced countless productions. She acquired an acting fellowship from Trinity Repertory Company, an MFA from Brown University, an honorary Doctor of Fine Arts degree from Providence College, Wheaton College, and Marymount Manhattan College. She is also a recipient of the Pell Award for Excellence in the Arts. In 2018, Rose won the Rhode Island State Council on the Arts Fellowship in Playwriting for her solo play, Menopause Mama, which promotes gender equity and resists ageism, while acknowledging and supporting rites of passage. For Rose, yoga has been a significant asset to her growth and development as an artist and has helped her along life's journey. So let's all take a breath in. Those of you who are listening, you take a breath in too, and then let that go. So we are just pleased to have everyone here. And I want to begin by just asking, I'm going to ask all of us, how has the experience of the pandemic been in your life? And we'll start with Shyam.
So just personally?
Absolutely. Just for you.
So in a weird way, nothing changed. Because there's a couple of weird things. The kind of practice that I was doing kind of set me up for this life. And also, it's weird. We talked to other graduate students. This is what we did. We just hid. So in some ways it hasn't changed. But what did change was how I had to interact with everybody else who was simply not used to this. It was really traumatic for them. So I had to kind of develop skills of communicating with people who are just completely shocked by how much time they had to spend with themselves. So that was certainly something I had to develop myself.
Well, okay, hold that point, because we're each going to talk about what our experience was. Thank you. Stephanie.
Yes, Maya. Same question?
Yeah, the question is, how did the pandemic impact your life? Or has it's still impacting all of us, but how you doing? That's what I'm saying.
Yes. I'm doing well. Glad to be here with you all this evening. How the pandemic impacted me personally as a healthcare provider, we were inundated with COVID patients, increase in people having depression, anxiety. I work for a surgical group, and there are quite a few patients who needed surgery, but elective cases were put on hold because they weren't deemed emergent, secondary to the rise in COVID patients that were inpatient. There was no room in the inn, per se, for elective surgeries. And so it was very overwhelming as a healthcare provider. My husband, he's at home, working from home. We have our daughter at home. So I'm leaving the household and my husband's with my daughter. So trying to manage our family dynamics was a little bit overwhelming. So I had to delve a little bit deeper into my yoga practice so that I could find my place of calm and peace in the storm.
Thank you. Thank you. Rose, how did you fare?
Thanks for asking that question. As a woman totally alone, I had lost my mother, my son, and my husband. And this pandemic hit when I was doing a lot of creative projects out there in the community. I was volunteering some, I was performing often, and all of a sudden there was nothing. I was totally alone. My triad of love was gone, but my friends, thank goodness, were there. And so I had to really reach back into my bag of yoga and meditation to deal with myself. And I've never been afraid to be alone, but I was afraid of getting the disease because I'm type 2 diabetic and I had issues with my health that I've really tried through yoga and meditation to help heal myself. And so I'm still strong. But as a woman alone, I have a lot to say about that, about my anxiety and my fear and how I dealt with it.
Absolutely. And, I think that this hour is for us to really look at some of those things that rose up for us, the loneliness, the fear, the insecurity, and talk about that, but also provide people with what we did. How did we get through? How are we surviving the pandemic? And what are the ways we've used yoga, meditation, and mindfulness as I like to call them remedies, but they're also tools that support us when we need it. So I'm not going to talk about me except to say that it's been a challenge. The pandemic has just been a challenge. And that's all I'm going to say. Maybe more later. But I want to get right in. Sham does a lot of yoga philosophy, and you just mentioned how you had to adapt to dealing with the community. So was one of your tools yoga philosophy? Can you talk a little about that?
Sure. So one of the things that I clearly recall was before the pandemic never felt normal. So the things that people started to become aware of during the pandemic with respect to the problems that we have in the world and society, they were always there. I mean, there wasn't COVID, but there was everything else. And then all of a sudden people were having to deal with the sense of isolation and then anxiety with respect to problems that were basically always there. I mean, even COVID is new, but it's an example of illness, right? So you can think about how that was in a way always there. And so my yoga practice and rooted in yoga philosophy really helped me never normalize any of that. So it was actually very peculiar. It was a weird kind of event for me when I started seeing everybody else was becoming aware of these things that never should have been normalized. And so for me, teaching yoga philosophy, just a word about what the philosophy of yoga is. It's a philosophy that's about the importance of individuality that we come to after getting over selfishness, so that we learn how to be someone who exists in our own space as a powerful individual, but having already gotten over selfishness. So we have to learn how to give other people that same space and to protect that. And so those are the skills we need during the pandemic, right? We need to be able to give people space to be healthy and to thrive. And so both psychologically and physically. And so just kind of grounding my decisions and how I related to people by a yoga philosophy provided resources I could share that were completely useful at the time.
Well, someone has asked us, what self-help tools did you use during the pandemic? So I'm with you, Sham. What self-help tools? That's the question that's just come in.
Oh, well, that's just the practice of yoga. Right? So
I know.
Book 2 of the Yoga Sutra, yoga is described as an activity with 3 components: devotion to sovereignty, and sovereignty is defined, Ishvara is defined in terms of 2 characteristics. It's unconservative and self-challenging, but also self-governing and owns its own choices and values. So as a yogi, that's just my practice all the time. It's not like it's just what I do all the time. So if that's what you do all the time, you're never normalizing. You're always thinking about how you have to challenge yourself while you own your own values and choices. So then upheavals are less surprising. They're still surprising, but they're less surprising because you have this basic practice in place already, where the pandemic just becomes one more thing you add to the list that you got to work on.
Boy, Sham, you were lucky to have yoga, correct?
Absolutely.
I feel that way too. It was a blessing.
Absolutely.
So Rose, tell us a little bit about what you have experienced and how you went back to your yoga and meditation practices. And if you can give examples of specific practices that you did, that would really be wonderful.
Well, okay. So I would always meditate with my bowl, my singing bowl. I needed to hear that. And I tell you, not being able to be around people, in a way, I started to feel insecure. And I realized that I had to go within. It used to be I would go to yoga studios and come to do yoga with you, Maya, go up to Korpalo, and use yoga with others in class to practice and to heal. And so sometimes I would do it by myself. I'd wake up in the mornings and I would do some postures in bed, lying down, some stretches, some spinal twists and things like that, and breathing. But being alone, I got scared and I didn't know what to do in the beginning. And I have to be honest, I'm not perfect. So I had to figure out, how am I going to survive? How am I going to stay focused and take care of my needs as a woman alone? And I really had to do some things that I never thought I would have to do, with myself. But you start to learn. I started to learn to love myself even more. As I would sit and meditate, thoughts would come to me about my lost family members. And I realized that I did indeed have enough strength through meditating on life and me to get through this pandemic. But I had to write, and then we started to Zoom, and then that brought people back in, and it helped me to feel better. But it didn't solve everything. I talked about building strength through yoga when I started practicing yoga way back in 1969 in college as a part of my actor training. And I was so grateful for that because it gave me the ability. And I sent Linnea some pictures of my strength that I had gained from actually doing yoga.
I love that one.
here I am, 70 years old doing that posture. And I still do it because yoga has given me the strength and the focus that one needs. Now, when I played Billie Holiday, which is another picture, I channeled her. I used yoga and meditation to meditate on her, Billie Holiday, so that I could capture her essence. And so it's yoga and meditation has surrounded everything I have done. And I cry now freely. It helped me not to hide how I feel, whether I'm feeling a little sad or feeling really happy. I was able to do all of that. And then with a show called Into the Woods, where I played the witch, the strength that it gave me to become these different characters, the ugly witch who had all of her power, but then she got vain and wanted to be beautiful, and she lost her power, but she was beautiful. And at the end, she melts away. But yoga and my meditating and my practice has helped me to feel confident. And I have always said that I'm basically a shy person, and folks say, well, how can you get on stage and do all of that? Well, because yoga helps me to focus and block other things out and focus on that character that I'm playing. And so during this whole pandemic, I started to listen to more music. I started to write more. I wrote a piece called Don't Take the Memories With You, because I was scared that I would die, possibly, and my life story as an artist would get misinterpreted. And I didn't want that to happen. So I could go on and on and on. I don't want to take
it's important for everyone listening to understand that yoga is it's a metaphysical practice, but it also it meets you where you are. Whereas Rose needed it to rebuild or build up her confidence and deal with being alone and deal with the major losses in her life that had just happened prior to COVID, so she was in a rough spot, whereas Sham was a practitioner and he used his practice. He continued and lived his practice so he could lift up others with some of the concepts of what yoga truly is. And we're going to go to you, Stephanie, Dr. Stephanie Epps. What is it like for you being a health practitioner whose life is turned upside down by the pandemic, whose husband is now at home caring for your child, and you are out in the mix as a warrior woman?
It was hard. It still is hard. Like, I have to tell you that. To see patients and to know that patients they're not with their families, their phone calls, and the staff are the liaison between the patients and their families at home. And knowing that maybe you can hold their hand because they don't have anybody there. So that's you're taking on their energy. Does that make sense? And you're feeling their solitude and their loss. And you're doing everything you can for that patient and trying to be safe for yourself without, translating that back to your own family at home. It was just a lot of tension. I definitely had to take more time for my meditation practice. Not so much asana, but it was the meditation that allowed me to clear my mind, to find a place of peace in my heart, and been able to manage my home environment because my husband's at home, he's working from home. We had my daughter's 5 now, so 4-year-old at the time. And, toddlers can definitely require a lot of attention,
Absolutely.
So I got a comment here. Let's see if I can make things a little bit better. Can y'all hear me okay? Is it clear enough?
It's sort of breaking up, Stephanie, but try to close some of your connections. You may have other things open.
Let's see.
But I'm going to come back to you, Stephanie.
Okay.
Well, okay. So what's really important what I think people would like to learn during this conversation is how are we surviving? I'll go. So, once I realized that this was really something that was going to be ongoing, I knew I had to get up because I was stuck with my job in front of the computer. So I started taking small walks around my house, come back, get to work. And then I decided, no, you better get some air. So every day I go, there's a beautiful park not far from me, and I walk the circumference of the park maybe 3 to 4 times. And I also had to do a little self-care journal for myself so that I would practice, because everything went out the window when COVID came. I was in Florida with my husband when we started hearing about the lockdown. We just made it back to Rhode Island and everything was locked down. So all of my practices, when I get flummoxed, my practices go out the window. That's just who I am. So I had to get myself back to doing just a little bit of yoga. And that's what I want to share with everyone. You don't have to do an hour and a half, 2 hours, 45 minutes. You could do 5 minutes of yoga, and it's powerful enough to support you. And, you can do 5 minutes of pranayama or breathing. You can do 5 minutes of stillness. And so I found myself going into those things that I have been teaching for years. I have often taught people, once you get yoga, it'll come to you like taps on the shoulder, and it'll tap you and say, pause, take a breath. And you're like, who told me to do that? But you're doing it. And that becomes the package that you carry, your self-care package. And you might forget about it for a few days, and you're busy, and suddenly it'll be like, let me just stretch a little, bow down and take a breath and push my hips back and rotate my spine from side to side. That's your yoga living within you. So you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to be good at yoga. All you have to do is do some breathing or yoga, or go into the concept of being present in the moment or being mindful. So I guess we're done, right?
Yeah, and I remember you saying that to me several times, and our conversations on the phone and on Zoom, because sometimes we would think that you got to do it 45 minutes. You can't get away, And I think I lost some of my balance when I didn't do 45 minutes, but I could still do a half tree, and I felt somewhat balanced. And just doing 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes kept me going. But you're right. I was grateful for that wisdom.
Good. So Stephanie, are you back with us?
Yes.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'll just pick up where I left off, right?
Yeah, please do.
Yeah. But I was just sharing lastly that, with my husband working from home and then having a toddler pretty much all day, it increased his sense of overwhelm, which impacted our home life, So being able to try to find a way to get some calm in our household, as well as some calm in my work environment. So, and in my home place, introducing more breath work with my husband, with my daughter, just telling her to take a big breath in and let it out. Little things like that, so she could be a little bit more calm when he was working. And he and I delving into asana practice as well. My husband is a great supporter. He's all about whatever I want to do. But throughout the pandemic, he opened himself up to the practice of yoga, which I think really helped him as an individual and our family. And as a healthcare provider, I think we may touch on this later, but I do want to share that several of my coworkers and patients who knew I taught yoga were asking questions and asking for resources. What can I do to get into my body, to protect myself, to try to be well? So introducing people who kind of heard of yoga but didn't really know what it was about and were a little bit leery. They opened their mind to the practice, and they're continuing to move forward with it.
That's good. You know, I want to talk about compassion and self-love, because I think those are things, you know, like you dot your I's, you cross your T's, you pay your bills, you take care of business. But how many of us realize that compassion and self-love go a long way? So I'd like us just to jump in. And that, you know, I was reading an article and it said that people did not have self-love and they were judging themselves. They didn't have compassion for their not knowing how to live during the pandemic. They were judging themselves and hard on themselves. So what do we say about that? And what is our remedy for that? Anybody? Go ahead.
I would like to speak on that, if that's okay, Maya.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
It's interesting that you state that, because in a yoga class I taught last week, we shared on compassion, and compassion starts at home. As people, we look at everybody else and we're understanding and we give love and we show grace. But when it comes to us as individuals, we're very hard on ourselves. So just going back to the basic foundation of saying that I deserve compassion. It is okay to not know, to not have the answers, and to be able to move forward from that in a place of love, of caring, of understanding, of self. When we can have more self-love and more compassion, you can send that out into the universe, into your friends, into your family, people that you meet on the street.
But for yourself, I mean, I think many of us are raised to love your neighbor, and not that that's not a good thing, but none of us are raised to love ourselves. So it's so important. What do you think about it, Rose?
Well, I mean, I don't want to embarrass anybody or anything, but self-love, I had to deal with that self-love since everybody else was gone. And I'm talking about not just spiritually and not just emotionally, but physically as well. So, I'm a vibrant woman. I still wanted sex. And I still wanted to, look good. And so I really did. I started drinking a lot more water and putting on candles and lighting incense and lighting oil so that I could, inhale all the fragrances that I loved. And it made me be more aware of my body. And so the self-love, it came in all kinds of different ways. Instead of yearning and constantly yearning, I said, well, do something about it.
Absolutely.
When I read books like The Tao of Sex and Love, and it shows you all of these different ways to love and be loved physically and emotionally and everything else, I said, well, why don't I apply that to myself? And that's exactly what I started to do. And it made me a happier person.
Amen. 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 Yes. Yes. It's really important, and we often overlook things like in self-love. We just think of that, putting our arms and hugging, but it's all the strata within love that we're talking about. And
can I speak to this?
Absolutely. I was just going to say, Sham, you got to come in.
Yeah. Well, I was very happy to hear what everybody else is. So one of the things that yoga has taught me, and I grew up in a household where these ideas were there, but colonialism is a big problem. There are layers of this with respect to how information is passed down. And I didn't understand this until I was much older and a scholar and a practitioner. But as you work on this abstract devotion to the ideal of what it is to be a person, what ends up happening is you start to have a relationship with yourself without the issues. So the usual relationship we have to ourselves is with all the issues, and we don't like ourselves because we don't like the issues that we have. But as you start to practice, you start to have a different relationship for yourself. And you're like, hey, I'm okay. I'm kind of a likable person. And this comes because you are getting over, and I think this is where the judgment comes from, ego, right? This idea that somehow you have to, you somehow have all the answers, right? And then when you can get over that, then even your preconceptions of yourself start to fall away. And then compassion happens because you're open to learning. You're not stuck on things being bad, right? So you're open to doing different things and solving problems. So I feel like yoga, the practice, really does lead to a better relationship with yourself, because you start to shed all of those weird ways you had with relating to yourself pre-practice.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sham. You know, I'm thinking that one of the things that happened for me during the pandemic is I began to write poetry. And I never did until the pandemic. And it is just, I don't know how it came to me. I had a session one day, working session, and after it was over, I just wrote about it. And it looked like a poem, so I put it aside. Now I have a stack of poetry that comes just from my daily life. And so that was the gift to me, but it was also part of my love and compassion for self that let me write. You know, it let me tap into something I didn't know I had. Now, here's another thing I want to talk about, and that's faith. So, you know, many of us were raised and have the ability to have faith in a higher being, a higher power, a God, because of how we were raised, particularly BIPOC. I shouldn't say all BIPOC people, but many that I know have a deep faith in something or other. And I know, I just want to ask you all, how did faith play into you and continues to play into us as we go through the different iterations of the pandemic, and we go through those having many people who don't want to get vaccinated, you know, so where does faith come in? Anybody?
I have an academic answer to this question.
I love academic answers.
So
Go ahead.
in book 1 of the Yoga Sutra, we learn about Shraddha, which is translated as faith. And it's one of the essential traits of the practitioner of yoga, that they have Shraddha, but it's faith in the practice. Later on in book 2, when Patanjali is talking about one of the 3 essential practices of yoga, Swadhyaya, self-governance, self-study, he says you discover a bond with your chosen Ishta Devata, which means chosen deity, but it can be chosen value. So an aspect of faith is already there, and things that are not you that are more important are already there within kind of a very classical articulation of yoga philosophy. For me, when I get really annoyed at how there are so many people who are being very irresponsible, as you mentioned, who won't kind of self-care appropriately and then make themselves a problem for everybody else. The only thing that's going to help is this kind of practice where people are going to learn how to take the space they need for themselves while opening up that possibility for other people too, right? And that space is one of responsibility, but also all the other things that we were talking about with respect to compassion and understanding. So I don't know how else it's going to happen, right? Because though the other side, they don't have the solution. They just have their attachment to a world that's gone, an attachment where you didn't have to get a COVID vaccine, right? Doesn't exist anymore.
Thank you, Sean.
I always thought about nature. You know, faith to me has always been right in the nature around me. When I look at my plants in my home, and when I talk to them, and when I look out the window and I see the trees and I see the unity in nature, it shows me that something bigger is out there. And sometimes I really don't like to put words on it, but I would go and try to find things to listen to help my faith. You know, besides going to church sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, to go to church to commune with people and to hear their hearts and their stories, I would go and listen to things like the law of attraction. or I would listen to The Secret, or some of these other, and read passages from the Bible, which sometimes I when it came to putting down women, I had to put it aside. But I would listen to these spiritual things, positive about how I can work on me and have faith that I'm doing good by doing. When I volunteer or when I help someone and I don't expect anything back, then my faith is that I'm going to be blessed. And that's a good feeling. And I have been blessed, and I expect to be blessed. I expect good things. And as soon as my attitude and my faith went that way, great things happen.
It's so true. That's very true. Thank you, Rose. How about you, Miss Stephanie?
For me, my thoughts are very similar to that of Rose. Situation where I believe, I have faith in knowing that something exists. The wind is out there. We can't really see it, right? I believe there's something bigger than me alone. And when I work hard, I believe something good's going to come of it. Everything happens how it's supposed to happen, in my personal belief. And working hard with my patients, with my yoga students, I believe that pouring into them, I want them to be their best self when I'm doing my best work, if that makes sense. So I have faith in that, the belief in knowing. And good is good, in my opinion. Law of attraction, right? Intention, attention, it all correlates. It goes full circle. It's karma. So
thank you. You were breaking up a little at the end, so I'll hit you back up in a minute, Stephanie. But I want to say I'm a woman of faith, and one of my mantras is, Lord, help me. And it can make you smile, but boy, has that been a wonderful mantra for me. And when the pandemic is still in our midst, but when it came, I remember saying, Lord, help me, because I didn't know what to do or I didn't know anything. I was flummoxed, as they say. So, but faith is something that's really powerful. Here's another thing that is deep and interwoven within yoga, and that is the power of thought. And for many, we ingest. So it's the power of thought and the power of what we ingest. And people who are not conscious will watch any old thing, read any old thing, listen to whatever. And, I think it's important to be conscious of what we ingest and what we let ruminate within our brains and what we then speak out into the world. And I think that I see Sham smiling. So that's something you're aware of, Sham, correct?
I'm a philosophy professor. So my
I know you are.
My day job is getting people to be a little reflective about the process of thinking. It's also the beginning of the yoga tradition. The second sutra, the Yoga Sutra, Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha, is that yoga is about the practice of being responsible for what you contemplate and owning that responsibility, what and how it creates the space that you deserve as someone who understands, right? So I see for myself, I've been doing, I entered university as an undergrad philosophy major when I was 19. I graduated from university when I was 31. I'm almost 50. I'm still teaching philosophy. So you're preaching to the choir when you talk about
well,
the importance of being conscious of thinking. But certainly when you think about problems like disinformation, right? People don't understand. You can read anything. You don't have to believe it. Right? So why is that some people read like a weird blog and then they think that, vaccines put microchips in you? It's because they're not being responsible for thinking. They're just attaching to whatever they experience, which is the opposite of yoga. So we certainly need a lot of that to combat these problems that we're
I totally agree. And I called on you first because you are the philosopher on our tableau today. But, you know, it's just, who else wants to say something? Because I think this is a really powerful, because what we're doing is we're talking about ways people can thrive and survive during the pandemic. So this is healing in a pandemic world. And I'm going to list all that we've talked about, but now we're talking about the power of having a conscious mind, chitta vritti nirodha, as they say in the sutra, as Patanjali says in the sutra, stilling the fluctuations of the mind. And all of us, many out here, don't realize that they need to have a way of thinking that keeps them whole. And Rose, what do you think about that?
Well, first of all and foremost, I have learned the hard way that you are what you think. I know, you know, some people are not going to buy that, but I mean, I've known moments when I thought something and it happened, whether it was dropping a cup of coffee or, you know, stumping my toe. I thought about it and it happened. So I really practice the power of what I think. And I'm always trying to turn a negative into a positive. Every day I say something that I'm grateful for. The gratitude really makes my mind feel better, kinder. And you know, in the show business and theater and stuff like that, we walk in a lot of people's shoes. A lot of people have never tried to do that, have never thought about doing it, and have never, just don't do it. But learning how to walk in another person's shoes, and I learned about their thoughts, and I learned about their energy, and I had to use my body, my vessel, to interpret them and their thoughts. And, you know, I could choose. I said, well, that's not my thought, but I'm going to play this character. But what I did learn was that every thought that I ever have, it has, you are what you think. It has repercussions. So if you're a negative person all the time walking around talking about how negative you are and how bad everything is, it's going to definitely be bad.
It's the truth.
And if you talk about how joyous you are and how good feeling the sunshine on your face makes you feel and how good the rain feels, it's going to feel good and you're going to feel blessed. You know,
Preach, Rose. Preach, Rose.
But, you know, when you go through the hard times, you have to grab onto all the positive energy that you can to stay whole. We're all going to die. And so the question is, what are we doing in between? You know, I just finished reading a play called Gem of the Ocean, an August Wilson play. And the character on Esther is a Black woman, an African woman, African-American woman who is 297 years old. It's, you know, metaphorically, and it's, you know, some of it's, you know, and she is totally into holding on to the past, but using it to make a better future. She doesn't dwell on the fact that she was a slave. No, she knows that. And so knowing that partly makes her free. And so here we are, human beings who have a mind to think. So we can decide, is it going to be positive or is it going to be negative? Am I going to practice what I preach, or am I going to just don't pay attention? So that's my 2 cents, which I really respect.
I do too. I do too. So Stephanie, did you want to share anything?
Really just piggybacking on Rose, you are what you think, because it's true that your thoughts matter. The thoughts that when you think and then you speak those words out into the universe, it takes form, it takes action into being. And the words that you say, when you speak them to others, it can affect their energy. And when you're speaking a lot of negative things and you're in a small group, that negativity can spread like a disease, right? So you have a whole group of people that are in a negative state. So maybe that one person, maybe it's Sean that comes in and says something positive and is able to have that breakthrough to open up the group to what can be. You know, maybe it's not just one negative situation. Maybe it's not that the article is correct in regards to microchipping is occurring through the vaccine. Let's think bigger than that. Let's look at the data, the research, right?
Yes. Now, we just had a question come in. How do you know the difference between thinking positively and deceiving yourself, or does it matter? Sean?
So once again, I'm going to give an academic answer to this. So thinking is something you need to be responsible for. We can think sad thoughts or, happy thoughts. The question is, are you in charge or are they in charge? And the practice of yoga is about you being in charge. So what allows you to be positive when you practice yoga is that the thoughts that you think are not what determines what happens. You are the one that determines. Now, why is this important? Because to solve problems, you need to think about problems. And a lot of times, as an academic, I can tell you, people don't want you around because all you think about are problems, right? And then they think that you're like a downer. But the thing is, we can't, if there's a real problem with, say, social justice or the environment, if we can't bring ourselves to acknowledge that there is a problem, we'll never solve it. But what allows you to be positive is that it's not about the problem, it's about what you're going to do about it, right? So I think that's where Shraddha comes in the practice. It's this optimism about the possibilities of a yogic or responsible life. So I think if you can do that, you won't deceive yourself. But I do think that if you don't draw a distinction between the responsibility to think and the thoughts that you think, then for sure there's the possibility where you can build yourself up for all sorts of disappointment. And the people do it all the time, but we don't have to live that way. So anyways, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. That was very good. And it is about, being conscious. And that's a big word. And it can be overwhelming because there's so many conceptual approaches to consciousness. But, going within and connecting to yourself will help you avoid self-deception. This is my thought. And I also think, like for myself, if I'm deceiving myself, it comes out. I see it. Something goes wrong. I lose something. Something shifts that's negative. And I'm like, oh, that was a lot of bullshit I told myself. I'm not the captain. But it's a great question. And thank you for asking. Anyone else want to comment on the question? How do you know the difference between thinking positively and deceiving yourself? Or does it matter?
Well, once again, you are what you think. And so if you're thinking negatively and it's negative, then and that way you're not deceiving yourself. I don't know. I've never tried. When I think about deceiving myself, it's like, I'm white. Well, I'm not.
You aren't. You really are not.
No, but I would love to hear more from her, from Laura.
Yes. Okay. Well, we'll hear more from Laura, but as we continue, I wanted us to wrap this conversation up by looking at the Ghanaian concept of Sankofa. and looking at that as another tool to help people live during this challenging time. Sankofa is a bird that has its head looking backward, and it is looking back to the ancestors, to its own history, to help move into where we are now. And so I think Sankofa is a wonderful tool or approach to getting and gleaning things from our ancestors, concepts, attitudes, approaches. Like my grandmother used to make potions, poultices, healing hands, all kinds of things. Turn around and you bring it into the now. So I want us to talk about that, Sankofa.
Maya, I'm glad that you brought that up. I think particularly now in the pandemic. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, very. Thank you.
Wonderful. That I think is imperative that we look to our ancestors, we look to our culture, our history. What can we bring from the past into the now that can help us through this hard time of COVID-19, this hard time that is life? You know, what scripture, passages, what healthy foods that our ancestors ate now that contribute to our well-being in the moment, getting back to cultivating the earth, right? All of the natural things that are in the earth that can help us heal and be well. So we can go back to our past and bring that into our present. How can we be better in our future and educate our children that are coming up?
Now we lost that last couple of words, Stephanie.
No.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. So I just want to say one thing that I found great succor in during the pandemic was something my grandmother used to do. She would hum. And you never knew what she was humming, but I find myself, I remembered that, and I hum and it comforts me. So, you know, that was Sankofa. I looked back, remembered, and brought that in to help me deal with my insecurities during this time.
Maya, several of my patients, I just speak from a healthcare standpoint, they would sing hymnals, you know, Take Me by the Water, things that I grew up in the AME church that I had not heard in a contemporary church in the last 5 years, that would sing and it would bring them peace, and they just felt so good. So you mentioning the humming made me think of my patient singing those old Negro spirituals.
Yes, absolutely. But humming, that guttural sound that I make when I'm sitting around drawing or doing something, it makes me feel so good.
I sometimes look at a certificate of my great grandmother, Parthena. She was born and raised in Georgia, and she was a midwife. And this certificate helps me to ground myself because she walked a lot. She drove a buggy to deliver babies. This certificate is from 1932, which means that she probably knew how to read, and because she had to pass this certification in the state of Georgia. But that gives me comfort from my past to know that there were women in my family who struggled and who overcame, who didn't let the racist society beat them down. Not her. And so that gives me comfort. And I know that she used herbs and she carried a pouch. And some people call it hoodoo, and people have misinterpreted all of that beautiful legacy. But my grandmother did good things with it, and it was always about positivity. So, but that's one thing that gives me comfort, and I always keep that with me.
And you go back and get it.
Yes.
You go back and get it.
Go back and get it. And when I learned that she was born in the month of April, like me, I said, oh, so I've inherited some of that strength, and I've inherited some of her go get it. And so, yeah. And, meditating brings up a lot. Sometimes, we're told, let it go out of your mind, don't try to stop it, but let it go through and then try to breathe and come back to calm. I have really discovered some wonderful things meditating, and I use it. I practice what I've learned, what I've thought about. Sometimes it teaches me a lesson.
Good. So, Sean, can you share about Sankofa? Any thoughts?
Yeah, so in a way, as a philosophy professor teaching yoga philosophy, it's all in a way about looking back. But I think we can't be naive about the impact of colonialism. So a lot of people just want to riff off of what's been passed down, but they don't appreciate that what they inherited by colonialism. So thinking about our past, our collective past, without colonialism is completely possible. But then you often have to learn, and this is why people like me sound like downers, you have to understand something about colonization, the ideas of colonial traditions, basically the Western tradition. And then when you have that in view, and you're not using that to understand everything, then it's a lot easier to go back to alternate sources and bring forth and save wisdom and insight that colonialism wouldn't allow. So it's a really valuable endeavor, but it's not, unfortunately, that easy. It takes a little work, but I think that's the work we need to do now.
I do too. And I'll tell you the way that I've done it, because I recognize colonialism and the fact that our history is not truly are the actual things that happen. I go back to the intimacy of my life. And that was growing up with my grandparents. And that is knowing great things about my great-great-great-grandmother and pulling those things back into my life. And I don't really look at history books to think that I'm going to find something there, because I don't think that's going to happen. But I go in a very personal, intimate way, and I can see my grandfather, and I can see my grandmother, and I can hear my grandmother's slippers, and a lot of things. But it takes me thinking about it and really literally in an emotional way, turning back and hearing her hum. Or, my grandfather used to say, that boy wouldn't do good tasting every other pie in a pie factory. Like if somebody was really not doing well in life, that's what he would say. And we'd have a big laugh. And I often meet people who fit that picture of not having it together. And that axiom from my grandfather comes into my mind. And it just gives me a wonderful feeling that I can separate the chaff from the wheat. But I don't think any of these things you would say, oh, throw them up in the air and catch one. It's going to be real easy. I think living a conscious life takes work, and it's in the theories of philosophies of yoga. There's the awareness, acceptance, and adjustment idea, so once we're aware, as we are, about living in this time with this virus, then we can look at some of the things that we've discussed here today. We've talked about self-love, and we've talked about compassion. We've talked about taking care of one's sexual self, faith, the power of thought, Shudra, as it appears in the Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. And we've talked about Swadhyaya, which is self-study. So there's so much in yoga. We've also talked and just danced over meditation as a practice that we can do. So in these last 3 minutes, I would like each of you, because when I talk to people, I find there's always one thing they wish they'd said. So can you just each give us the one thing you wish you've said? I'm just gonna go with Stephanie.
One thing I wish that I said, okay, this came up and I'm just gonna say it. I wish I had shared that as far as my past goes and bringing into the future with my ancestors. Over this last year with the pandemic, I have started to spend on Sundays to bake with my daughter. That's something that my grandmother would do. On Sundays, she would bake a pound cake. And so on Sundays, we bake. And that's going to be part of our ongoing tradition, time, and bringing that forth from my grandmother and her mother and so forth. And I want to pass that down to my daughter. So.
I wish I talked a little bit more about the colonialism and how it affected me through church.
Do it now, Rose.
Well, that is not my religion. I have to say that is not my religion. And as I'm studying some other things, I'm learning that my African religion has nothing to do with earthly things. And our ancestors were always on our shoulders and are there. We don't just forget them, put them in the ground and bury them and cover them up. No, they live with us. They're living. And so that's a whole topic, but
that's good. Thank you, Rose. And Sham.
So what popped into my mind was that yoga, I think what yoga really teaches us is not to give up on ourselves. So don't give up on yourself, right? You're awesome. You just don't understand how awesome, right? So, but that's where the work, that's what you got to work on.
Boy, I love that. So and what comes to my mind is remember to move your body. Dance, dance, dance. And, one of the things I've learned is I don't need anyone with me to dance. I just dance. I was dancing earlier and it felt really good. I just get up in my living room and, as they used to say, bust a move. So it's a really good thing. So let us all, I thank you, Rose Weaver, Stephanie Epps, Sham Ranganathan, for being guest on the Community Conversations webinar for SOULFest this afternoon. It has been a delight to be in conversation with each of you. So I want us to, somebody was going to come on screen from the SOULFest organization. I think, Lara, are you going to join us? Somebody's saying Lara. I think she's coming now. And we'll get a chance to just say hello.
Hi, everyone. Wow.
Hi, Lara.
I know I'm the one with the difficult conversation questions. I really appreciate you digging in with me about deluding ourselves with those positive thoughts. And I knew Sham would have a good answer for me, as I'm a student of his. It's my little Hannah. She's not sure if she wants to be on screen.
Hannah.
No, we don't want it. I want to thank you. I want to share a deep gratitude for Yoga Alliance for putting this panel together. Okay. Great way to end our day. And for each of you for being so candid and open. Really, thank you. I appreciated hearing the personal shares that you had. We want to remind all our viewers that we're back tomorrow. The time is changing, so don't get confused. Hopefully most of you have phones now that reset themselves for that extra hour tomorrow, SOULFest will be highlighting DC area studios and teachers. It's all day free again online. So this is our offering. Tell your friends, come for some, come for the whole thing, whatever, whatever you want to tune in for. And we're just really appreciative of Yoga Alliance and the whole SOULFest community. Thank you to each of you. Really deep, deep gratitude. And yeah.
Namaste.
Namaste.
All right, well, I guess we are back. The beauty of live feeding. All right, well, that's a wrap for our first day, our first SOULFest. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Lara, you did a great job coordinating and being the face of SOULFest for us today. We have a great team that's been behind the scenes, and hopefully I think people are tending to kids and cooking. But we just want to just say hi and make sure you join us tomorrow. We have a great lineup starting at 8 o'clock. Some amazing presenters. Tomorrow we're supporting the SOULFest DC community all day long. We enjoyed having you guys here today, and we hope to see you again tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.